Sup, my fellas, don't forget to leave feedback, and enjoy the story. A lonely house stands in the middle of a dark forest, and at this time snow is falling on it. There is a glass of liquid on the floor in the house. The guy put his hand to his mouth to stop the bleeding and heard that this poison does not allow mana to circulate through the blood vessels. A man in expensive attire stands opposite her and adds that it will take full effect in a couple of minutes and especially for her. The guy began to slowly raise his head at him and he added that he had added another type of poison. The man stood intently, raised his eyes slightly and heard the question why. He drew attention to the glass and replied that he didn't understand. The guy, with a bloody mouth, raised his head and heard that his strength was no longer needed by the United Empire. The man looked at him carefully and noticed that wartime was over, now she was causing only problems. The man lowered his head slightly and added that he would return to the village, where he would live the rest of his life peacefully so as not to become the cause of an uprising, so he said. The white-haired guy looked at the man in shock. The guy began to look at his bloody hands and thought that he wanted to wash the blood off his hands. He wanted to live a quiet life, pretending as if he did not exist. He wanted to repent of the murders he had committed with magic. The man looked at the burning fireplace. Then he sharply turned his gaze to the guy and said that he was really afraid of this guy. The fire from the fireplace neatly illuminated the back of the man's head and he added that, in his opinion, it was normal to be afraid of his own friend. Ian looked at him in fear and heard that he was an 8th level wizard who could destroy both him and his empire at any moment. He had no right to save the life of such a monster. Ian looked at his friend with crazy eyes. The man grinned slightly and noticed that his dear friend was asking not to forgive him. The man raised his head sharply. A moment later he also abruptly turned his back. He opened the door to the house slightly and left. Some time later, his friend's house caught fire. Ian sat in the fire and looked at his friend leaving. Ian clenched his teeth and thought that he was a scoundrel. He was gullible. The protagonist carefully grabbed his chest and hunched over. Ian began to slowly pull out a dagger from behind his clothes. Then he confidently looked forward and noticed that it was Ragnar who turned out to be the most trusting of all. Every day he lived was full of regrets, but he did not give up studying magic. Ian carefully examined his dagger. The main character brought the dagger out in front of him and noticed in his head that if he pierced his heart with a dagger engraved with a temporary magic spell, before the poison completely spreads, he would be able to use magic. At this moment, the protagonist slowly brought the dagger to his chest. The main character took the dagger with both hands and noted that this gesture would be his repentance. Blood spattered across the room. Ian spat a huge amount of blood onto the floor and bowed down. The dagger in the protagonist's chest glowed blue. The main character looked forward angrily and began to cast a spell. A huge blue seal appeared on the floor. The protagonist slammed his hands into her and continued to cast the spell. Ian sharply raised his head up and shouted that time should turn back. The main character began to become covered in blue light. He remembered standing on the grave and looking at it carefully. In his clothes, the protagonist carefully studies the inscriptions on the tombstone. He remembered bowing before the man with the staff and his friend. I also remembered that Ragnar extended his hand to him. In his head, crows flew against the blood-red sky. And at this time, he slowly walks between them across the battlefield. Ian stopped and carefully looked at the sunset with a staff in his hands. He stood in a cloak and with long, blonde hair. Young Ian holds his hand near his mouth. Ian slowly removed his hand, opened his mouth slightly and asked what happened. The main character began to slowly touch himself, checking for wounds and noticed that the pain had disappeared, and with it the wounds. The protagonist raised his head, looked straight in shock and noticed that this was strange. Someone said his name and he turned sharply. A girl with blonde hair approached the protagonist, put her hand on his shoulder and asked if he was okay. The main character looked at the girl in surprise and noticed that this was his mother. She was dead, so why? His mother began to approach him with her hand, and he jumped back and added in his head that the plan was a success. Ian carefully took his mother's hand with both hands, and the question also appeared in his head that it was possible that he died and met her in the next world. Mom and Ian turned their heads sharply to the side and looked carefully straight ahead. They saw a tent of knights next to a huge queue, next to which a windmill stood neatly. The main character saw the children and thought that the children were standing in line to be checked. The knight sits on a chair and carefully watches the crowd, and Ian adds that the soldiers of the army are controlling the crowd. The main character noticed a tent with a flag on top, looked closely and saw the flag fluttering in the wind and noticed in his head that the ivory tower flag was fluttering in the wind. The protagonist looked at his hands and noticed in his head that he had returned 30 years ago. Young Ian stands and looks straight ahead in surprise. A moment appears in the head of the main character as a man with a staff places his hand on the head of a young guy and says that a test for the reaction of mana. At the age of 12, all children of the Green River Empire are required to pass a test to identify wizards who will become pillars of imperial power. The first quality, brain mana, is responsible for the expression of magic. In his head, the boy has his arms spread out to the sides and is carefully looking forward. The protagonist also adds that the second quality, mana of the heart, is responsible for the creation, circulation, and storage of mana. If someone has both qualities, they will immediately be taken to a magic academy, after which their position in society will be equal to the level of aristocrats. Young Ian looked carefully to the side and thought that 30 years, he had come back too far. The main character remembered about his blade and noticed in his head that the writing was in the language of dragons, the creators of dragon magic, but he still managed to use the magic of time, which he devoted his life to studying, so that he could repent of his Greeks. Ian carefully looked to the side and did not look away and added in his head to wash the blood of the fallen from his hands, but now he cannot close his eyes to his friend's act. In the protagonist's head, he appeared, only older, and thought that he had spent the life of someone who was called his friend, killing his enemies in the name of devotion, the payment for which was death. Young Ian turned his head to the side, made an angry look, and thought that Ragnar used him mercilessly then, but in this life everything will be different. Mom and Ian sharply turned their heads to the side after the soldier shouted, and the protagonist noticed in his head that in order to bring his plans to life, he needed to act. The main character took a step towards the tent, turned to his mother and said that he would go, and also thought that his magic skills corresponded to the 8th grade and even higher. Ian stood opposite the knight, looked at him carefully and said that he was Ian Page from the village of Mogrian. The knight smiles broadly and wonders that he is the son of a famous woman and tells him to come in, just don't bombard the wizard with questions. Ian began to carefully enter the tent, carefully looking back. The wizard sat with his eyes closed and asked the knight how many of them were still there. The knight stood next to the wizard. He replied that he hadn't even checked half of it, to which the wizard sighed heavily. Ian carefully moved the fabric aside and asked for forgiveness. The wizard immediately put on a working face and told him to come in. The wizard extended his hand in his direction and asked if he could examine his head, and also noticed that he was sending a little mana to his brain, perhaps a slight dizziness. But this was a standard procedure. After these words, the wizard carefully put his hand to the main character's head. The protagonist twitched slightly after asking him to turn his back. The wizard, smiling widely, closed his eyes slightly and said that he had a mana brain, which means his life could change dramatically. The wizard carefully clenched his fist and added that if he discovered the heart of mana. Ian made a serious look, looked to the side and thought that just going to the magic academy was not enough. The main character looked at the wizard and said that he wanted to show him something. The next moment, the protagonist closed his eyes, took a little breath into his lungs and froze. A fireball appeared in the main character's left hand and he noticed that he would start with this. The wizard sat with a shocked face and thought that it was a fireball. Then a drop of water also appeared. A water ball also appeared in the protagonist's right hand. Ian sharply clenched his fists, looked carefully at the wizard and noticed that he had recently begun to succeed. Everyone in the room froze at such a sight. The wizard froze in place and could not move from shock. The main character began to shake his head sharply after being asked that he had studied this, and answered that he had never. The wizard's eyes glowed blue and he asked him again. The main character froze slightly, closed his eyes and noticed in his head that the magic of mind reading helps to detect lies by reading biological reactions such as heart rate. The wizard stood up, extended his hand forward and noted that if he lied, he would be branded a traitor. The wizard leaned slightly towards him and added that he, his family, even his neighbors would be beheaded. Ian carefully closed his eyes and replied that he didn't need to lie to him. The wizard laughed slightly, folded his arms over his chest and after some silence noticed that the child had told the truth. After these words, the protagonist opened his eyes and stared at the wizard. The main character turned his head sharply and heard a woman scream. Ian jumped out from behind the cape and called out to his mother. The protagonist stared straight ahead in shock. He saw a man holding her hand and asking him to stop. The man in armor grinned slightly and asked that he didn't know that there were important officials everywhere. The knight grabbed the woman even harder and added that she had been a widow for 7 years. Stop playing hard to get, she didn't mind, and she should be thanked for the fact that he paid attention to her at all. The protagonist's mother looked with crazy eyes and didn't believe what was happening. 2 men in expensive clothes came out of the tent and asked what was going on. The knight let the woman go, turned sharply, began to get nervous and replied that it was nothing special. It was a low-grade cook hanging around their tent, so he decided to check. Ian made an angry face, clenched his fists, questioned him and shouted that he was a bastard. The wizard walked past the protagonist and stopped him with his hand. The wizard closed his eyes slightly and began to say that they had determined that this boy had 2 qualities necessary for a wizard. From now on he and his mother were equal in status to nobles. The wizard sharply opened his eyes and added that an attack on nobles was punishable very severely. The knight behind the wizard began to draw their swords after saying that he would be accused of treason and executed without trial. The knight began to slowly move back, sweating from nerves at the same time. The knight abruptly fell to his knees in front of the protagonist and began screaming to forgive him and notes that he did not want to. The main character looked down at him, opened his mouth slightly and answered why he was apologizing to him. Let him apologize to his mother. The knight suddenly raised his head, wet with sweat, and stared at the protagonist. The knight sharply jumped to the side, knelt down in front of the protagonist's mother and said that he had made a big mistake and asked to forgive him. The main character's mother turned to him and asked. The main character slightly closed his eyes and began to turn around. Ian confidently began to approach the knight. The protagonist knelt in front of him, raised his head to him and told him to listen here, that he knew what scoundrels like him thought about people like his mother. The knight raised his shameless eyes to the protagonist and became frightened. The main character slightly lowered his gaze and added that, therefore, everything that he heard, saw and experienced today, he would describe in colors to his friends. The main character looked angrily at the knight and noticed that he would be watching them. The knight raised his sweaty head, opened his mouth slightly and said that he understood Mr. Wizard and thanked him. Ian, passing by the wizard, thanked him for his help. The wizard tilted his head in his direction and noted that the tower should protect its wizards. The wizard approached the main knight and noted that he needed to make sure that the boy was safe. A little later they would contact him via a magic ball. The knight turned his head sharply and replied that he would take him to the inn where their knights were staying. The main character looked at his mother with a smile and agreed with the proposal. Ian bowed low and asked to take his leave for Mr. Wizard. The protagonist walked arm in arm with his mother and heard the question that he was a wizard, to which he answered positively. The wizard looked at the departing protagonist with a smile and noticed in his head that he had amazing abilities for such a young age. I'm sure that a lot of noise would be made about him in the castle and the ivory tower. The city stood under the night sky and only the moon illuminated it. A man entering a dark alley spat on the floor. The man walked with a gnarled face and said who he took him for. How dare the cook's brat talk to him like that? A dark silhouette appeared behind the man, and he added that he was also in front of his mother. The dark silhouette stopped in place and stood straight. The main character was hiding under the hood. He heard that the man would show him how to deal with him. After these words, the main character cast the spell, Paralysis. The man suddenly froze and began to tremble slightly. He also did not understand what was happening to him. Ian stood behind the man on the bridge and noticed that he was immobilized, and yes, magic is capable of that. The man turned his eyes to the side in fear after hearing the question of what he called his mother. Young Ian slowly removed his hood and added that he had warned him that he would be keeping an eye on him. The man, through the pain, began to turn his head towards him. The protagonist froze in place, stared at him carefully and noticed that today he had been insulted by the cook's son, and he decided to drown his grief with alcohol, after which, staggering through the streets alone, he reached the bridge over the river. The protagonist carefully threw the man into the river and added that he died after falling off him. Ian tilted his head slightly and thought that he really doubted whether to remain the same. The main character stood on the bridge, carefully looked down and added that his entire past life was devoted to studying spells in the language of dragons. He made a promise to himself that if he returned in time, he would not commit acts that would lead to the death of other people. The protagonist looked carefully at the water and noticed that this turned out to be impossible. His hands would never be cleansed of the blood of the victims. The wind began to gently blow through the protagonist's hair and he noticed that the only thing he wants is to protect the people dear to him, and for this he will do anything, even if new blood stains his hands. The main character looked carefully at the man's corpse and asked him not to forgive. The man's corpse floated to the surface. Ian looked attentively at the corpse and noticed that he had heard the same words from his killer, and it seemed that he was beginning to understand a little why Ragnar said that. In one of the buildings, the light came on and the door slowly opened. Ian went inside, leaned on the door and thought that his head was cracking, as if it was about to explode. He did not expect that almost all the mana would be spent on the paralysis spell. The main character looked carefully at his hands and added in his head that he hoped he would get stronger soon. The protagonist sharply turned his head to the side and paid attention to something. His mother was lying on the bed and he thought about her. The main character approached her, stared at her and thought that after a year of study at the Magic Academy, he was recognized as a first-class magician. Ian looked at his mother with sad eyes and added in his head that that same year, his mother, who remained in the village, became seriously ill and died. She was never able to see her son, who became a magician. The main character stood near her bed, looked at her carefully and noticed that this time he would certainly protect her. Ian looked carefully at his mother's face and added that she would definitely be happy. The protagonist began to slowly walk away from his mother's bed and added that he would live a long life, and then thought that the loss of loved ones that he suffered in a previous life would not happen in this life. A huge, luxurious building appeared on the horizon. It was located in the capital of the Green River Empire, Green Riverium. Emperor Terry Greenriver carefully examines the paper and wonders what the owner of the tower thinks. Havert Leon, the master of the tower and a fifth-class magician, looked at the emperor carefully and replied that nothing was clear for sure yet, though. Terry looked up at him and told him to continue. Leon carefully raised his hand and added that mana circulates through the vessels. A person becomes a magician when he understands how to control it at will. The magician looked carefully out the window and added that when he knows how to stimulate the mana of the brain and how to manifest his magic. Leon looked at the emperor carefully and noticed that this is usually taught at the academy. This was the case with other magicians too, but they were informed that he awakened magic on his own, and his current abilities correspond to the first class, as was the case with the first magician. A picture appeared in the old magician's head of a magician standing with a book in his hands, and he begins to tell that once upon a time a magician first appeared, who had to awaken his powers and learn spells. This is the legend that circulates among magicians. Terry tilted his head slightly and asked about the first magician, a creature descended from dragons. Leon lowered his head slightly and replied that they were not sure whether dragons really existed, but there was no doubt about the first magician. Someone must have started magic. The old man raised his head, stared at the emperor, and added that it was therefore difficult to believe what the inspector said until he could see for himself. I'm sure the magician sent to Mogrian would not lie. Leon closed his eyes slightly, raised his hand to his stomach, and noted that, however, he could say for sure, in any case, the boy's strength was fraught with danger. The emperor folded his arms across his chest and thought. Terry turned his head towards the door and asked the prince if he had arrived. The young prince stood near the door and replied that he was here. The door to the emperor's office suddenly opened. The young, fair-haired prince confidently entered the emperor's office. The crown prince of the empire, Hayden Greenriver, stared at his father and said that his father called him. The emperor folded his hands on his chest and apologized for keeping him waiting, and the prince told him that he had not. Hayden put his hand on his chest and asked why he called him. Terry looked at his son carefully and replied that the last time he left the castle grounds was 5 years ago. It was time to go outside again. The prince stared at him carefully and asked again about what was going beyond the castle. Terry looked at his son carefully and replied that he would send with him 2 of his knights, 300 soldiers, and 3 third-class magicians. He needed to go to the village of Mogrian and bring a boy named Ian Page. The prince opened his mouth wide and asked who he was. The emperor lowered his head down, closed his eyes, and asked if he had really not heard of him, after which he added that he should forget. This is a matter of national importance. Who knows what might happen? He would rather send another prince. Hayden put his hand on his chest, stared at the emperor carefully, and replied that he could be relied on. Terry confidently raised his head and stared at the prince carefully after he said that he would carry out his instructions. The prince bowed to the emperor after he said that he could start preparing. He would have to go north. It would take some time. A moment later, Leon stared at the emperor and asked if he could take his leave, to which he was asked if he could prepare his people. The old magician slightly bowed his head and replied that he knew better than I how much magicians did not like long journeys. I would have to convince them it was worth doing this now, so that by the time the prince left, someone would agree. The emperor folded his hands, lowered his head, closed his eyes, and told him to step. The door opened abruptly. Leon came out of the emperor's office, and another magician bowed next to him. When Leon began to leave, the second magician asked if the owner had returned, to which he received a negative answer. The old magician, with a staff in his hands, began to walk away along the long corridor and noticed that he needed to visit something. The house stood near a small forest and sounds were heard from it. The main character carefully looked out the window and thought that very soon an answer should come from the tower and the palace. Ian sat on the bed and looked carefully at the window. The protagonist remembered the magician at the test and his words that he had the necessary qualities to become a magician. And he thought that since this was announced so quickly, it means that they informed the top immediately. Everything is going according to plan. The emperor and the old magician appeared in the head of the main character. At this moment, the protagonist thought that the emperor was probably looking for magicians to assign them to the crown prince. The owner of the tower, a 5th-class magician, had already gone over to the side of the 5th prince, but he himself needed people. Very soon one of them should come for him. Ian stared carefully in front of him and added in his head that he could join either the emperor or the owner of the tower or choose a third party. There are many options, only this time he will not allow himself to be used. Words were heard in a small clearing that Mr. Magician could begin. In the clearing stood a huge number of knights, and in front of them was a magician with a ball in his hands. The main character twitched in his bed, because on the street the magician shouted that the imperial magician Ian Page, he was being called upon to carry out the order of the emperor. Ian moved his head to the side and wondered what order he was talking about, and they came unexpectedly quickly. The main character carefully stuck his head out of the door and stared at the magician. The magician smiled slightly, put his hand forward and noted that he was on time. The emperor had sent for him, but first he needed to teach him the necessary rules of etiquette. The protagonist sadly lowered his head and carefully stared at the ground. The main character, a moment later, began to obey the magician and perform the actions. Kneel down on his right knee, place his left hand on his heart, but the main character did it without the magician's instructions, which surprised the magician. The magician put the crystal ball in front of him and said that the Imperial magician Ian Page must listen to the order. A huge text appeared from the crystal ball and the magician stared at it and began to read that he, the Emperor, recognized the talent of the young magician and officially ordered his name to be entered into the magic register of the Ivory Tower. The magician looked carefully at the written text in the air. The protagonist sat bent and listened further, which, in addition to everything, invites him to visit the Imperial Palace and sends the Crown Prince to accompany the magician on his behalf. Ian opened his eyes slightly, heard that he hoped his journey would go smoothly, and noticed that his motives were too obvious. The main character began to rise from his knee after the magician said that this was the entire order of His Majesty. The knights approached the magician and asked if they could take him to the local castle, to which they received a positive answer. The main knight began to slowly approach the protagonist. The knight approached the main character and said that he was the captain of Mogrian's army. Arnold, they received orders to escort him and the Crown Prince to the local castle. He would take care of his safety. The knight looked carefully at the protagonist's house and noticed that they would leave as soon as they were ready. A view of a luxurious, grey palace opened up. In the square near the palace stood the lord of the Mogrian province, Marcus Mogrian, who says that they are coming. The lord looked carefully at the people from the crowd and noticed that he was repeating once again to address the magician with respect. Ravi and Margaret looked at the lord carefully. The main character and his mother got out of the carriage. The lord carefully stared at the protagonist and thought that Ian Page, so young and already a magician, since the emperor himself was interested, means he has special power. Marcus spread his hands to the side and shouted that he was welcome and noticed in his head that it was worth establishing contact with the protagonist. Ian looked at the lord carefully after saying that he was an imperial magician. Heads were heard from the window. One of the voices asked if she had seen that boy at training. Two maids stood near the window and chatted that he created a fireball out of nothing. That's why they consider him a magician, an amazing talent. He's been training for 2 weeks without a break, and now, probably, 2. Ian is standing in the middle of the training center. The protagonist closed his eyes and exhaled slightly. He began to slowly raise his hand. A moment later, he threw it forward and cast a freezing spell. Ice and snow immediately began to appear around the main character. The ice began to transform into sharp spikes. The protagonist is frozen among the snow and ice. Ian began to look around and thought that it was not enough. In his previous body, he would have been able to freeze the whole castle and not just the training field. The main character clenched his fist tightly and added in his head that the current body is too weak. It doesn't have enough mana. Something needs to be done about it. Behind the protagonist, someone called him loudly and he turned around. The main character turned to the butler and asked what was wrong, to which the man shouted loudly and asked him to help them. The palace stood all wet and frightened, and a moment later he noticed that the lord was missing. Ian looked at him in shock and asked again. The palace bowed slightly to him and told him that the lord went hunting for goblins, but still has not returned. His guards and Lord Ravi also disappeared. They searched everything, but could not find them, because there were almost no traces left. The main character carefully looked away and noticed in his head that it was too early for him to die. A lord appeared in the protagonist's head along with his son, and begins to tell that the great Lord Marcus Mogrian will die at the hands of an assassin from an enemy country. Shortly before the First Unification War, after what happened, his son will escape from Mogrian, for which he will be executed. The main character put his hand forward and asked why they were asking him and not the magician Marco. The main character also noticed in his head that the lord loved hunting in his past life. It's unlikely that anything happened to him. The butler sadly lowered his head and replied that Mr. Marco was not in the province now. He had urgent business. Ian looked at the butler in shock and fear and thought that the responsible magician had left the province to which he was assigned. It is quite possible that there was a reason for his appearance. The responsible magician is allowed to leave the province assigned to him only in rare cases. Most likely the owner of the tower himself called him. The main character slightly looked away and added that if we talk about him, who knows where it will lead. The protagonist's future appeared in his head and he began to think that his most important weapon was knowledge of the future. The protagonist slightly strained his gaze and added that if the lord died, he could lose his advantage. And at that moment the butler noticed that they had no one else to turn to, so he asked, to which Ian, interrupting, asked where to go. The main character made a confident stance and noted that he would find him and added in his head that everything needed to be returned to normal. Ian began to put the cloak on his shoulders and heard someone calling his name. The protagonist turned around, saw his mother and heard that she heard he was going to look for the lord. The mother looked slightly alarmed at her son and asked if this was too dangerous. He was still too young for such things. Ian smiled broadly and replied that everything was fine. He was a magician. The mother approached her son, took his hand and heard, so as not to worry, he would definitely return. The next moment, a girl appeared behind them and asked for forgiveness. She stopped, tears flowed from her eyes, and she prayed that Ian would find her father and brother. The girl folded her hands near her head and added that if he could cope, he would ask his father to give him money, land, and servants, so please. The main character looked carefully at the girl's hand and was surprised. The girl, after hearing that he would find him, opened her mouth wide, her eyes filled with joy, and asked him again. Ian extended his hand forward and said that in return, could she give him her ring, because he felt the mana in it. The girl began to take off the ring, put it on his hand, heard that it would help in the search, and gave it to him without any questions. The main character began to slowly put the ring on his finger. The protagonist felt a surge of mana and his ring glowed. Ian looked carefully at the ring and thought that it was a familiar thing. This ring appeared in his head and he said that it was Magrian's ring, a low-class artifact that increases the amount of mana of the owner. The main character stared at the girl and thought that the Lord had not given it to his heir, and the girl at that moment noticed that he would definitely find them. The main character began to leave, and the girl shouted to him not to forget to return the ring and not to lose it. It was given to her by her father. The protagonist slightly lowered his gaze to the ring and noticed in his head that this way he could make up for the lack of mana a little. The main character began to confidently walk along the luxurious corridor. Ian, passing by the guards, ordered them to go. They came to a dense forest. The knight carefully looked at the clearing where the corpses of the goblins lay and noticed that they were in place. Ian stared attentively at the blood near the bushes and the knight added that the tracks ended here. The main character turned his head to the squad of knights and asked if they had found any victims, to which he received the answer that no one, perhaps the monsters, had taken them with them. The protagonist stared attentively at the corpses of the goblins. He put his hand to his chin and thought that there were a lot of goblin corpses here and there must have been more than 100 of them. Ian extended his hand with the ring forward and noted in his head that he needed to find the Lord before it was too late. A seal appeared in the air near the main character after he said that he was summoning a wolf spirit. The seal began to glow brighter. The knights watched carefully as the protagonist's face began to glow brightly. The squad opened its mouth wide and asked among themselves that he wanted to summon a spirit, a wolf. The furry paw carefully took a step on the grass. A small, cub wolf appeared in front of the protagonist. The wolf carefully looked at the squad, and at that time he stood scared and looked at the wolf. The main character exhaled slightly, stared at the wolf and noticed in his head that in a past life he was huge, but now he looks like a puppy. His current reserve of mana does not allow him to become larger in size. Ian looked at the puppy, pointed his finger straight out and asked if he could sniff out where the trail led. The wolf carefully approached the drop of blood and began to sniff carefully. The puppy barked sharply and began to quickly run in the direction. Ian turned to the squad and ordered them to follow him. A high mountain appeared from behind the treetops. The goblin with a club in his hands began to yell loudly. The Lord diligently fought off the goblins in the middle of the forest. Marcus stood with a sword in his hands, looked at the crowd of goblins and wondered what he should do because there were too many goblins. The Lord stood and watched as a crowd of goblins began to attack him. Marcus hung his head in despair and thought that in any case, he would die. Marcus turned to his son and shouted at him to return to the castle while he tried to stop them. The father turned completely to his son and added that he should tell everyone that there are a lot of goblins on Mount Magrian. It is very dangerous here. Ravi watched in shock as a goblin with a club appeared behind his father and called out to his father. The goblin quickly pushed off the ground. Marcus stood still, looked at his son, who warned him that he was behind, and at that time the goblin was already in the air with a blow raised. The Lord turned sharply and stared back. A moment later, everything around the Lord began to freeze and the protagonist shouted a freezing spell. The Lord slowly began to close his eyes, and ice began to appear around him. The main character took a careful step in the middle of the ice. The entire Lord's squad stood and carefully watched as the ice appeared. The protagonist walked carefully in the middle of the ice. The Lord stared straight ahead. He saw the main character slowly turning towards him. Marcus looked carefully at the protagonist and wondered if it was him. The Lord began to slowly lose consciousness. Everyone around began to call out to the Lord. Marcus carefully opened his eyes after his daughter began to wake him up. The Lord raised his head and saw his daughter, who was happily sitting near the bed. Marcus began to get out of bed, grabbed his head and asked what happened. The protagonist appeared in the girl's head and she noticed that Ian saved him. Margaret began to cry loudly and added that he and Ravi had been unconscious for 2 whole days. A moment later, the butler flew into the room and shouted that what luck, he came to his senses. Marcus looked at them carefully and asked what happened to the others. The butler sadly lowered his head, looked at the floor and replied that the 12 soldiers and the Knight Rotten could not return. The Lord raised his head, looked at the butler and asked where the magician was, to which the palace replied that he would bring him right away. The main character stands on the training ground and turns sharply when the butler calls him. The old man ran up to the protagonist and said that he was there, to which the protagonist replied that they said the Lord had woken up, and the butler noticed that he was alive thanks to him. The man leaned slightly towards the protagonist and added that he was asking him to come to his chambers. He believed he wanted to talk. The main character looked questioningly at the butler. Marcus and Ravi looked at the protagonist joyfully, and the Lord told him to come in. Ian entered the room with a smile and immediately asked how he was feeling. The main character began to examine the ceiling and heard the answer that everything was fine. Everything was thanks to him. I would like to personally express my gratitude for their salvation. Ian noticed the Lord's son looking at him with a smile and heard Marcus add that he had literally saved the present and future of the Mogrian clan. The Lord put his hand to his chest and noticed that Mogrian had also cleared Mount Mogrian of goblins. He could not leave his benefactor unattended. Marcus extended his hand to the box and noted that it was his gratitude. Ian carefully took the box and opened it sharply after the Lord's request. The main character looked in surprise at the box and wondered what it was. The protagonist looked carefully at the ring in the box. The Lord extended his hand forward and said that he felt the mana in his daughter's ring. It had been in his family for a long time, but he had no idea of its power. It had helped him. Ian, without taking his eyes off the ring, replied that the ring adds mana to its owner, so it came in handy in the battle with the goblins. The Lord smiled broadly and replied that he was glad to hear that from now on the ring was his. Let him consider it a badge of honor. The main character carefully stared at the Lord and asked him about the insignia. Marcus looked carefully out the window and noticed that from that day on he was proclaiming him the eternal guest of honor of the Mogrians. The main character began to carefully take the ring out of the box and heard the question whether he would accept his gift. The protagonist carefully put on the ring, carefully began to examine it, and thought that the eternal guest of honor is a 1,000-year oath that every nobleman of the empire must observe. Marcus turned to the protagonist, bowed slightly, and said that their family would always greet him with honor and come to his aid in difficult times. Ian looked at the Lord carefully. Father and son bowed to the protagonist, and the Lord added that his oath would be passed down from generation to generation as long as the Mogrians lived north of the Emerald River. Loud footsteps were heard from the deep forest. The main character and a squad of knights walked through a dense forest. Ian stopped abruptly, turned to the captain and asked if it was still far from Lloyd's village. The captain smiled broadly and replied that it was nothing. They would go around that hill and end up in place. The main character looked attentively at the captain and listened to him. The main character began to remember a conversation with the Lord in which he said that he had a question for him. Marcus looked attentively at the protagonist, heard the question whether there were alchemists in the province who could make the elixir, and answered that he knew that the alchemist Letio lived in the north, in the village of Lloyd. The Lord put his hand to his chin and added that he was originally from the capital, but moved specifically to collect special herbs. The protagonist carefully stared ahead and thought that he had not met this alchemist in his past life and needed to get an elixir that would help restore the missing mana. One of the knights began to loudly call the captain and the magician and shouted for them to just take a look. They looked carefully at the village, which was all on fire. Ian looked at this in shock and froze. The knights began to draw their swords and prepare for battle. A bloody axe appeared in the village. The robber threw the axe over his shoulder, looked at his fighters and said to take care of the rest and to move out. The one-eyed robber turned, smiled slightly and noted that it was time to take him to Lockwood. The young guy began to break free from the robber's hands and screamed that there was no way. His father started shouting after them to let him go. One eye hit him sharply in the side. The robber looked at the man carefully and noticed that he was talking a lot. The man doubled over in pain and groaned. The guy began to struggle even more and screamed to let him in, and the one-eyed man noticed that he was starting to irritate. The robber looked at the boy carefully and asked what he should do to kill his father so that he would shut up. The boy made a shocked face and started crying. The robber suddenly grabbed the knife and held it tightly in his hands. He began to walk menacingly towards the man and said that he would take his son to a better place so he could rest in peace. The boy began to cry in tears towards the robber. The robber dealt with the boy's father right before his eyes. The guy looked at this in horror and began to sob even more. The man's hand fell sharply to the ground. The robber squad looked in surprise towards the one-eyed man and all as one asked where the ice came from. Ian walked surrounded by sharp, icy thorns. Freezing rain began to fall on the band of robbers and they shouted that they had to run. A column of smoke rose near the mountain. The protagonist stood on a high hill and looked towards the village. Ian stood straight, carefully observed the village and noticed in his head that the ring really helped. The main character began to slowly twirl his hand and examine the ring, then asked himself a question in his head that with its help, he believed he rose to the level of a third-class magician. The protagonist carefully examines his hand. The villagers sat and mourned their destroyed village. Ian stood in the middle of the ruins and heard his name called. The captain ran up to the protagonist, heard the question whether there were any wounded, to which he replied that no, thanks to him, they were all safe. The main character looked straight attentively and replied that this was good. Ian sharply turned his eyes to the side and asked in his head whether that man was alive. The main character was surprised after hearing that people were trying to wake up the alchemist. A man holds an unconscious alchemist in his arms and tries to bring him to his senses along with his son. The main character put his hand on the shoulder of the alchemist's son and asked to be allowed to examine him. The protagonist stared at the alchemist in surprise. He examined him carefully and noticed in his head that his skin was light, as if bloodless. There were gray strands in his hair. Was this a dependence on mana? The main character presented a crying, dark silhouette and began to tell that another name for this disease, God's curse. There are people who have mana only in the brain, as a result of which it stimulates it and causes pain. Not being able to circulate and be removed from the body, and a person spends every second of his life in this state until his death. The main character looked away slightly and thought that he would hardly be able to bring mana into his body on his own. This was probably the machinations of an evil sorcerer. It seems that his condition has worsened significantly. The protagonist put 2 glowing fingers to the man's forehead and thought that now there is only one way to relieve the pain: remove the remnants of stagnant mana and introduce new one. The man relaxed his face and exhaled slightly. Ian told the man to look at his wounds, to which the man replied that of course and thanked him. The boy grabbed the protagonist by the cloak and told him to wait. The main character turned to the boy and heard the question of whether his father would recover. Ian looked sadly and replied that it was temporary, then thought that injecting mana relieves the symptoms, but does not cure the disease completely. The boy looked at him and began to say what it means to him again. The main character looked at the boy carefully and added in his head that the effect would not last long. This man would have to make a choice, constantly receive mana or die. The protagonist saw how the boy's face changed and he added that it would hurt. The boy began to cry very much and noticed that if this was the case, he would very soon find the reindeer flower and cure his dad. The boy jumped away sharply and began to run away very quickly. The man looked at him and shouted where he was going. The main character looked at the boy and was surprised by his name. A moment later, a guy with dark hair appeared in the protagonist's head and he began to say that the name Douglas belongs to the greatest alchemist in the history of the empire. Being from commoners, he managed to occupy a high position. In the head of the main character, the greatest alchemist looked angrily to the side and he added that in a past life the objects of his hatred were magicians. A man with God's disease appeared in the protagonist's head and thought that he was an alchemist who was addicted to mana because of a magician and a magical flower growing in the north. The main character also remembered how Douglas cried a lot and said that he would find a flower, and thought that the flower really has the effect of neutralizing mana. But besides this, it is a strong poison. Ian, with a shocked face, remembered the glass with the poisoned liquid. The main character took a running stance and cast an acceleration spell. Douglas turned sharply towards the rapidly approaching protagonist. The main character quickly ran up to the boy, took him by the shoulders with both hands and noticed that robbers could still be roaming outside the village and that it was dangerous in the forest. The crying boy took the protagonist's hand and replied that he couldn't just wait if he didn't find the flower. Father. Ian, without listening to the end, opened his mouth slightly and cast a sleep spell. Douglas began to sway slightly and mutter something under his breath. The boy landed on the protagonist's shoulder. The main character caught the boy and exhaled with relief. The leaves on the tree rustled gently in the wind. Ian looked carefully at the sleeping boy and thought that, indeed, if you do not take into account his age, he is like the greatest alchemist from his past life. The protagonist sat carefully next to him, looked carefully at the boy and added in his head that if he had not come to the village, his father would have died and he himself would have been captured. An adult Douglas appeared in the main character's head and Ian thought that it was Douglas who prepared the poison that killed him. He knew his brother's plans. He was really on his orders. The main character suddenly fell silent in his thoughts and stared ahead. He turned his head sharply at the boy and wondered whether he should fix the problem at the root. Ian hit his forehead hard with his hand and noticed in his head that hasty decisions could backfire on him. He is so talented that he himself rose from the ranks to the status of an imperial alchemist. In the protagonist's head, Douglas stands with a blue bottle, and Ian noticed that he needs to lure him to the protagonist's side. The main character carefully put his hand to his mouth and thought that where were the guarantees that he would not betray him if he protected him from slavery. The main character looked carefully at his hand and wondered if this was so. His thoughts were abruptly interrupted by someone's voice. The protagonist turned sharply and looked to the side. The captain ran closer. The protagonist asked what it was, and he replied that he rushed after him when he suddenly disappeared. The captain looked at the boy carefully. The captain looked carefully at the boy and heard that he had acted recklessly and had to be put to sleep for a while. Ian began to slowly get up from the ground and said that since he had come, he needed to take the boy to the village. The captain stared at the departing protagonist and asked if he would go. The protagonist turned his head slightly towards the soldier and answered what he needed. Then he turned his head sharply to the side and added that he was going somewhere. It was deep night, and the house stood neatly near a small tree. There was a bright light in one window. Letio abruptly rose from the bed, looked at his son lying next to him and asked if he was sleeping. Douglas, without turning his head at him, answered that he was not sleeping. The father turned his head even more towards his son and noticed that he had been told that a magician had appeared in the village who had saved them, and also that they had started something reckless with him. Douglas did not move, lay on the pillow, and replied that he assured that he would find the flower. Letio looked at his son carefully and noticed that it was dangerous. The robbers were still nearby. The boy suddenly flew up from the bed and shouted what he should do. The magician said he would continue to get sick. Letio slightly lowered his head, closed his eyes, and said that his son should not worry if the flower was found. Douglas began to cry a lot and, interrupting him, said that he had been looking for him for more than a year, and all to no avail, so how could he? Letio and Douglas stared at the door after someone said that he could. The father looked carefully at the door from which the voice came and asked who was there. Ian stood near the door and replied that he was told they needed a reindeer flower. The door began to open slowly. Letio opened the door menacingly and sharply, after which he stared at the protagonist. The main character slowly took off his hood and said good evening. Douglas, seeing the protagonist, shouted that he was the same magician. Letio looked carefully at the main character and did not believe it. Ian carefully placed the glowing stone on the table and introduced himself. The man stared at the glowing stone and asked what it was. When Letio looked closely, he opened his eyes wide and noticed that it really was a reindeer flower. On the table lay a flower that was in a blue, transparent stone. Ian stared at the stone carefully and said that he would give it to them, but in return he needed an answer to the question. The main character looked at the alchemist slightly threateningly and asked how he knew about the effect of the flower. Letio lowered his head slightly, closed his eyes, and replied that he had read about him. The main character carefully watched and listened to the alchemist. After a moment, the father added that he had read it in the reference book. He pointed his finger at the book and noticed that it was his father who gave him this book. The alchemist began to slowly unfold the book, leaf through the page, and invited the protagonist to look here. The main character stared at the text about this flower and read that it grows only in the north, can neutralize Ma, has 12 dark-colored petals, green leaves and stems are poisonous, will wither as soon as it is picked, cultivation and collection are impossible. Ian hung over the book and asked if his father was also an alchemist, to which he received the answer that alchemy was a family matter, just like the book. Letio folded his arms over his chest, looked carefully at the protagonist, and added that this is how it is. The main character sharply raised his head, looked at the alchemist, and said that then he must know that for a wizard with 2 types of mana, the poison of this flower is fatal. Letio tensed sharply and swallowed slightly. He carefully stared at the protagonist and replied that he understood what he meant, but their family had never made elixirs that could harm living beings. He assures him, placing his hand on the honor of the Hammond family. The protagonist looked at the alchemist's son with slight disbelief. Douglas shuddered slightly and looked questioningly at the protagonist. The main character looked away slightly and replied that everything was clear to him. Ian carefully took the stone with the flower and added that he thanked him for the answer. The main character firmly took the stone in his hand. After a moment, he held it out and apologized to him. At the same moment, the flower in the protagonist's hand withered and fell apart. Ian looked at the flower carefully and said that the flower could not be transported, he just wanted to preserve its shape by freezing it. Letio stepped back slightly and asked if he had lied, to which the protagonist replied that he had proven that he could find the flower. The main character extended his hand to him and asked if he wanted to make a deal. The alchemist opened his eyes wide and asked what kind of deal was being discussed. Letio lowered his eyes slightly to the floor and listened carefully that Ian would supply him with mana, and he would no longer depend on his illness. The main character raised his head up and added that he would also find a way to use the flower in medicine. Then he thought a little that there must be the necessary notes somewhere, because Douglas and Ragnar from a past life somehow came to this, and added that in return he would go with him to the capital. Letio stood still, did not take his eyes off the floor, and asked what he should do in the capital. A flask with a red liquid appeared in the protagonist's head, and he replied that there were elixirs that would help him gain the missing mana, and to treat his mother. Letio looked at the protagonist incredulously and noted that as far as he knows, the magician can hire any alchemist and he is not the best candidate. In response to this, the main character closed his eyes and noted that he needed an alchemist who would move with him and make elixirs specifically for him. Douglas slightly sharpened his hearing after the words of the protagonist that his son ran away into the forest, not thinking about anything other than your salvation. I'm sure he will make the right decision for the benefit of his own child. Douglas looked at his father slightly frightened and opened his mouth. Letio put his hand to his chin, saying that the young man was not so simple as to who he was, then asked the protagonist if he would give him time to think. The main character closed his eyes, bowed his head slightly, and replied that of course. Ian saw how the father approached his son and put his hand on his shoulder, and at that moment the protagonist noticed in his head that in this life Douglas did not lose his father and did not become a slave. Ian carefully watched the family and added in his head that he would not allow his talent to fall into the hands of his brother. The main character saw how the father began to stroke his son's head. The main character sat on the fence, near a tree, and carefully looked at the village. Ian turned his head sharply after being called. The protagonist saw the captain, who said that they had finished their preparations and were ready to leave. Ian looked away slightly and remained silent. The protagonist looked at the alchemist's house. The main character began to slowly rise from the fence and said that they could move out little by little, and then asked himself a question in his head that they had not yet decided. The door to the hut began to open little by little. Letio and Douglas came out of their house and stared at the protagonist, and the boy noticed that he was here. The protagonist turned his eyes to them and made an approving sound. Ian began to slowly approach them and asked if he had made a decision, to which Letio replied that yes, because there was no point in refusing, his life depended on it. The alchemist began to walk down the stairs and lightly scratched the back of his head. Letio smiled slightly, looked at the main character and noted that he must keep his promise. Ian also looked at the alchemist with a smile and replied that he would keep it in any case. The protagonist turned his gaze to the alchemist's son. Douglas held on to his father and asked if he really could cure his father. The main character turned to the boy and smiled broadly. After a moment, he lowered his head slightly and added that he promised. The boy carefully stared at the protagonist and asked him again. The protagonist's answer did not change. Douglas raised his hands with joy, closed his eyes and, shouting, asked if he could call the protagonist captain. Ian looked at him in surprise and replied that if he wanted, to which the boy replied that he wanted. The main character remembered the greatest alchemist and thought that he believed that he was a boar from the cradle. The horse ran as fast as it could along the forest path. Ian and Douglas turned sharply at the sound of a horse. The knight got off his horse, looked at the protagonist and noticed that he needed to hurry, and Ian asked what happened. The knight came a little closer and replied that the prince had already crossed the Kamas River. The main character opened his mouth wide and asked why he was so close, to which the knight replied that they were informed this morning. Ian glared at the knight and wondered why he would be the last to know. The main character passed by the knight and asked the knight to lend him his horse, to which the knight asked if he knew how to ride it. Ian walked up to the horse, started petting it and replied that not quite, but he thought they would get along. The main character took the horse's head with both hands and cast a taming spell. The horse's eyes glowed blue. The protagonist's eyes also glowed bright blue, and he said that he needed to go to the provincial castle and whether the horse knew the way. The horse began to slowly sink to the ground. The main character looked carefully at the lying horse. A moment later, the protagonist turned to the shocked alchemist and the captain and told him not to forget to pick up Mr. Letio. Ian quickly jumped onto his horse and added that he would go first. A huge, rich convoy accompanies a huge, white carriage. The crown prince sat inside the carriage and looked sadly out the window. The prince remembered how he stood in the emperor's office and that Terry said that there were several more assignments for him. The owner of the tower, Havert, has been actively communicating with the fifth prince lately. The crown prince suddenly froze and was surprised. The emperor stood with his back to his son, looked out the window and added that since the aristocrats listen to him, he thinks he himself understands how important it is for Havert to side with him, but for now he favors the fifth prince. The crown prince stood straight and listened carefully to his father. The emperor stared at the golden fireplace and added that the fifth prince, Ragnar, was smart enough to use the master of the tower to gain worthy allies. Terry turned sharply towards his son. The emperor placed his hand on his chair and added that Ian Page must take his side before the tower could do anything. The prince strained his gaze and heard him lure him away. He would be a great help to him. The crown prince, sitting in the boat, exhaled and looked to the side with displeasure. The prince bent over slightly, ran his hand through his hair and thought that although Ian was a magician, he was still just a child. What good was he? And in general all magicians obey the ivory tower. He would not go over to his side. The prince looked up at the window and added in his head why the owner of the tower chose the fifth prince. When he becomes emperor, he will remove everyone who deliberately ignored him. The prince put his hand to his face and moved his evil gaze to the side. One of the escort knights drove up to the carriage and called the crown prince. The second captain of the imperial knights, Oliver Raywood, turned to the carriage window and added that he thought that at least now a message should be sent to Malgrian Castle. The prince carefully looked out of the window and noticed that they had already discussed this. Oliver looked sadly and noted that they would need time to prepare for his arrival, asking him to have mercy. The prince looked tired and asked the captain if his family lived in the north, not far from Malgrian. The captain looked carefully out the window, answered positively, heard the question of how much longer they had to travel and answered that about 2 days. The prince turned his head to the side, grinned slightly and said that since there was very little time left, he could send them a message. The prince made a smug face, folded his hands on his chest and added that he would see how the guards of the north and the shields of the empire would receive the august person. Oliver looked sadly into the carriage and thanked the prince. On the horizon could be seen the provincial castle, from which shouts could be heard that His Highness the Crown Prince would arrive at the castle very soon. The lord sharply pointed his hand to the side and shouted so that there would not be a speck of dust. Marcus put his hand to his forehead and wondered why they didn't inform earlier. He didn't count on such a quick visit. The Lord turned to the approaching butler and asked if the rest of the families had already arrived, to which he received an answer from the butler that yes, the McFadens and Raywoods would be there very soon, the rest were already here. The Lord looked carefully at the butler and asked if there was news from the magician. The butler slightly lowered his head and replied that not yet, after which Marcus put his hand to his face and noted that this was bad, but he had to go. The knight put his hand to his mouth and shouted that His Highness the Crown Prince had arrived. A huge convoy with a carriage approaches Mogrian Castle. The carriage stopped abruptly. The prince got out of the carriage and stared straight ahead. The man approached the Lord and asked where the magician was. Marcus started to answer, but was interrupted by the sound of a horse braking. The horse suddenly braked on the road. The main character was lying in the saddle. Ian raised his head slightly and apologized for being late. The Lord twitched slightly in surprise and noticed that they were so glad that he had arrived. And the crowd behind him did not understand that this kid was the same magician. He was just a child. Marcus lightly hugged the magician and noted that since the Emperor's order was addressed to him personally, he should stand in front of everyone. Marcus and Ian stopped opposite the prince and Oliver. The crown prince tilted his head down, stared at the magician and asked if he was Ian Page. The main character stared at the prince and noticed in his head that he had not seen him for a long time. Ian turned his head to the side and saw people in white cloaks. He turned his attention to the girl. The girl with dark hair turned to the protagonist, smiled slightly, and he noticed in his head that he was Cecilia. The protagonist was slightly embarrassed and added that she was a spy for the Coldwood Empire. The heroes walked into the hall with a luxurious, huge chandelier. Oliver slightly bowed his head and said so that His Highness knew the measure, to which the prince, holding a glass of wine in his hands, replied that the only food here was wine. The prince looked around carefully and asked why he had gone so far. It was boring here, and he didn't like the magician. Oliver looked at the prince in confusion and remained silent. A moment later the prince added that he would rather go and rest. Cecilia stood leaning on a column with glasses of wine in her hand and looked around. The girl looked around carefully and began to think that the Emperor's assignments had recently become stranger and stranger than the boy's interest. Cecilia strained her gaze and added in her head that a few days ago she received 2 orders. The first, to check whether the rumors about the young magician were true, and if so, to kidnap him and his mother and take him to Coldwood. The girl looked attentively at the banquet and wondered what was so special about it to kidnap. She needed to find out. Cecilia arrived at the training ground and looked around. The main character stood in the middle of the training field and the girl noticed in her head, here he is. Cecilia smiled slightly, began to cast a spell with her left hand, and noted in her head that she would first check what the boy was capable of, starting with an easy spell. The girl's hair began to develop from the wind and shouted a spell of magic arrows. A hail of magical arrows rushed towards the protagonist. Cecilia looked straight ahead in surprise. She saw the protagonist take cover behind a shield. The protagonist looked at her angrily and asked who she was. The girl smiled slightly and replied that she was also a magician from the Ivory Tower and had come to say hello. Ian turned completely towards her, made a sullen appearance and asked that it was customary for them to greet others by attacking from behind. The girl backed away slightly and noted that he should watch his language. She is older and he should show respect. The main character suddenly became gloomy, lowered his head and said the name Cecilia. The girl stared at the protagonist in shock. Ian then added, Cecilia Coldwalker. The girl twitched slightly and stared at the protagonist with fear. Cecilia straightened up and asked who he was and how he knew her name, and the protagonist asked in return what he thought. The main character grinned slightly, wondered what else he didn't know, that's the name given to all spies of the Coldwood Empire, and said that he could name everyone who works with her. The main character began to slowly approach her and list, Yule is the caretaker of the Malton stable. Cecilia began to walk towards him in shock and heard the continuation, Robin, the Emperor's secretary, Irio, a soldier of the 9th Division, Isabel, a maid in the palace. Ian turned his head slightly at her and asked if she knew that they were all connected, and he knew. The girl closed her eyes slightly and turned to the magician as if he were a child. The girl's eyes flashed with rage, began to conjure a fireball and added that she had no idea how he knew so much, but he would rather pretend to be ignorant. A moment later, the fireball flew straight at the protagonist. Cecilia stood and looked at the huge fire. The protagonist began to emerge from the fire and ashes, and the girl was surprised by this. Ian began to heroically emerge from the flames, simultaneously saying that he was the only one who knew about them, and at the same time began to cast a spell. The girl looked at the protagonist in fear and asked why he didn't report, and at the same moment she wondered why he was unharmed. What the hell? The main character threw a glowing ball of magic up and noticed that he still knew. Cecilia looked up in horror. Icy, sharp fragments flew straight at her. The main character moved his hand to the side. These fragments appeared behind his back and he added that he knew why she was looking for him. Ian put his hand forward and cast an ice spear spell, and at the same moment, they rushed towards the girl. Cecilia tensed slightly and took a stance. The girl put up a mana barrier in front of her and took cover from the fragments. The barrier in front of the girl began to noticeably crack. She was sweating and trying to hold the barrier. The protagonist raised his hand up and a huge, red ball began to form on his palm. The protagonist looked angrily towards the girl. Then he immediately threw this ball at her and shouted a fire explosion spell. The girl doubled over from the effort and thought that she could not attack while she held the barrier, but if she did not dodge now, she would die. The girl jumped sharply away from the destroyed barrier. Ice shards touched her leg. The girl began to run and ice shards began to tear her body until she bled. Cecilia began to run very quickly, and the fragments scratched her until she bled. A huge explosion sounded behind the girl, and she stumbled in fear. The girl turned towards the explosion and stared in fear. Cecilia turned towards the explosion. The girl fell to the ground, closed her eyes and thought that she was alive, and he probably spent all his mana on the fiery explosion and soon people would come running here. The girl sharply opened her eyes, looked at the sky and added in her head that he had no incriminating evidence on her. No one would believe the child's words. The wizards of the tower would also be on her side. Ian began to walk slowly towards the girl. Cecilia turned her head sharply at the protagonist, before thinking that she would first restore her strength and then think about what to do next, and heard that Ian could reveal it. Ian stopped next to her and added that right now. The girl turned her head at him and asked if it was true or something. Ian grinned slightly and replied that of course there is evidence that you cold walkers yourself are not aware of. The girl turned sharply at him and shouted that this was nonsense. A moment later, guards appeared at the entrance to the training center. Oliver asked what was going on here, and at that moment the man rushed towards the girl. The man ran up to the girl, picked her up and noticed that she was wounded. Ian shouted from the crowd that he did it. The entire crowd turned towards the protagonist. Oliver looked menacingly at the main character and demanded that he explain why he did this. The main character clasped his hands together and replied that he accidentally saw this lady talking to a masked man. Cecilia looked carefully at the protagonist and did not understand what was going on. Ian looked away slightly to the side and added that when they saw him, they attacked, trying to kill him. Oliver turned to the protagonist and asked, so he was only defending himself, to which he received a positive answer. Oliver looked carefully at the houses and added a question about whether he could prove his words, to which the main character replied that they were checking something on each other's bodies, putting marks. The guard lowered his head slightly and thought, then ordered her to be examined. The two men who accompanied the girl began to shout that the captain was crossing acceptable boundaries and that he did not trust the magicians from the tower. The knight began to slowly draw his sword from its sheath. A moment later, the sword appeared in the face of a man who was screaming. Oliver held the sword, looked at them carefully and noticed that the crown prince was here, and this is where the incident occurred. The man raised his hands to the side and heard that the captain needed to find out what really happened and how it connected with the magicians of the tower, and in response the man asked to at least heal her. Oliver raised his hand and replied that after the examination. The girls examined the spy and Oliver asked if they had found anything. The girls lowered their heads and answered in the negative. The men looked at the captain and began to say that they suspected the wrong people. They would immediately begin treatment this minute. Oliver turned his head to the protagonist and asked if he was lying. Ian shook his head negatively and replied that he was not lying. The main character began to confidently approach the girl. He forcibly turned her back and asked for forgiveness. Cecilia watched as the protagonist brought his glowing ones to the back of his head. The entire crowd looked at this in surprise. A glowing mana mark appeared on the girl's back. The girl turned an angry look at the protagonist and asked what he was doing. Ian began to rise and noticed that he saw them moving their hands in this area, apparently checking the marks. The main character remembered how he tortured a man and thought that all coldwalkers are sent to training camps, where they are given a mark, only the trainers know about it. Only after a year of torture one of them split and told the secret. Oliver turned to the crowd and asked if they knew what it meant. The man slightly averted his face and replied that he was seeing it for the first time, and also asked the protagonist. He didn't know either. Oliver made a thoughtful face, looked at the floor and thought that no one knows the meaning of the mark, but it clearly indicates something more. Cecilia looked angrily at the captain who said that they should cure her and arrange an interrogation later. The men were slightly frightened after they were ordered to prepare a mancha for her. Oliver turned sharply towards the protagonist and called out to him. The captain turned on him and added that if it turned out that he was right, he would definitely tell His Highness about him. Ian just looked at him and remained silent. The prince sat on the sofa, folded his arms and inquired that the protagonist had defeated a third-class magician. Oliver stood opposite him and replied that this was true, and the prince added that who would have thought. The prince leaned slightly on the luxurious sofa and asked the captain what impression he had of him. Oliver looked away slightly and replied that he was indeed different from all the magicians he had met before. His speech and behavior were not the same as those of ordinary teenagers. The prince clasped his hands on his chest tighter in thought. A moment later, he closed his eyes and replied that he needed to meet him and see for himself and ordered the captain to bring him. Ian came to the prince's chambers, bowed slightly and noticed that he was calling him. The prince stood up from the sofa, clasped his hands behind his back and replied that it was so. He was told that he had discovered a spy from Coldwood and defeated her, although she was a high-class magician. The prince stared at the expensive fireplace and added that he could say with confidence that it was a worthy victory. Ian slightly lowered his eyes and noticed that his praise was an honor for him. The prince put his hand forward and said that he deserves a reward. If he has a specific wish, he can voice it. Ian began to slowly raise his head and thought that he wanted to test how greedy he was, but since he offered, he would not refuse. Ian raised his head slightly and began to say that it was good. He looked up at the prince and continued that, if he would allow it, he would like to take a look at the ruins of the old ivory tower on the way to the castle. The prince tilted his head slightly and asked what was interesting there. The main character folded his hands in embarrassment and replied that he was told stories about them as a child, so he wants to see them with his own eyes. The prince looked at him carefully and thought that he could have asked for anything, but he wanted such a trifle, although what to take from the child, and a moment later he replied that they would come there. The main character moved his head sharply. He looked carefully at the prince and noticed in his head that it was as simple as shelling pears. A mysterious book appeared in the head of the main character and he began to tell that under the ruins of the old tower, there is a dungeon where a book with dragon spells is hidden. It is written in the dragon language, which played a key role in the study of temporary magic. Such a manuscript cannot be found anywhere else. In a past life he found her shortly before his death and could not fully understand how much new he could learn this time. The protagonist began to look at the floor with a small grin. It was deep night, only the sounds of wheels and horses could be heard from the forest. In the middle of a dark forest, an expensive carriage was driving. The protagonist's mother looked carefully out the window and noticed that this was the first time they had gone out so far. Mom looked sweetly at her son and asked if it was true. Ian looked at his mom with a big smile and said that was true. Letio put his hand to his chest and said that it would be necessary to give her a tour. He had lived in the capital for a long time. Mrs. Page laughed slightly and thanked the man. Ian tensed slightly, looked to the side and did not understand what kind of excursions these were. The main character sharply turned his head out the window after someone knocked on it. The second vice captain of the Imperial Army, Paul, looked at the protagonist, lowered his head slightly and noticed that they had arrived. A huge marble structure appeared on the horizon. The main character got out of the carriage and heard that they would be here for about 2 days. His Highness allowed him to move freely. Paul looked carefully at the protagonist with a smile and added that throughout the territory. Paul pointed forward with his hand and said that first he would show the place where they would stop. They came to a small village. The old, bald man put his hand to his chest, bowed slightly and noted that it was a great honor for them to receive the crown prince himself in their small village. The prince became slightly embarrassed, put his hand to his cheek and said that it was not worth it. Ian looked carefully at the prince behind him. The main character turned his head completely towards him and noticed in his head that he was not behaving so badly with ordinary people. The main character remembered how he looked at the prince from a past life and noticed that when they met in a past life, the prince always looked hostile and gloomy. The prince looked at the protagonist menacingly. The main character turned to the prince and noticed in his head that he could because Ragnar was always near him. Ian looked carefully at the smiling prince and noticed in his head that he behaved differently with other people who were not part of his family and aristocrats. The main character slightly looked away and added in his head that now, it seems, he is beginning to understand why the emperor wants this particular prince to become his successor, and at that moment he was called. Douglas appeared in front of him and asked when they would go to the ruins. Ian looked at the alchemist with a relaxed expression and asked what he needed there, and Douglas began scratching the back of his head and replied that he also wanted to look. The main character let out a little air and thought that the basement only appears at dawn anyway, then replied that tomorrow they could go together. Douglas lit up with happiness and asked him again, to which he received a positive answer. The boy screamed with happiness. Letio and the protagonist's mother watched the boys and he noticed that Douglas seemed to have become friends with the young magician. The alchemist slightly covered his mouth and whispered that he would like to ask Mrs. Page a question. Letio looked carefully at the protagonist's mother and asked whether Mr. Ian always behaved like an adult since he was only 12. Mrs. Page looked at her son carefully and replied that he had matured early. The protagonist's mother looked at her son and added that he is smart and caring, just like his father, although he does not say anything, but she feels guilty that he has to try to replace his father. Letio looked at her carefully, thought that he was like his father, and then inquired that her husband was a magician. Mrs. Page began to shake her head rapidly and replied that Fran was an ordinary person. In the mother's head, her husband appeared and she said that even before the birth of her son, Fran went to work and disappeared. 5 years later his things were returned to them. The woman became slightly sad and began to say that she didn't know why, but Ian had been lately. Mrs. Page suddenly fell silent and Letio was embarrassed by this. The woman exhaled slightly and added that no, it was nothing. The main character slowly walked along the yellow grass and says that it was a journey through the wind and stars. At the end of the war, he was able to escape the gaze of the Emperor and the ivory tower and wanders aimlessly through the open spaces. The main character with a staff in his hands walked through a field of wheat. He raised his head to the sky and added that it was just a coincidence that on his way he came across the ruins of an old tower. No, for some reason, it seemed that he had to come there. The main character approached the luxurious marble buildings. Young Ian stood in the same place as in his previous life. The main character looked up and noticed that nothing had changed. The protagonist carefully examined the marble structure and thought that 300 years ago there was a war here between the magicians of the tower and the descendants of dragons, the Draconians. The main character imagined in his head how a long-haired elf commands monsters with wings with his hand, and adds in his head that dragons and gargoyles used black magic and had enough power to destroy an entire empire. But the high-ranking magicians of the Ivory Tower, led by Mitchell Greenriver, were the former ruler empires. A squad of magicians from the Ivory Tower appeared in the head of the main character, and he continued that they were able to subjugate the will of the dragons and destroy the gargoyles in order to maintain peace in their lands. A man with a staff appeared in the protagonist's head and noticed in his head that having led the state to victory, the emperor renounced his status and devoted himself entirely to work in the tower, founding a new one in Green Riverium, where it stands to this day. A huge, beautiful tower appeared in the protagonist's head. Ian stood among the ruins, looked up and thought that the old tower soon fell into disuse and lost the interest of people, becoming ruins. The main character approached a certain place and wondered what it seemed to be here. Ian put his hand to the stone and his fingertips glowed. The main character looked carefully at one point and did not move. A staircase appeared in front of him that led down. He began to slowly descend into the dungeon. The main character put his hand in front of him, cast a light spell, and a small particle of light appeared above his palm. Ian sent this particle upward. The light fell on the head of the stone gargoyle. Ian saw in front of him on the podium an ancient, terrible gargoyle. The main character raised his head at her and noted in his head that when he first saw the gargoyle, he was very surprised. At this moment the gargoyle began to move. A moment later, the stone monster threw off its stone shell. Ian stood up and noticed in his head that who knew that in a god-forsaken place, 300 years after those events, there would be a real gargoyle. The main character looked at the gargoyle and in a second it disappeared from that place. The protagonist raised his head and saw the gargoyle swooping down on him. Ian put his hands in front of him, cast a water ball spell, and it began to appear between his hands. A moment later he threw it at the monster. The ball hit the monster in the chest, causing it to fly back. The gargoyle hit the wall with great force. The protagonist stared at the place where the gargoyle flew into. The main character looked attentively, tensed slightly, and noticed in his head that in his previous life he got rid of it in a second, but with his current strength he would have to try. The gargoyle crawled out of the hole in the wall and stared at the protagonist. The monster looked at him with its evil, purple eyes. A moment later, the gargoyle again flew towards the protagonist, screaming. The main character sat down on the floor, put his hand to the ground, and cast the ice spears spell. Huge ice spears pierced the gargoyle. Ian began to cast lightning and at the same time looked at the gargoyle. He strained his gaze, looked straight at her, and cast a lightning spell. A huge burst of lightning hit the monster, causing it to shake. The protagonist stared at the dead gargoyle and noted in his head that after defeating the gargoyle, then he turned his head to the side and added that a passage should appear. A passage in the ground began to open near the main character. The hatch opened completely. Ian looked at him, smiled slightly, and noticed in his head that everything was exactly the same. The protagonist dived there and cast a soft landing spell. The main character began to land, leaving behind clouds of dust. He carefully stepped onto the ground. In front of him was a table on which there was a book and it was illuminated by a bright light. Ian walked up to him with a wide smile and noted in his head that we had met much earlier, the dragon book. He looked at the book carefully. Ian came closer and wondered in his head who had hidden it here. Ian tilted his head slightly and suggested options in his head. It was a dragon or the first magician. The protagonist carefully picked up the book and thought that he hoped that at least in this life, he would be able to make out more notes and understand it better. Ian looked at her in surprise and couldn't believe his eyes. In front of him was an empty, open book. He began to frantically leaf through the pages and did not understand how this happened. Ian looked up in surprise and suggested that it really was. He from the past appeared in his head and added because he had already used her. The main character abruptly closed the book and noticed in his head that fortunately he remembered the spells that he had already learned. The protagonist opened his mouth slightly. A moment later he trembled in surprise. He put his hand to his throat and noticed in his head that he couldn't do it. Ian stared at the book and thought that the language of dragons depends entirely on mana and not on pronunciation. It turns out that dragon spells can only be used once, after which they disappear. Since he could no longer resort to the magic of time, it means that he will not go back to the past. Ian smiled slightly, closed his eyes and thought that he expected to go back as much as he wanted. The main character suddenly opened his eyes and added in his head that it was good that he found out about everything when it was not too late, this time the burden of life. The main character looked at the light coming from the ceiling and concluded that it would put much more pressure on him. A huge city appeared on the horizon and someone warned the protagonist that they would soon arrive in the capital. A huge convoy entered a luxurious city. The main character looked at the streets of the city and noticed in his head that finally, there was a criminal riding in the cage, and Ian added in his head that now he was starting to worry. Cecilia is riding in a cage and the protagonist thinks that if Cecilia escapes and contacts other cold walkers, the Empire will immediately begin hunting for him. The main character remembered the dialogue between him and the girl, then thought that the first thing she would do was report that he knew about their existence. It infuriated him, and there were enough problems already. Ian turned his attention sharply to the left. A magician in a gray cloak stood in front of the convoy. The owner of the tower put his hand in front of him. A huge number of people stood behind him and shouted for them to stop. Oliver suddenly braked and did not understand what was happening. He looked at the old man and called out to him. Oliver dismounted from his horse and asked why he was blocking the crown prince's path. The captain tensed slightly and heard that this was His Majesty's order. The owner of the tower put a scroll in front of him and noticed that the investigation of the case concerning the girl's magician was being transferred to the ivory tower, and now he should hand it over to them. Oliver made a calm face and said that he saw that they were in a hurry since they were not even allowed to enter the castle. The owner of the tower relaxed his face, closed his eyes and said that it was better to deal with everything at once. A fifth-class magician walked past the captain and told him to relax. They were taking on the investigation with full responsibility. They could rest easy. Oliver clenched his teeth and his veins tensed. Oliver, without looking away, said that the criminal should be handed over to the owner of the tower. And the magician looked angry, looked at the captain and said that it was too early to call her a criminal until guilt had been proven. She was a magician of the tower. He should treat her with due respect. The magician began to quickly walk towards the cage. A detachment of knights stood near the carriage and said that they had brought it and were guarding it until now, and the magicians would investigate. One of the soldiers asked if this was legal. Whatever order they had, it was unfair. The main character calmly looked out the window and noticed in his head that this was expected. A prison appeared in the protagonist's head and he added that they were not worried about the fate of the girl. They simply couldn't bear even the thought that the magician would be judged by ordinary soldiers. They would lock her in the deepest prison of the ivory tower, from which even the cold walkers would not be able to escape, while they look for a way to get out of the current situation while maintaining their dignity. The main character's mother looked out the window and asked what was happening, to which Ian replied that it was nothing important. The main character stared out the window and thought that there was at least one less problem. Ian turned his eye after someone called him and said that His Highness said that before getting into the castle, he needed to visit one more place. The main character stopped near a luxurious mansion. Ian got out of the carriage, looked carefully at the house and noticed in his head that this was the same mansion that Ragnar gave him in a past life when he became a fifth-class magician. The prince approached the protagonist and asked if he liked it. The crown prince smiled slightly and noted that his father wanted to give it to him. Ian bowed deeply and said that his mercy knew no bounds, to which the prince laughed slightly and replied that what kind of mercy was there. The main character looked at the floor and thought that he was 20 years old when he received the mansion that time, and now he is not even 14, but the mansion is excellent. The prince closed his eyes, put his hand to his chin and said that he could leave his family and entourage here while they were in the castle and needed to meet with the emperor. Ian blushed slightly and took a deep breath. He raised his head and asked that he and his mother quickly look around here, and the prince replied that they could set foot. The main character opened his mouth wide with joy and thanked the prince. The main character and his mother entered a huge house. Ian turned to his mother and asked how she was, and she asked what exactly. The protagonist looked carefully at his mother and replied that it was their new home. And his mother in response got all nervous and screamed with joy, and Ian thought that in a past life she left this world long before he received the mansion. The protagonist's mother put her hand to her chest and said that as a simple person can live here, this place looks better than the imperial palaces. The main character looked up at his mother, first thought that no matter how great a magician he became, he couldn't come to terms with the fact that she wasn't around, and then he said that this mansion was actually used by the imperial family. The protagonist's mother began to slowly walk into the hall, and the protagonist noticed in his head that now everything is different. Now he can give her what he could not then, and they will spend more time in the place. The main character looked happily at his mother and noticed in his head that in this life he was able to see his mother happy. Ian blushed slightly and didn't look away from his mom. The protagonist's mother carefully looked around and said that it was spacious and beautiful here, but could she keep such a large house clean? The main character became slightly gloomy. He quickly flew up to his mother and called her over. The protagonist's mansion was visible on the horizon, and he thought that from now on she would no longer have to touch dirty dishes or clean up. A luxurious palace appeared on the horizon. It was the imperial castle of Green Reverium. The main character began to adjust his sleeve and noticed in his head that it was somehow exciting. Ian was dressed in smart clothes. He carefully straightened them and noticed in his head that in his past life he had not had the opportunity to meet the current emperor. The main character looked carefully out the window and thought that when he graduated from the academy and began to change the world, the disease had already taken it away. The emperor appeared in the protagonist's head, and he added that the emperor was always well spoken of because of his wisdom and skillful political leadership. Ian walked down the plush hallway and made a mental note that he hoped he could learn some useful skills from him. The main character turned his head out the window and saw a luxurious house. He looked at him carefully. A moment later, Ragnar appeared in his head, and the protagonist wondered what the fifth prince of the empire was doing now. He was more like his great father than others, but unlike him, he did not understand such feelings as compassion and mercy. The main character clenched his fist tightly and noticed in his head that Ragnar was his old friend and new enemy. Ian lowered his head slightly and wondered what would happen when they met again. The attendant stopped near the golden doors, extended his hand to the side, and said that the protagonist needed to come here because His Majesty was waiting for him. The main character began to slowly enter the opening doors. The main character entered the luxurious throne room and saw the emperor and the crown prince. Ian knelt down, lowered his head, and said that it was a great honor for him to meet him, His Majesty. The main character began to rise after the order of the emperor. Terry looked carefully at the protagonist and said that Ian Page, a native of the north, is young but has already achieved a lot. The protagonist closed his eyes slightly and noticed that this was not so. The emperor looked carefully at the main character and replied that he told it like it is. In such a short time he hardly had time to learn palace ethics, so he could be himself. The main character bowed approvingly and thought that relax, he had not yet had time to learn all the rules of ethics. Ian looked carefully at the floor and noticed in his head that Ragnar had said these words to him at their first meeting. The emperor sat importantly on the throne, glanced at the protagonist, and said that he had come a long way. The prince looked attentively at the protagonist and began to wave sweetly at him after saying if he liked the mansion. He chose one of those that his family uses. Ian closed his eyes slightly, smiled, and noticed that even in his wildest dreams he had never thought about such a house. The emperor opened his mouth slightly and asked whether he liked it or not. The main character slightly raised his eyes and replied that of course, his mother was also very happy. Terry looked carefully at the protagonist and added that he knew why he was here, why he sent the crown prince after him, why he called him to the palace, and why he gave him the mansion upon arrival. The main character stood and looked straight, and after a moment he wondered whether he should answer directly. Ian began to quickly look up. Ian looked closely at the emperor and thought that straightforwardness, a trait that he liked in the fifth prince, apparently he had adopted it from his father. The main character clasped his hands and noticed in his head that no, it's not time yet. Until he gets what he needs, he will pretend to be an ordinary 12-year-old boy with simple thoughts and desires. The protagonist slightly averted his eyes and thought that he needed to answer as a child would answer, then said that because he was a talented magician. The emperor looked carefully at the main character and heard that people were always saying that he was better at magic than others. The emperor looked menacingly at the protagonist, folded his hands on his chest, and asked what he thought. The reason was his talent. The main character fell silent abruptly, and the prince rolled his eyes in thought. After a moment, the prince turned sharply to the emperor. He opened his mouth slightly and noted that Ian was still a child, which he could understand. Terry looked carefully at his son and thought that this was the first time he had seen the prince stand up for someone. The emperor turned his head sharply, closed his eyes, and thought about what would support his position, then said that Ian was right. Terry began to look around the luxurious hall and added that he invited him because of his skills. The other magicians and knights accompanying him were very impressed with his talent. He served for the good of the state by catching a foreign spy, and all children were given rewards for good deeds. The main character stood straight and listened to the emperor. Then Terry asked the protagonist to tell him what he would like. After these words, the emperor looked carefully at the protagonist. The main character slightly lowered his head and thought that the nobility of the current emperor knows no bounds. Here is his chance. He really thought about it. Now he is a child. If he were older, he could ask for something more worthwhile. Ian raised his head high, looked at the emperor, and replied that he wanted to look around here. Terry looked at the protagonist in surprise and asked again. The main character began to look around the expensive hall and answered that yes, in the castle, what the castle looks like inside, how beautiful it is here. The main character lowered his sweet face to the floor and added that he would then share his impressions of what he saw with his mother. The prince looked at his father and noticed that on the way here Ian asked to inspect the ruins of the old tower. At a young age, all the guys are very curious. The main character smiled gloomily and said that if he didn't mind. Terry turned his head towards the protagonist and replied that he ordered that by showing this sign, he would be able to go into any room of the castle. A moment later, a servant appeared near the protagonist, bowed slightly and handed over a golden tablet. The main character picked up a golden engraved tablet and heard that he could also ask the guards to show him where everything was. The main character slightly closed his eyes after being asked if he had any other desires, and answered that he had nothing else to think about. Terry smiled slightly, looked at the protagonist and noted that then this time he would reward him of his own free will. Ronan turned his head sharply at the maids and the emperor ordered them to leave. A chest of gold appeared in front of him. The crowd of maids bowed to the protagonist and the emperor noticed that this chest of gold and these maids would immediately go to his mansion. They had been working in the palace for a long time, so there should be no problems. The main character slightly turned his gaze to the side and noticed in his head that now mother would not have to worry about cleaning. Ian looked carefully at the emperor and thanked him for his generosity. The main character began to slowly walk out of the throne room with his back. The protagonist abruptly left and thought that he was, indeed, a great man. He did not expect to receive sympathy in his direction. The feeling that he was being tested and suspected was very persistent, but he simply had to be on guard when communicating with everyone, with the fifth prince including. At this point, Ian began to carefully examine the golden tablet. The main character began to quickly walk along the corridor and added in his head that distrust, the basis of politics and government. Ragnar always insisted on this and then noticed in his head that there was something else that needed to be sorted out, but time was running out. The main character came to a huge garden. The soldier turned his attention to the visitor. The guard turned to the protagonist and asked why he was here, to which the main character asked if this was the royal garden. Ian took out a golden tablet, smiled slightly and noted that His Majesty said to show him this, in response to which the surprised guard replied that the protagonist could pass and he would show him everything, and the protagonist noted in his head that he should pretend to be sightseeing. Ian stopped near the marble building and thought that he was finally in the royal sanctuary. The main character looked carefully at the building and noticed in his head that he loved this place. The protagonist remembered how in the past he looked at the fifth prince and Ragnar noticed in his head that no one except the royal family has the right to come here, to the place where his ancestors rest. Someday he will be here too, but that is still far away. Ragnar looked at him, smiled slightly and asked if the protagonist agreed with this. Ian carefully looked around the corner, checking the situation. The guard at the entrance was carefully sleeping on a chair. The main character slowly approached the guard, put his hand forward, thought that he seemed to be sleeping, but just in case, and cast a sleep spell. Ian found himself in the middle of a dark room, used a light spell and noticed in his head that he seemed to be near the tomb of the first emperor. The protagonist walked among the graves and wondered where she was. Ian walked slowly around the graves and looked around. The main character turned his gaze sharply and noticed in his head what he had found. The protagonist saw a bunch of mushrooms near the column and thought that he had found a mushroom with a stone heart. The protagonist used the spell, an ice spear, to abruptly demolish the mushrooms. The main character began to carefully collect mushrooms in a bag and thought that this was great, this would be enough. Ian flinched slightly when asked what he was doing here at this time. The main character sharply turned his head towards the sound and asked a question in his head who was there. Ian waved his hand abruptly and cancelled the light spell. The protagonist began to abruptly hide behind the graves. The main character looked carefully into the passage and saw the light of torches. The protagonist sweated slightly and looked carefully to the side. A red-haired man appeared in the aisle, saying something about the princess. The protagonist, hiding behind a column, wondered which princess he was talking about. There were 3 princesses in the royal family, and, of course, none of them was the 5th prince. The girl with golden hair smiled slightly and noticed that no one comes here. It's quiet here, and there are no prying ears. The girl turned her head sharply, put her hand on her chest and said that she came here because her duty as a princess required it, and he, Mr. Kevin, wanted to check the reliability of the protection of the sanctuary. They have worthy excuses. The main character carefully looked out from behind the column and noticed in his head that it was Haley Greenriver, sister of the crown prince. Kevin turned to the girl and noticed that suddenly someone would report to the tower. Haley suddenly darkened and shouted that this would not happen. The princess looked angrily at the guy and shoutingly asked if he didn't know how dangerous the tower was. Haley clasped her hands, began to glow with happiness and noted that her parents would understand everything. She was doing this for the sake of her brother and father. Kevin lowered his head slightly and said that, of course, he would try to help her further. Kevin turned to her and asked if she remembered the techniques they taught last time, And the girl in response clenched her fist and said that of course she remembered. The girl concentrated after saying that she needed to start with the light, and said that now she would just concentrate the mana. A moment later, the girl put out her hand, cast a light spell, and a small source of light appeared above her palm. Ian looked out from behind the column in surprise and noticed that the princess had magic. Hailey put her hands in front of her and asked why she was so small, to which Kevin replied that she was still a beginner. The main character imagined the princess in his head and said that the woman lived her life quietly, like a bird in a cage. She followed her brother, the crown prince, after Ragnar ascended the throne and executed him. Ian carefully looked out from behind the column and noticed in his head that he didn't know that she was a magician, but why were they hiding it? The protagonist glanced at the streams of light and added that independent study of magic, as well as concealment of magical skills, are punishable by law. Its magician cannot but know about it. Hailey turned sharply to the guy and asked to teach her a protection spell, a volcano, for example, or something else, to which Kevin replied that this was a difficult spell for him too. The girl felt something in the back of her head. Hailey turned her head sharply back, and Kevin asked what it was, and she replied that she heard something. Kevin began to panic, waving his arms and shouting that suddenly they had been noticed, there would be no problems, and they needed to leave quickly. Hailey turned to him with a smile on her face and asked him to calm down. It was getting dark outside, and the princess noticed that only members of her family could get here. The main character stood on the street, looked at the sky, and noticed in his head that today he had witnessed an amazing event. The protagonist turned his head a little to the left and wondered who could have known that she was a magician. Ian remembered what happened in the sanctuary and noticed in his head that he was probably hiding his abilities, since he knew very well that the owner of the tower supported the fifth prince. The main character carefully examines the fountain in the park and notices in his head that it took too much time to get to the sanctuary. Ian started to leave the park and the guard asked him if he was finished. The protagonist smiled slightly, noted in his head that he had found what he wanted, thanked him and responded positively. Ian walked up to his mansion. Letio watched as the protagonist entered the house and called him over. The main character quickly approached the alchemist, asked where his mother and the others were, and received a smiling answer that Miss Page was talking with the maids and Douglas was inspecting the mansion. Douglas is running around the mansion at this time and is surprised by its spaciousness. Ian looked carefully at the alchemist and noticed that this would only benefit them and asked Letio to talk to him. Ian and the alchemist went into a free room, and the protagonist closed the door. The main character looked carefully at the man and said that he wanted him to make him an elixir. Letio turned his head at him and asked what elixir he needed. Ian handed him a bag of mushrooms. Letio looked at him in surprise after hearing that these are poisonous mushrooms with a stone heart. They can paralyze a person and stop the heart. The alchemist slightly tilted his head and noted that he wanted him to make a medicine with such a dangerous ingredient, it would be poison. The protagonist came closer to the man and asked if he knew about the magic of interrogation. Letio looked at him and answered positively. Ian looked at the alchemist from under his forehead and noticed that he needed an elixir that would help bypass her. The main character looked at the bedside table in the room, asked if the alchemist could handle it, and received the answer that he would need to conduct research and asked if it was urgent. The main character slightly closed his eyes and replied that very much, the faster, the better. Ian turned his head sharply back. A sound was heard from the door that the protagonist had received a letter from the ivory tower. The maid came in with a tray on which lay a letter. The protagonist quickly took the letter and opened it. The main character began to read a letter that said that the newly arrived magician Ian Page, they are also looking forward to meeting him. According to the rules, he is obliged to enroll in training at the tower. They fully recognize his talent for magic. Ian began to read the letter more carefully and read that in exactly 1 week there would be an official meeting in the tower. Since he is the magician of the tower, they hope for his presence. The protagonist, having finished reading the letter, said that the alchemist has a week. Ian turned to him and asked if he was going to get to bed, and Lesio got a little nervous and replied that a week is a week, that's business. Lesio slowly approached him and noted that he would simply not sleep and would make every effort. Ian grinned slightly and noted that he relied on him. A luxurious carriage was driving in the middle of a green forest. Ian sat in the carriage and looked at the seats. The protagonist held a bottle of black liquid in his hand and thought that the effect of the elixir made by Letio from a mushroom with a stone heart should last for 2 hours. The protagonist looked sadly at the bottle and noted in his head that it was only for 2 hours. The main character sharply turned his head out the window. In the window he saw the huge, luxurious ivory tower. Ian carefully examines the tower and notices in his head that the tower holds many memories, but he still returned to it. The carriages drove up to the tower and the servants noticed that they were there. The main character quickly got out of the carriage and turned his head when he was called. A girl with glasses stood in front of him and greeted him. The girl smiled widely and added that he should follow her. She would take him to the owner of the tower. Ian began to remember his past life. The girl led the protagonist along the first floor and told him that the first floor was called the Hall of Enlightenment. Ian raised his head high. The main character walked along a luxurious corridor and noticed in his head that the years had not changed this place at all and were unlikely to change in the future. The girl stared at the hill and asked if he could see the golden disc. The protagonist looked at it carefully and answered positively, and the girl added that this is a man lift. With its help, magicians move between floors. The girl looked at the disc again and added that high-ranking magicians rise to the very top floor on it. The main character took a confident step towards him, after asking if he would try. Ian got on the elevator, and the girl looked at him and said that the owner of the tower would be waiting for him on the top floor and said goodbye. The elevator under the protagonist's feet lit up with a golden light. The elevator instantly took the boy up. The main character stood with the bottle in his hands and looked at it. A moment later, he opened it and began to drink. After some time, the elevator stopped abruptly. Ian stared ahead intently. In front of him was a chic, dark door. The door suddenly opened and a bright light poured out. Ian began to confidently walk there. The main character looked slightly to the side and heard that he could come up. The owner of the tower smiled at him and said that he was grateful that he had accepted his invitation. The old magician was sitting at the table, extended his hand to the side and added that he should not stand and pass. The main character looked around, saw a crowd of people sitting and heard that the magician understood. He was excited, but there was no need to worry. The main character turned his head in the other direction and saw another group of people. Ian began to carefully sit down on a chair, and the old man added that all the magicians of their tower underwent the same initiation rite, and the protagonist noted in his head that their mistrust was clearly felt. The owner of the tower extended his hand to the side. A luminous text appeared above his hand, and he noticed that they recognized his talent, but it seemed quite unusual to them, so they had some suspicions. The old man looked at the text carefully. Ian sat carefully on a chair and heard that all magicians are much closer to each other than blood relatives, so there is no place for mistrust among them. Ian smirked slightly and asked if they were going to torture him. The old man began to laugh and asked in response if they looked so terrifying and replied that no, such barbaric methods were not their thing. The owner of the tower looked angrily at the protagonist and noted that he would only need to answer the questions they asked. The old man stared at the audience and said that they were starting. The owner of the tower began to study the text in the air, which says that Ian Page was born in 488 under the sign of the Red Goat, father, Merchant Fran Page, mother, Cook Vanessa Page, and asked if everything was correct. The main character lowered his head approvingly and replied that everything was absolutely true. The bald, mustachioed man noticed that they were interested in the reason for his connection with the alchemist named Letio. The protagonist looked down and replied that his mother was sick, she needed to take medicine. The Lord advised him to hire an alchemist. The woman with short hair asked why he went to the ruins of the old tower, and Ronan turned to her and answered that he had seen the ruins in books and dreamed of one day looking at them with his own eyes. Another man folded his hands and asked if he remembered the magician's girl. The man slightly averted his eyes and added that he noticed that she was meeting with someone, and when she saw him, she tried to kill him. The main character looked away with alarm and replied that everything was so, he thought he would die. The gray-haired woman raised her hand, closed her eyes and asked if he had studied magic before, and the protagonist answered in the negative. The woman remembered how the protagonist uses complex magic and noticed how he knew how to use spells such as fireball and freezing explosion. She wanted to hear a convincing answer, but it didn't turn out that way. Ian looked down at the floor and replied that he had imagined what he wanted to do. A fire lit up above the protagonist's palm and he added that, for example, fire on his palms. It was like that until one day he actually appeared. The protagonist looked carefully at the fire. A man from the audience started shouting that this was complete nonsense. The whole hall started screaming. The owner of the tower looked carefully at the protagonist and thought that he had used the magic of interrogation. There is no reason to believe that the young man is lying. The first magician about whom legends are made was reincarnated as a child. The old man looked at the boy and wondered if he was a magician of the highest class, capable of suppressing the magic of interrogation, but this was simply impossible due to his young age. The owner of the tower looked at him angrily and wondered in his head who he was. The red-haired woman flew up from her chair and shouted that enough was enough. The girl abruptly pulled her hand to the side and added that enough stupid questions, then looked at the protagonist and noticed that they should ask what they were all here for. Ian looked up at her with innocent eyes and heard how the whole hall was trying to calm her down, and she asked if they themselves were not interested. Helen stood opposite the protagonist, looked at him angrily and asked who he was. The girl stood opposite the protagonist, put her hand on his belt and said that they had had enough of his dirty lies, who he was and why he was lying. Ian looked carefully at the red-headed woman and noticed in his head that she was still the same. The main character carefully looked at the evil girl in front of him and noticed in his head that Helen was the youngest 4th grade magician before his appearance. She was nicknamed the Fire Lady for her hot-tempered character. The protagonist looked at her with guilty eyes and asked if she didn't know. Helen looked at him angrily and asked what exactly. The main character looked at the hanging text and noticed that everything was written there. Ian turned his head completely to the text and added that he was Ian Page, born in 488, a red goat, and asked if she could read. Helen clenched her fist tightly in anger. Then she looked at them angrily and shouted at them to stop. The fifth-class magician looked carefully at the protagonist and noticed that he would ask him the last question. The main character remembered how a soldier pestered his mother, and the owner of the tower said that on the day of the inspection he had a conflict with a soldier. Remember, his name was Jonathan. He disrespected his mother. Ian silently looked at the magician and heard that the day after that incident he died. A picture appeared in the protagonist's head of how Jonathan floated to the surface, and then heard that the next day after that incident he died. When examining his body, traces of mana were found. The owner of the tower looked at him angrily and asked if his death was connected with him. The gloomy protagonist sat straight on the chair, looked at the floor, and thought that it was not for nothing that he was appointed the owner of the tower. The fifth-grade magician looked attentively at the main character, and Ian noticed in his head that he never relied only on magic, always thought critically and questioned everything. Ian raised his head confidently and added in his thoughts that an ordinary person would be confused if they began to accuse him of murder. He would remain calm. They would begin to suspect him even more. The main character sat straight in his chair and thought carefully. Ian thoughtfully lowered his head and thought that since this was the last question, should he get rid of the effects of the elixir or answer what they wanted to hear from him? The protagonist, a moment later, put his hand to his heart and replied that he knew nothing about it. The whole hall erupted, but the main character continued to sit motionless. The owner of the tower grinned slightly and asked if it meant he had nothing to do with it. The protagonist answered positively without flinching. The fifth-class magician slightly lowered his head and said that this was good. It was unlikely that he would have committed such an act and asked for forgiveness for such a rude question. The owner of the tower folded his hands, raised them to his face, and added that he admits that he made up the part about the traces of mana. In fact, the soldier simply fell from the bridge. Ian looked at the magician angrily and silently. Leon put his hand forward and noted that he understands that lying is bad, but he hopes for his understanding, since every magician has undergone this ritual. The fifth-grade magician looked out the window and added that he thought he himself understood that his case was exceptional for the ivory tower. They knew nothing about his strength. Leon turned his hand to the side and said that it was important for them to fix this, to find out not only what he was capable of now, but also what he would be capable of in the future. The magicians sat quietly on their chairs and listened to the owner of the tower. The main character looked carefully at the ball in front of him after saying that in front of him was a mana storage facility. It was the main source of the tower's power. Leon looked carefully at the ball and noticed that now its color is neutral, but the more mana it perceives, the more blue it becomes. The protagonist needs to direct his mana into it. Ian looked carefully at the old man and asked whether he should direct all the mana. Leon looked at him carefully and replied that yes, they want to see everything. The main character abruptly approached the ball and noticed in his head that the storage room could be filled with mana up to the third-class level. For him, it would be better to fill it up to the second. Ian carefully placed his hands on the ball and added in his head that if he showed them exactly as much as they expected, they would finally breathe a sigh of relief. The protagonist's face darkened and he wondered why. He was an 8th-grade magician, but his name will not remain in history. A wise leader or a great ruler will not be written next to him. Behind the main character stood his body from a past life. The ball began to glow brightly blue, and he added that he always lived as the situation required. The protagonist held his hand on the luminous ball and noticed in his head that he did not care about strength, power, and honor. The main character from a past life stood in the darkness and he added that he did not need them. Essences of magic began to fly around the protagonist and he began to think that magic was most precious to him. The protagonist's hair began to twitch from the wind and he added that there was no one stronger than him. The layers of wind began to become stronger every minute. The ball began to crack. A moment later, the ball cracked into small particles. Everyone around them covered themselves with their hands from the strong wind. White steam began to flow through the room. The main character bent over slightly and began to breathe heavily. The protagonist bent over even more and tried to catch his breath. Leon looked at the protagonist in surprise. All the magicians in the room looked at the main character in shock. Helen opened her mouth slightly in surprise and asked how this was possible. The girl carefully picked up the fragment from the ground and said that she thought he was a third-class magician. Helen held the fragment in her hand, looked at the protagonist and thought that his level exceeded their expectations. The main character began to slowly walk away and put his hand to his chest. The sun gently hit the tower balcony. One of the magicians hit the table hard and shouted that the rumors about the protagonist were true. The man stood up sharply, put his hand forward and noticed that, moreover, it turned out that he was not a third class, but a fourth-class magician. The only one here who was no match for him was the owner. The magician remembered the expression on the protagonist's face and noticed that everyone had seen the expression on his face when he lied about killing the soldier. The man put his hand in front of him and, shouting, asked if everyone understood what this meant. Everyone in the hall sat thoughtfully and heard the words that the ivory tower must definitely lure him to itself and curb it before the young man turns into a real monster. But he does not need training at the academy and a 5-year mission to test mana in the province. The owner of the tower thoughtfully lowered his head and noted that he thought he was right. There was no point in the protagonist entering the academy. The magician looked at the owner carefully and a drop of sweat ran down his cheek. And then Leon added that he would only become a problem for other students who had just started their journey. Since even they, the magicians of the highest classes, feel confused, then they need to introduce what the students will feel. The entire hall silently agreed with him. Leon jerked slightly and pointed out that it didn't matter whether Ian Page killed that soldier or helped him die, that wasn't the problem. Leon looked carefully at the chandelier and noticed that the main thing is that the interrogation magic works. They will always be able to detect whether he is lying to them. The owner of the tower looked carefully at the hall, folded his hands near his chin and noted that he thought no one needed to be reminded of how important it was to maintain the reputation of the ivory tower. Leon imagined a strong magician in black in his head and said that the stronger their magicians, the stronger the tower itself. Leon looked carefully out the window and said that how about we recognize the protagonist as the 12th Archmage and officially announce that a 4th-class magician has appeared. The tower master then looked at the hall and added that also, given his young age, it would be better for him to undergo individual training from a high-class magician. Did everyone agree? The whole hall looked carefully at the owner of the tower and replied that they agreed. Leon closed his eyes slightly, grinned and remarked that this was great, and then asked who would like to do the training. A moment later, a hand rose and offered her candidacy. The main character stood in front of the tower and thought that he did not expect that he would be appointed Archmage so soon and asked to come here again. Ian looked carefully at the top of the tower and noticed in his head that there were assumptions, but everything happened too quickly. A moment later, a girl with glasses appeared next to him and called him. Ian stared at her and noticed that they had met again, and the girl said, slightly embarrassed, that she had heard that he was recognized as a 4th-class magician. Ian lowered his eyes slightly and noticed that it just happened. The girl's eyes lit up sharply and she said that he was incredible, he was only 12, and he was already an Archmage. Ian was slightly embarrassed, returned his eyes, heard about the rumors and asked what kind of rumors they were. The girl closed her eyes, smiled slightly and noted that maybe he had already been notified, but she would clarify she was appointed as his assistant for the entire next year and hoped they would get along. Ian grinned slightly and noted that there was no need for you, he was younger and less knowledgeable. The girl opened her eyes wide and thought that she was older and more experienced. The girl stood up straight and noticed that since he thought so, she was obliged to give him a tour and show him everything here. The girl led him to a huge building and noticed that this was a magic academy. The main character slowly followed her and heard that he would have studied there, but with his impeccable skills he could not do without a personal mentor. Ian sharply turned his head to the side and thought that his personal mentor was funny. He would probably brainwash him so that he would side with the tower. I'm sure this is the plan of its owner. The main character turned his head to the side and noticed that these were his ex-friends. Ian saw a group of people with a teacher. The main character looked at them carefully and noticed that in a past life he stood next to them. The protagonist remembered standing near the grave and said that they were all killed by spies from Coldwood during the First Unification War and did not expect to meet them again. The main character looked at the guys smilingly and noticed that there was a huge gap between them now, but he thought they would be able to chat. The girl stopped, smiled, and noticed that this was his study room here. She stopped near the door, extended her hand to the side, and added that she used cleaning magic so that there was not a speck of dust there. The door began to open slowly. The protagonist saw a luxurious room and noticed in his head that this was the same room. Ian looked at his new room in surprise. The girl slightly tilted her head, looked at the protagonist, and said that 300 years ago, when the new tower was founded, there were 24 magicians with a level of 4th grade. Now there are much fewer of them, so many rooms are empty. The girl with glasses looked sweetly at the protagonist and added that the owner of the tower allowed him to use this room for his personal practices. The girl began to slowly leave the room and asked him to wait, she would bring his teacher. A moment later the door slammed shut. Ian looked carefully at the closed door. Ian touched the table and noted in his head that he had not been here for a long time. He looked carefully at the window that was above the table. Ian stared out the window and thought that in his new life he got the room 7 years earlier. Since he was recognized as an Archmage at such a young age, his path is now determined. The main character began to slowly approach the window and noticed that it was necessary to strengthen his influence in the tower over the next 6 years. Ian walked over to the table, put his hand on it and stared out the window. The owner of the tower appeared in the protagonist's head. Then he thought that in a past life the tower completely went over to the side of the 5th prince. He needs to strengthen his position before this happens. He will need a force capable of stopping the owner of the tower and his influence on the prince. Ian must subdue the power of the tower, which all the time followed the lead of its owner. A staff appeared in the protagonist's head and he added that he must gain respect for himself, a high magician who will reach the level of the owner of the tower himself and surpass him. In the protagonist's mind, large hands were reaching towards the ivory tower, and he noticed that by doing this, he would be able to take control of the tower. He lowered his head slightly and noticed in his head that until then he would pretend to be a little boy. For now he was too physically weak and too young, he would not even make it to the 5th grade. The main character was frightened by the sharp sound of the door opening. Someone entered the room and greeted the protagonist. Ian turned sharply to face the door and wondered why they had sent it. Helen entered the room and noticed that they had not seen each other for a long time. The girl stood in the aisle and smiled at the protagonist, then noticed that he was a little liar. Helen smiled slightly, put her hand to her side and greeted the liar. The main character looked at her tiredly and wondered why they sent her specifically. The protagonist began to slowly open his mouth and speak. He put his finger up and noted that it was she who had to collect the fragments of the mana storage. The girl grinned slightly and noticed that she saw that he had become even more impudent. Helen began to approach slowly and said that she believed he knew most of their program. Helen stopped, put her hand in front of her and added that etiquette, the history of the tower, the theory of magic, everything that is taught at the academy. But even so, the owner of the tower decided to assign him a personal teacher because it would be difficult for ordinary students to study with him. Ian stood and silently listened to the girl. Helen snapped her fingers after a moment. The books on the shelf began to magically levitate. The girl caught one of the books and noticed that what is the use of all this, he asks. The books fell sharply to the floor in front of the protagonist. Helen threw the book aside and said that books were not her thing, let the old people learn from them. The girl bent down in front of the protagonist and noticed that he had caught that scoundrel spy. Helen stared out the window and added that she had performed well in battle, she had high hopes for her. Helen looked away slightly and noted that if she had not been a spy, her skills as a magician would have surpassed mine. The girl sharply turned her red eyes to the protagonist and said that fortunately he had identified the traitor. Ian looked at her carefully. Helen turned sharply, extended her hand to the side and noted that since she was his teacher, she needed to teach him something. Pictures of magicians began to pop up in the protagonist's head, and Helen said that there are several types of magicians: warrior magicians, assistant magicians, and research magicians. The girl raised her chin and noticed that the rest of the species were garbage. Helen looked at the protagonist over her shoulder and asked how he thought who she should relate to. The main character slightly looked away with an exhausted look and answered that he was going to the first, and Helen shouted that it was bingo. The red-haired girl turned, smiled slightly and added that she was the best magician of her kind. Helen looked at the protagonist angrily and added that no matter what anyone said or tried to prove, her skills were on a completely different level. The girl began to walk slowly and noticed that she had her own approach to learning. She walked past the protagonist and said to go with her, and refusal would not be accepted. The main character turned his head at her and remained silent. They arrived at the training ground. Helen spread her arms to the side and asked if he had any idea what they were going to do. The girl bowed her head slightly and replied that she would teach him to fight without the shadow of fear of death. The main character looked at her carefully and noticed in his head that events were taking their course. The protagonist remembered his past life, and Helen in it, then thought that in her past life she constantly pestered him, but this time. The main character looked angrily at the girl and added in his head that he would show what he was capable of from the very beginning. A group of students looked at the protagonist and asked who suddenly started the fight and whether it was dangerous to fight with the lady. Helen grinned slightly, looked to the side and noticed that enough spectators had gathered, they could begin. Ian began to stretch his shoulder and heard that the first move was his since she was a teacher. The main character quickly took off his cloak and asked if he could handle it. Helen tilted her head slightly, got a little angry and screamingly asked what she was suggesting she should start worrying about. Ian threw the cloak aside, it evaporated in the air and noted that he understood, then without giving up. The main character slightly closed his eyes and blue smoke began to blow around him. Everything around the girl was covered in red smoke and she noticed that she would give him advice to create a shield for herself. After a moment, the girl flushed, grinned slightly and added that no matter what he was, she would destroy him. 3 huge fireballs appeared behind the girl. Ian strained his gaze and cast the ice block spell. The main character began to be covered in ice from head to toe. The protagonist was completely immersed in a block of ice and Helen stared at him in surprise. She looked at him with a withering gaze and asked if he had decided to joke. Helen slowly approached the block, began knocking and asked why, of all the techniques, he chose an ice block and would sit there until he spent all his mana. The protagonist did not move in the block and noticed in his head that the ice block is one of the best spells of defensive magic, but its drawback is that the magician himself falls asleep and cannot use other techniques. The girl spread her arms to the sides, slightly closed her eyes and did not understand what the plan was, although what to ask of the boy. The girl turned her head sharply because of the strange sound. The entire group of spectators also noticed the strange sound. Helen sharply turned her head towards the protagonist. Then she looked fearfully at the block of ice and noticed in her head that this was impossible. The main character began to twitch in the block and looked at it angrily, and Helen did not understand how he was able to move in the ice block. Helen began to slowly approach him. The girl suddenly froze and stared at the huge stems that began to sprout high up next to her. Helen looked up in surprise and realized that things were bad. These tall stems could be seen from afar. One of the stems suddenly flew out of the ground and took on the shape of a lightning bolt. Helen began to rush around, using fire magic at the same time, and thought that they would burn. How long would they continue to appear? The girl carefully stared ahead and noticed in her head that she was about to lose. She looked at the protagonist and thought that she needed to find a way to get him out of the ice block. Ian looked intently straight from the ice block. Helen looked at the protagonist in fear and noticed in her head that how to get close to the magician, who is not only able to move in a block, but also uses spells. A sharp stem appeared behind the girl and headed straight at her. Helen tensed slightly and became afraid. The stems began to wrap around the girl. The main character began to slowly leave the ice block. Helen, bound by the stems, looked down and noticed that she now understood why many considered him to be the reincarnation of the first magician. Helen looked at him sweetly and added that she was giving up. He won. The main character smiled slightly after asking if he would let her go, and answered that it was too early, it would be sad to end the fight like that. The protagonist began to slowly approach her, but she did not understand what he meant. Helen looked at him nervously and asked what he meant. She had already lost. Ian raised his hand sharply. Sparks began to appear near the protagonist's fingers. The sky began to darken. The girl looked at the protagonist in fear and shouted at him to stop. The main character caught the lightning in his hand, and Helen noticed that this was just training. Helen opened her mouth wide and screamed at him to stop. Ian looked at her calmly. A moment later, he extended his hand forward, pointed his finger at the ground, and cast a spell to summon lightning. A huge bolt of lightning approached the girl. The entire squad of spectators watched the events in silence. The charred stems were visible. Helen looked fearfully at the lightning mark between her legs. The girl began to quickly regain her breathing and noticed in her head that she was alive. Helen became suddenly angry and tensed her nose. The main character knelt down next to her and she shouted that he should not come near her. The protagonist hovered over her and looked at her. He abruptly approached her frightened face and asked if she thought she had anything to teach him. Ian made a menacing smile and looked into her eyes. Helen sharply lowered her head and hid her eyes. The main character smiled sharply after what he saw. Ian stood up sharply and said that in this case, allow him to take his leave. The protagonist turned sharply and began to leave. The main character began to walk slowly along the ground. The shocked crowd looked at the protagonist. Ian started to walk through the crowd and asked them to leave. He was very tired. Evening came, and the tower was gently illuminated by the sunset. The owner of the tower and another magician walked along the corridor. Leon asked how Helen was doing. The magician lowered his head and replied that it was bad. He had been refusing food for days. The owner of the tower looked forward menacingly and noticed in his head that losing to a 12-year-old boy was a shame. The protagonist appeared in the owner's head and he thought that he had sent Helen to break the spirit of the protagonist so that he would go over to his side, and as a result they would break her herself. A wolf with a chain in its mouth appeared in the magician's head, and Leon noticed that it would not be as easy to curb the young man as he thought. He was not a domestic dog ready to sit on a chain, but a free wolf. Leon began to walk faster along the corridor and noticed in his head that he would need much more time. The door to the room suddenly opened. Ragnar held the book carefully and was glad that Leon had come. Leon bowed and asked for forgiveness. He was very late. Ragnar stood with a book in his hands and leaned on the table. The fifth prince abruptly slammed the book shut and replied that it was okay. He had made an appointment. Leon raised his head sharply and stared at the prince. Ragnar smiled slightly. The prince folded his hands on his chest and asked him to tell him more about the protagonist. The protagonist's mansion was neatly illuminated from all sides by the sun. Douglas ran quickly down the corridor, stopped abruptly and shouted that he was ready and they could go. Letio approached his son with a smile, looked at him and said that let's go. The alchemist looked at the protagonist and notified him that he would take his son to the academy. Douglas looked cheerfully at the protagonist and shouted that they would be back soon. A moment later, the door closed abruptly. The main character looked at the door for some time. Ian looked straight ahead and noted in his head that today was the first day of classes. Douglas and Letio they climb into the carriage, and the protagonist says that the alchemist's son was accepted into the highest nearby alchemical academy. Obviously he has talent. Ian read the book with an important look and noticed in his head that studying was easy for him because he had studied all the material a long time ago. The protagonist abruptly closed the book. The main character leaned back in his chair and added that there was nothing else to do. Ian abruptly stood up from his chair and thought that since returning to the past he had not had a moment to rest. Ragnar had not yet begun to act, but he would not stay long. The main character began to quickly walk down the corridor. The protagonist stared at the mirror and noticed in his head that ideally he would start training his body in order to increase his capabilities. Ian stared at his shaking hand and wondered in his head if he could just allow himself to relax and do nothing. The main character sharply turned his head towards the door. The maid entered the protagonist's room with a tray with a letter on it. The girl informed him that he had received an invitation from the palace. The protagonist turned to the tray and asked her again. Ian carefully picked up the envelope and examined it carefully. The main character carefully examined the seal and noticed in his head that it belonged to the crown prince. Ian froze slightly and continued to look at the envelope. The main character arrived in a carriage to a luxurious house. The protagonist got out of the carriage, looked carefully at the house and wondered why he invited him to the event. Everyone knows that magicians who are not blood aristocrats are not invited into society. Ian put his hand on his side, stared at the door and wondered what he was thinking about. The main character looked at the top of the house and noticed in his head that for the first time the prince himself took on the task of holding a banquet. The protagonist imagined the crown prince in his head and said that in his past life he did not organize public events, since he was not on close terms with the nobles. Due to his passive approach to life, the crown prince was never able to make his debut in the politics of the empire and was not recognized in high society. A moment later, Ragnar appeared in the protagonist's head, who actively communicated with people, and noticed that the fifth prince, Ragnar, on the contrary, was sociable and managed to strengthen his position by taking power into his hands. In the protagonist's head, Ragnar smiled broadly, and Ian noticed that, apparently, the emperor, the only person remaining on the side of the crown prince, managed to influence his son. The main character folded his arms across his chest and wearily turned his head to the side. Ian looked carefully at the house and noticed in his head that it was good for him too. The protagonist began to quickly move into the hall and thought that he had never attended public events before, so he would sit quietly and leave. The main character entered the luxurious hall and the servant put out his hands to take away the invitation and said that Mr. Ian Page should come through. The doors began to open sharply. The protagonist found himself in a luxurious room with expensive gold jewelry. The entire crowd stared at the young magician. The aristocrats began to carefully study the main character. Ian entered the hall, grinned slightly and noted in his head that he felt out of place. A moment later, a servant in the corner shouted that His Majesty the Crown Prince had arrived. All the aristocrats bowed carefully. The prince began to slowly walk into the hall. The crown prince stepped out onto the balcony, placed his hand on the railing and stared out at the crowd. A moment later, the prince smiled broadly and said that he thanked everyone who came today. The prince stood on the balcony, surveyed the crowd and added that, as they knew, this time he was opening the banquet instead of his father. The prince grinned slightly, looked straight and said that before they began, he would like to introduce someone to them. The prince turned his head sharply towards the protagonist and grinned slightly. Ian got a little nervous and thought it was serious. The crown prince turned his head towards the crowd and added that his special guest was the fourth-class archmage of the Ivory Tower. The prince turned his hand towards the protagonist and added that he came from the northern province of Mogrian. Ian Page. Ian looked at the prince in shock and clenched his fists. The main character began to look at the luxurious chandeliers. The prince blossomed, spread his arms out to the sides and shouted for Ian to stop. The prince came down to the protagonist and noted that in fact he was the reason why he organized this celebration, and the protagonist replied that he was flattered. Ian grinned slightly, closed his eyes and noted in his head that the prince had organized this whole circus to show the nobles that he was on his side. Terry appeared in the protagonist's head, and he thought that he was sure that this was the emperor's plan. The main character carefully examined the hall and heard that the prince had heard stories about how magnificently he had shown himself in the tower. The prince turned his head to the side, opened his mouth wide and said loudly that he had come and almost out of the gate defeated a high-class magician. He could imagine how the local old-timers felt. The prince turned his golden eyes to the protagonist and added that when he first saw him in Mogrian, it seemed to him that it would be difficult with him. He was very sloppy. The protagonist remembered the first meeting and did not understand why he was sloppy. The crown prince grinned slightly, closed his eyes and added that his outstanding talent amazed him. Of course, his father ordered him to go after him, but he was glad that it turned out that way. Ian stood in confusion and listened carefully to the prince. The crown prince smiled widely. He turned his head slightly and said that there was one more person he would like to introduce. The prince turned sharply to the side, put out his hand and ordered him to come here. The main character looked straight in surprise. A girl in a chic dress appeared in front of the protagonist, and the prince introduced her. This is his younger sister, Haley. The girl looked carefully at the protagonist and said that she was glad to meet you and her name was Haley Greenriver. The main character was blinded by her beauty, slightly closed his eyes and heard that they were talking a lot about him in the imperial palace. He was a real celebrity. The girl folded her hands near her chest and added that today she had come to say hello, but next time she would really like to meet him for lunch and discuss his life in Mogrian. The main character made an arrogant face and replied that he was afraid. The only thing he could tell her was boring stories about monsters and magic. And the girl replied that she was very interested not only in magic itself, but also in the lives of other people on Earth in general. Haley smiled broadly and noted that this is why she would like to talk to him about so many things. The girl stood next to her brother and said that she would soon send him an invitation. She hoped he would enjoy today's banquet, and Ian thanked her for her attention. The prince and princess began to move away from the protagonist. Ian looked at them carefully and thought about his own. The main character looked attentively at the girl and noticed in his head that the princess was not at all what she seemed to him in the sanctuary, and the crown prince was worried but still coped well with his duties. At this time, the prince stands and communicates with the aristocrats. The main character began to walk towards the exit and thought he could leave before it got even more boring. Ian abruptly opened the door and went outside. The main character stared at the man near the door. Oliver was standing near the door and he saw him, and then greeted the protagonist. Ian began to approach the knight and noticed that he looked great in a tailcoat. Oliver lowered his head slightly and replied that His Highness the Crown Prince had ordered him to wear formal attire. Ian and Oliver stared at each other. They both stood and looked at each other. There was an awkward silence. Ian moved his head away and noted in his head that he shouldn't have gone out onto the terrace, and Oliver said that he knew what rumors were circulating. Ian looked at the knight and asked about the rumors. A tied-up red-haired girl appeared in the protagonist's head after saying that rumors about Helen, the archmage of their tower, that he defeated her. Ian darkened slightly, turned his gaze to the side and thought that the prince had also mentioned what had happened, and the knight noticed that he had heard stories about how splendidly he had shown himself in the tower. Ian looked carefully down at the street and said that even he knew, surprisingly, he believed, the affairs of the tower without going beyond its boundaries. Oliver grinned slightly, closed his eyes and asked if the knights could not get important information, then why would they be needed at all, especially in this century? The main character looked ahead carefully, imagined a magician in his head and thought that since the protection of the Green River Empire now magicians are engaged, knights have turned into assistants and decorations, talking about the status of their master. Oliver stared at the lantern and noticed that he was surprised. He managed to defeat not just a fourth-class magician, but Helen herself, the mistress of fire. He even began to doubt that he was really a young boy. Ian became slightly embarrassed and tried to stop the knight. Oliver turned sharply to the protagonist and said that His Highness trusted him, even invited him to a banquet for high-ranking gentlemen, which is why he should know. At that moment, Oliver knelt in front of the protagonist and asked whose side he was on. Ian was slightly surprised and heard that it didn't matter to him who he was or how he acquired such an outstanding talent at such a young age. Oliver looked carefully at the protagonist, opened his mouth slightly and asked that he knew that the ivory tower supported the fifth prince, and he was also on the side of the tower. The main character grinned slightly and replied that his question took him by surprise. Who could answer it right away? Oliver slightly lowered his eyes and added that he was His Highness's main knight and he needed to know who was his enemy and who was his ally. Oliver looked at the protagonist angrily. The main character also looked at the knight, noticed in his head that Oliver Raywood was a knight who defended the crown prince to the last and gave his life for him, and then replied that he doesn't know yet. The main character opened his lips slightly and noted in his head that he would not be satisfied with such an answer. A moment later, the protagonist looked carefully at the knight and added that he could be sure that he would never side with the fifth prince. Oliver was slightly surprised by this answer. Oliver began to turn his head, and Ian noticed that he should not worry. He was using magic, no one could hear them. The main character looked at the knight with a smile and asked whether such an answer would suit him, and the knight also smiled and replied that he thanked the protagonist completely. Oliver turned, looked at the sky and asked if he could ask him for a favor, and the protagonist asked what kind. Oliver put his foot on a hill and replied that before he chooses a side, he asks to have a duel with him. He needs to become stronger. Ian tilted his head slightly and asked that he wanted to understand how to resist the magicians, but one day his sword might turn against him, right? Oliver looked rudely at the protagonist and replied that he would not deny it. Ian smiled, tilted his head slightly and noted that he was cruel. The main character slightly bowed his head and replied that he would refuse. There was no benefit for him in his offer. Oliver began to reach to the back of his head and unfasten something. Oliver held out a gold necklace from his neck and said that it was a necklace. Oliver looked attentively at the protagonist and added that the Empress gave it to him when he became His Highness's personal knight. She said that it was magical and helped clear the mind. Ian began to carefully examine the necklace and wondered what exactly this was. One of the lost imperial treasures that belonged to the Empress. A woman appeared in the protagonist's head in a gold frame, strewn with various gold jewelry. Oliver raised his head to the protagonist and noted that he would give it away. I'm sure it would help him more than him. Ian looked at the knight in surprise and said that this was a gift from the late Empress, and Oliver replied that she asked him to protect her son. Oliver sadly lowered his head and added that training with him would help fulfill this request. I'm sure she would understand. Ian thought for a few seconds, closed his eyes and replied that in this case, he agreed to train. The protagonist began to slowly pick up the necklace in his hands. Oliver smiled widely. At that moment there was a huge explosion near them. Oliver and Ian looked at him in horror. A huge fireball flew into the Emperor's house. Oliver reacted sharply and began to loudly call for the crown prince. Oliver ran inside and tried to find the prince. The knight saw the prince, he called him. The crown prince carefully closed his sister and asked what happened in the palace. Oliver began to quickly run towards the prince and asked if he was okay, to which he replied that he was fine. A squad of knights ran up to the prince and asked the same thing. Oliver looked at the squad and asked to report on the situation. The knight began to fearfully say that an explosion had occurred on the territory of the palace complex. The cause had not yet been established. They had already sent a message via the emergency communications system and were waiting for reinforcements from all posts. Ian looked away slightly and wondered about the emergency communications system. A tall building appeared in the protagonist's head and he began to say that the Imperial Emergency Communication System, a system connecting soldiers, the country of the palace and the ivory tower, after its activation, everyone undertakes to urgently arrive at the palace. Ian lowered his head down and noticed in his head that since the system was activated, very soon the magicians and soldiers would be here. The main character carefully examined the room and noticed that if the explosions were specifically intended for this purpose. Ian raised his head sharply and tensed. A moment later, the protagonist put out his hand with a mana barrier. Ian hit all the important people in the barrier. The main character looked over his shoulder and asked the princess if she could maintain the barrier with her mana. Haley looked at the protagonist in fear and asked again, and he replied that the situation was urgent and asked to give him a clear answer. The girl folded her arms across her chest and replied that of course, she taught how to do it, and the protagonist asked her to do it. Ian left the magical barrier. The protagonist approached the maid and began to talk. He looked at her carefully and asked if there was a maid named Isabel. The girl began to tremble slightly and replied that yes, she was here. She said that she really wanted to visit the central palace, that's why she came from the second palace. Ian grew gloomy and noted that this was expected. A bound Cecilia appeared in the protagonist's head, and he thought that they want to find her. The Coldwalkers are planning to attract guards from the ivory tower with explosions to get to her. They don't care about her life, they need information about him. This cannot be allowed. Ian stood straight and didn't move. The doors to the cells were visible in the dark tunnel. The guy in boots walked quickly down the corridor. An unknown man in a raincoat approached the spy's camera and noticed that he had not seen her for a long time, and he saw that she had a hard time. Cecilia looked at him carefully and asked who he was. The guy started to take off his hood and replied that it was him, Daniel. Daniel took off his hood and added that what a disappointment, he thought she was much more capable. Cecilia flew up to the cage and screamed for him to free her. Daniel moved his hand to the side and replied that it goes without saying, but first they'll clarify something. The girl began to tug at the bars and replied that she had not told them anything. Only the boy, Ian Page, knew everything about the Coldwalkers and the orders that they were given. Daniel tilted his head slightly and asked if he really did. Cecilia put her hand to the back of her head and added that Ian even knew about the magical markings, unlike her. An echo walked along the corridor, and Daniel noticed that almost all the Coldwalkers did not know about them, they were told only recently. The guy tilted his head and asked what else, and Cecilia replied that she didn't know anything else, and maybe he would free her already. Daniel tilted his head slightly and still said okay. The door to the cage suddenly opened. Cecilia looked at it happily and Daniel called her. Moments later, the guy cut her throat. At the last moment, the girl looked straight ahead in fear. Daniel held the knife in front of him and watched as the girl fell to her knees and held her neck. The guy looked down at her rudely and noticed that the authorities had to think for a long time about how to get into the tower and what to do with it. Cecilia held her throat, was shaking all over, and heard that she was still a third-class magician. After all, wouldn't it be better to rescue her? Daniel froze in front of the dead girl and added that this was their final decision. The guy grinned slightly and added that she should sleep peacefully and all the best. Daniel heard the words behind him and turned sharply. Daniel suddenly pulled out a dagger and threw it. The dagger quickly flew towards the protagonist. The knife stuck into the wall near the protagonist's head. Ian stood with his arms folded on his chest and heard the question who he was. Ian looked carefully at the floor. He saw Cecilia dead and wondered if he had already killed her, and then thanked her because it was one less problem. The guy's legs began to slowly become covered in ice. The main character began to approach him and said that Daniel, he was incredibly lucky to meet him here. Ian looked at him menacingly and added that he had wanted to kill him with his own hands for so long. Daniel smiled slightly and noted that it would be better to capture him alive, and the protagonist noted that now he was able to avenge all his friends. Daniel, in misunderstanding, shouted and asked what nonsense, he doesn't understand what other friends are. The main character slowly approached him, looked gloomily and replied that these events were still 10 years away. Ice began to completely cover the spy, and Ian noticed that he had returned to the past and made a promise to himself to change everything. The protagonist touched the ice block with his fingers and pushed. The ice block began to fall to the ground. Ian looked at this picture without feeling. Ian slowly began to approach the guy. He put his hand to his neck and thought that he needed to find the mana seal on his neck. The main character heard footsteps behind him. 3 magicians appeared from around the corner and noticed what was happening. The archmage asked what happened here. The main character stood calmly near the 2 bodies and looked attentively at the magician. The archmage drew attention to the seal on the guy's neck. Having slammed his fist, His Majesty was very angry, as already 2 people from the palace turned out to be spies, from the maid to the secretary. Sitting on the throne, he shouted at the old man standing in front of him with a staff in his hands. How could the magic tower under his command allow this to happen? He must answer immediately. Later, cursing at the townspeople, the emperor asked why, after their request to transfer the investigation into Cecilia's personality into their hands, nothing was checked. His Highness is now unable to trust the tower, so the man decided to revoke their right to investigate. Continuing to swear at the old man, he ordered him to convey all the information on this matter to the imperial guards. The old man bowed his head and accepted the order. The emperor, tired of the showdown, brushed off the old man and allowed him to leave, since he himself still had a lot to do. The owner of the tower turned around with a staff in his hands and moved towards the exit. After this, the servant called a magician named Ian Page to the emperor. He had to enter and bow down. A man wearing brown boots entered the room. His Highness was glad to meet him again. This man was a northerner, Ian Page, a young boy. Addressing the young man, the emperor praised his skills because they were again able to protect the empire from spies. If not for Ian, important and secret information might have fallen into the hands of the wrong people, and the secrets of the imperial family would have become public knowledge. The boy stood in front of the emperor sitting on the throne, and he, in turn, never leaves the merits of devoted and responsible people without attention. Therefore, he decided to reward the boy. The servant brought an open suitcase to the surprised boy. Inside was a sparkling blue cloak with a chain and medallions. The young man's surprise knew no bounds, since it was a robe that belonged to his ancestor Mitchell Greenriver, who was the only magician of imperial blood. The emperor knew that he should not pass this on to non-family members, but he felt that the guy would need it more. The magician may consider that His Highness is borrowing the mantle until the end of the guy's days or until he himself refuses it. Michelle Greenriver is the first and last magician of the imperial blood, a hero who saved an empire. A man who rose to the rank of master of the tower as a sign that his magical abilities were recognized. His Highness asked the boy to try on the gift. The robe is worn over the clothes, so there is no need to change clothes. With a wave of his cloak, the guy put it on himself, but it was too big for him. The emperor also noticed this. He joked that someday the mantle would come in time for the guy. Having remembered the properties of the mantle, the guy will be able to correct it. The cloak sparkled with lights, making it shrink. A moment later, it suited the boy just right. Surprised townspeople stood around. They were shocked by what was happening. From his throne, the emperor appreciated the guy's intelligence. The robe really suited him, especially the color. Ian smiled and bowed in gratitude. He was honored to receive this from His Majesty. Next, we see a white house and a yard in front of it. On the street, the princess approached the hero and did not ask to listen to her. When the magician bowed before her, the girl, embarrassed, asked not to do that again. Placing her 2 hands together, she asked to listen to her. The worried girl really needed to talk to the guy about one thing. He immediately understood what was going on. He behaved tactlessly that evening and asked to be forgiven for such behavior. Apologizing, he bowed down. This caused bewilderment among the princess. But he decided to add that to all this he promised to keep their secret a secret. The guy put one finger to his lips, showing silence. This calmed the princess. She had nothing to worry about anymore. A certain man approached them from behind and praised the magician. Standing with his back turned, the guy didn't understand who it was, which is why he got scared. A certain one continued to praise the guy, because thanks to him, the imperial palace and the empire itself were saved. Then the hero turned around excitedly and saw a young guy. As this certain guy's father said, Ian is a true hero of their country. The hero had no face. This man scared him terribly. It turns out that it was the 5th prince of the empire, Ragnar Greenriver. The hero was flooded with memories from the past. It was his old friend who mocked him. In those terrible moments, only fear could be seen in the guy's eyes, and in the prince's eyes there was hatred and pity. Now the prince did not look like that. He was quite calm, smiling, but only the name Ragnar brought fear to the hero. The prince continued the conversation. Perhaps it was too late, but he decided to congratulate them on the recognition of the ivory tower. Ian did not hear the conversation. His eyes were scared, and he was lost in his thoughts. The magician did not remember the prince so young. Later, as a sign of gratitude for protecting the empire from spies, the guest decided to invite the magician to dinner and stood waiting for an answer. In a state of shock, Ian could not answer. He clenched his hand into a fist to gain strength, but was interrupted. It was the princess. She apologized to the prince, but she already had plans with the master. Covering the boy with her hand, she did not let him go forward. This surprised the hero. The prince, noticing this, laughed and offered to meet tomorrow. Then the hero answered him. The boy apologized in advance for the amount of work he had to do, but refused the prince a visit. Ragnar looked away in displeasure, but agreed. The princess noticed his displeased grimace. Without departing from etiquette, he basically said goodbye as he was forced to leave for a planned meeting, and also thanked him for his time. Ian, still in shock, could not answer. He only watched as the prince left, accompanied by his guards. The princess was embarrassed because she butted into the conversation. Ian calmed her down because he didn't see anything wrong with it. Looking after the prince, he knew that in a past life they met 2 years earlier, but even now Ragnar reveals his intentions. The guy promised himself to destroy the prince's plans before anyone had time to increase their influence and power. Ragnar will not be able to advance a single step, and the hero will only have to watch with rapture his fall into agony. From now, and not with him on opposite sides. 5 years have passed since that moment. We are still in this White House. The weather was sunny outside, and in the library outside the window, the prince was sitting reading books. He didn't understand anything about them. Why can't everything be written in a simple way? Who writes such complex books? He didn't understand. Then a man approached His Highness. He brought books that were written by the first emperor of their state. They listed all the necessary qualities for a future ruler that he must possess. Due to the number of books, 2 huge stacks formed next to the prince. For him, that's all, stacks of incoherent words. After the man warned that the guy would need to read each of them, there was shock in the prince's eyes. These are books on the history, culture, economics, and politics of the empire. The guy doubted irritably. He thinks that today is not the best day for reading. The problem was that the guy's father would get angry if he didn't read anything this time. The prince turned to the vice captain standing next to him. He asked if the last battle between the captain and Ian was taking place today. So it was, answered the vice captain. The dreaming guy understood this truly worthwhile spectacle. Rising sharply from his chair, he ordered them to move there because they had to see it. We see the training ground of the 2nd Squad of Imperial Knights. The man on it was out of breath, but this was his last chance. He stood with a sword in his hands. Holding his weapon tightly, he understood that mistakes were not allowed today. He looked up and noticed that ice points were flying at him from the sky. Frightened and screaming, he started to run. Not a single one of the falling pieces of ice hit him. Having run away from the attack, he stopped. But at the same moment, sharp hills grow out of the ground behind him. Taking a running start, pushing off the ground, the guy climbed up them. Jumping away from one of them, he landed on the ground, leaving killer rocks behind him. Stay alert, he saw another attack. It was a fiery tsunami that manifested itself directly at him. The fiery wave moved at insane speed. There was no fear in the guy's eyes, only confidence. With battle cries, he swung his sword, raising it upward. When the wave overtook the fighter, he cut through the fire with his sword so that it would not hit him. The guy had a clear goal to touch his opponent. Being in the embrace of fire, he looked around to see where the magician was. At least this time he should have succeeded. Through the smoke and sparks he saw his enemy ahead. Without thinking twice, he moved and ran screaming at the enemy. The next moment, with his sword, he pierced the magician right through the heart. Everything around fell silent. Only clouds of smoke remained and the captain holding the weapon in the enemy's body. The guy's eyes were scared. He couldn't believe it. Then a man came up to him from behind, poked his finger in the back and praised him. It was the same magician. The captain did not understand what was happening and could not move. He was still in the same position when he hit the enemy with his sword. Realizing everything, he exhaled and turned around. Still, he was still unable to touch Mr. Ian. The magician was truly fine. The captain pierced him right in the heart. If it weren't for an illusion, the hero would already be dead. They shook hands. The captain thanked for the training. For the magician it was payment for the necklace. Even if this way the fighter gained much more than the teacher. He thought about it and agreed. His skills were indeed head and shoulders above those of 5 years ago. The captain learned to resist even the hero's attack. The man wanted to ask a question. The hero didn't mind. What level has he already reached? Unfortunately, the hero's level is not as high as it might seem. A 5th class master, in a previous life he managed to reach the 5th class only at 26 years old, and although the pace of development is excellent, he has not yet succeeded in becoming a 6th class magician. Due to the speed of body development and the mana replenishment of the heart, which cannot be increased, his current limit is 5th grade. Looking at his hands, he clenched his fists and understood that he could not give up trying to become stronger. The guys paid attention when someone from afar called them the best magician and the best knight of the empire. It was His Highness. He heard that today was their last battle, so he came. He invited the fighters to have breakfast together. They could celebrate their relentless drive to become better. Ian bowed his head and apologized, but today his training in the tower ends, and he will be officially admitted to the duties of an archmage. He needs to meet with the owner of the tower. The prince was annoyed by this, but nothing could be done about it. He let the magician go. They can have lunch another time. Ian hopefully said goodbye to see you soon. And to get to his destination, he took off into the air to fly to the tower. Looking down at the guys, he promised to return soon and rushed off. The captain, vice captain, and prince looked at him from the ground. The prince noticed that thanks to the mantle that his father gave to the magician, he could fly and sometimes even envied. Turning around, he turned to the captain. The guy's training was over, and what can he say? The fighter noticed two things. Despite everything, he was unable to touch the master, and the difference in strength between them would only grow. However, the captain can say with confidence that the prince listened carefully. Taking a pause, he proudly said that he could defeat any other magician. We see the tower to which the hero was heading. The door swung open and Ian walked inside. The man greeted him with surprise and joy. The old man constantly thinks back to the day when he was told about a talented boy from the north and he came to meet him in the tower. Smiling, the old man told him, "It seems that not much time has passed, but today a beautiful young man is standing in front of him. And this means that he himself has grown old." The guy, closing his eyes, promised that the man still has time to live. The owner of the tower began to sort through the papers. They were full of praise for the guy. His appearance is a gift from heaven to the tower and the entire empire. Newly minted magicians are trying to be like him. The old man read all this from the papers, but the hero is really literally a walking instruction on how to be an ideal magician. The guy asked not to overpraise him. But whether he overpraises or not, they will find out very soon, the man said. Today, as a famous hero, is the last day of his training. An ordinary student at the academy would have a graduation ceremony and then be sent to the provinces to conduct tests. But the hero's case is unique. How does he feel about spending this important day talking with the old man? The guy smiled. It would be an honor for him. The man understood that it was customary to answer this way, but she still thanked him for such a good-natured answer. He congratulated the guy on becoming a real magician and handed him a sign with a drawn cross. For now, he can show this sign in any corner of their empire, and everyone, from soldiers to ordinary residents, will have to listen to him. This may often come in handy in the future. The hero carefully examined the gift. The guy was surprised. Is his help really needed somewhere as a full-fledged magician? And as he himself thinks, they really don't have enough workers. They have lost Helen and there is no one to carry out her duties. The man did not want to burden the heroes, but would be grateful for the help. Looking away, the guy hoped that he could provide such help. Of course, he is one of the main archmages of the tower. High hopes are placed on him. The old man stretched out his hand and opened the magic tables. Since this is the guy's first time, he can choose where to go by himself. He had 3 tables to choose from, which the old man showed. The guy raised his head and began to read. The first was the province of Rodmere, the largest seaport of the empire. The second province is Benson, the largest iron producer in the empire. And in last place is the province of Perique, where he conducted mana tests in a previous life. He remembered that some magician died on this task, so he was sent to a past life and replaced him. The guy didn't think twice about making his choice in favor of the last province. The old man agreed that she needed the help of magic more than anyone else. They have already sent 2 third-class magicians and imperial knights, but the problem remains insoluble. Apparently, the monsters of the Great Meadows have gone on the offensive. The old man, holding a piece of paper in his hands, explained that all the details were written down there. He asked the hero to familiarize himself with them today and give an answer. If the guy refuses, he will need to find someone else. But without even taking the piece of paper, the guy said firmly that he will go to the province of Perique. Evening has come on the street, and we see a different White House. We see a guy who, out of surprise that the hero is leaving for his first mission to this province, stopped eating. He knew that there were constant raids of huge monsters there and said this at the table. Ian was angry that the guy was trying to intimidate everyone else. The hero put down the cutlery. Then his mother turned to him. She was worried that it was really so dangerous there. The guy reassured the woman. He believed that a couple of months would be enough to completely sort things out. The woman was forced to agree. She asked how long it would take for him to leave, because without him it would be completely quiet in this huge mansion. Ian will try to return as soon as possible, he promised his mother. Having closed this topic, the guy, who had previously been surprised by this choice, offered to look at his elixir, which he himself created. The man who was sitting next to him and eating was surprised, but the guy assumed that the elixir might be useful for the hero on his trip. The father turned to the guy. He was already quite an adult. Isn't it time for him to stop calling the gentleman captain? The guy was annoyed. He didn't see anything wrong with it. The captain is the captain. Having puffed up a little, the guy turned around and looked at the hero. Ian looked back questioningly because he didn't understand what was happening. The guy decided to call the gentleman brother. Out of surprise, the hero choked on water and spat it out. The guy was scared by this reaction. I don't know what will happen next. In front of him sat the gentleman and his mother with questioning faces. He overcame himself by smiling and added the name Ian to his brother. The hero did not understand how this man could be a villain in a past life. This infuriated him. The mother smiled. Now her son has a younger brother, and she has a youngest son. The guy's face turned red. He was embarrassed and didn't understand what was wrong with these two faces. The father interrupted this awkward silence and ordered his son to call the hero master, but he did not understand why he had to, because they grew up together. My father said that this did not give him the right to be familiar. The guy promised to be useful to both his brother and this house. The woman who had been watching this entire conversation laughed. Her son noticed this joy and was glad to hear his mother laugh. He understood that such a life was not bad at all. After dinner, he himself forbade the guy to call himself brother. He was upset. The next morning the magician was ready to leave. The driver asked if Ian wanted to go straight to the province of Prodigy. First he will come to say goodbye to the owner of the tower, and then he will go to the province. The magician reminded Letio that he had set up mana traps for their safety. A man is ready to give his life for the safety of the young man's mother. Ian hopes that everything will be fine during his absence. The man's son ran up and addressed the guy as if he were a brother. Noticing the mage's displeased grimace, apologized and called him captain. He brought him an elixir. The guy has an elixir from his father. It's the same, but he made it in his own way. The guy ran up to the magician and whispered in his ear that this potion would work much better. Ian smiled and thanked him for the gift. Although his younger brother still has 3 more years to study at the academy, his skills have already been recognized at the imperial level and he has been given the position of imperial alchemist. The father recognized his son's success, but insisted that he still had a lot to learn. Ian was confident in the work of the younger elixir. The boy asked if the magician would fly to the province on his mantle. Ian understood that he shouldn't attract too much attention to himself, so a carriage would take him to the province. The late mother came running to her son. She prepared a meal for the road, having prepared more. On top she put food that spoils quickly, and on the bottom dried meat and dried vegetables, which can be saved for later. She also made his favorite bean pie. The son thanked his mother for such care. In response, the woman came up and hugged her son tightly. She asked me to be careful, not to overwork and to eat heavily. Ian was touched by this. He smiled and hugged her back. He promised that he would do just that and that he would return soon, so there was no need to worry too much. The time came to set off. He got into the carriage and set off. All his relatives and servants were left behind. While eating, he looked out the window and believed. He must believe that even where he and his strength are not there, mother will be safe. Everyone began to disperse, and the mother still watched as her son's carriage moved away. A huge mansion with good security, a beautiful city with a low crime rate, and mana traps that only Douglas, mother, and Letio can control. This should be enough to protect his family and mansion. 25 years have passed since his last visit to the province of Prodigy. Then in the past a terrible battle took place there. Monsters attacked from all angles. They launched an attack on their city. The guy ordered the soldiers to bring 100 corpses of these monsters, and as long as none of them fulfills this order, let them not even dream of death. The knights did just that. They went into battle with these monsters. Suddenly a knight on a horse jumped up as a captain. He was scared and ran as quickly as possible to the guy. Having come running, he reported that they were attacked by a group of orcs right from the rear. He could not believe it. How could this happen? How could they get around them? The second and third squad should remain in place with the magicians. The first squad should go with him. Together with his army, he rushed to save the city. They may be strong, but these monsters move according to a certain principle. For experienced soldiers they are not a problem, but for beginners, orcs can indeed be too difficult a task. The captain hoped that they would not be late to help. While he was riding his horse, snow suddenly began to fall from the sky, but there is no snow in the east. How is this possible? Blocks of ice began to grow in front of them. Inside the ice there were frozen orcs. This at the same time frightened the army, but I stopped the attack of the monsters. Nobody understood what happened. In the distance, on one of the tops of these blocks, a man stood. He was noticed, but then he waved his cloak and disappeared. Everything on the battlefield became quiet. Icy blades pierced the monsters, while others simply grew into huge blocks and could not move. The guy descended to the ground and copies were directed at him. The fighters called on him to identify himself right away. The guy knew they needed help here, so he came. The leader and his army stood in shock. The guy took off his robe and introduced himself. He is Ian Page, the Archmage of the tower. The captain was amazed whether this was the same magician who came from the northern village of Mogrian. He could not imagine that the guy was so young. They say that even in childhood he was cleared of goblins from Mount Magrian. It was an honor for the captain to meet him. Just like the guy, it was an honor to meet the best warrior of the East, Callian Pyrrhic. The guys shook hands. The magician must be very tired from the road, but will he be able to devote time to a better war? because they needed to discuss something. The troops and the newcomer left instead of the battle and returned to the city. They met with the captain in his room. The warrior explained that he did not expect the monsters to return, or rather, he did not expect them in such numbers. Today, their enemies were especially fearless, and it seems that major changes are taking place in the Great Grasslands. If this is not the case, then the magician most likely knows that they submitted petitions to both the palace and the tower. In the first, they asked to send reinforcements for the battles and the necessary supplies. In the second, the archmage, because in the current situation only a mage of the highest class can help. That incredible wall of ice that appeared as if out of nowhere was able to stop the monsters. She will buy them time to make a decision, but as the guy understands, there won't be much time. They have been waging war against monsters for a long time, but the invasions continue. There is not enough food, and there are always not enough soldiers. Therefore, if their petitions were accepted, they would have the strength to continue the fight. But apparently the palace decided to ignore their request, and since they sent it to them, it must be. The guy understood everything perfectly without a word. The ice wall will last about 10 days. If the monsters do not decide to attack through the mountains, we can assume that they are safe. During this time, the guy will visit the Great Meadows. But alone, he needs to find the source of the problem and eliminate it. Ian is quite self-confident. The province has been on these lands for a long time, but they have not been able to determine where so many monsters come from. The only thing he managed to find out is that there are many types of monsters and they do not quarrel with each other. Their goal is to kill people. In addition, not only Green River is subject to their attacks, but the Sorcerer Empire on the server and the Kingdom of Ro in the west. These states have two narrow and bumpy roads, so they suffered less damage. There is only one way. This is the Canyon of the Great Snake. Most often the monsters attack from there. But the strange thing is that in the south is the Kingdom of the Ajitan Aborigines, who do not besiege. The guy pointed his finger at this village on the map. It's as if something is scaring them away from those edges. They think that the south is the reason for such frequent and aggressive attacks on the Great Grasslands. But the soldiers can't get there either because of the constant attacks of monsters on the canyon. Ian thought about it in a past life. There was no such invasion. There were, but not so large scale. The guy agreed that he should immediately go to the Kingdom of the Aborigines. The kingdom is led by a great shaman. He must surely know something. Will the magician be able to talk to him? The guy could certainly do it. Night fell. The entire province was covered with a beautiful starry sky. Ian walked out into the fresh air and looked up. Surely that thing is still here. This is the same artifact belonging to the Aboriginal shaman, the Staff of Great Bows. The guy liked it. It was pulled out of rare iron birch wood. 3 years earlier, the Green River Empire, the Sorcerer Empire, and the Ro Kingdom formed a coalition to destroy the monsters in the Great Bows. Since most of the monsters appeared there, the state agreed to divide the territory of the meadows among themselves. But in the guy's past, the great shaman disappeared, and the Aborigines were enslaved. Therefore, nothing of what was happening now happened. Of course, his return could affect the course of events, as it could have become the cause of incomprehensible invasions of the Great Meadows. We see a guy walking through a desert area. This is where the Aboriginal lands originate. Well, why is it too quiet here? The north is swarming with monsters, but not a single one here. I wonder why they attack Pirik, but bypass this region. Walking further, he noticed a group of guys. They were afraid of the uninvited guest. Ian raised his hands up, indicating that he was disarmed. The guy is not an enemy at all, but a magician from the Green River Empire. Knowing the language of these people frightened the group of guys even more. But the magician did not have time to explain. He was looking for a shaman. The guys were surprised, because the King of Shamans, a title comparable in importance to the owner of the tower. A shaman is a creature with the heart and brain of mana, but despite this being raised, he is not a wizard. For shamans, at the highest level of the hierarchy is their king. Ian explained that they are investigating monsters that attack the north, and he is sure that their leader knows the reason. One of the guys pointed the weapon directly at the magician's neck and said that he was overstepping his boundaries. Who is he to demand a meeting with the king? Let him leave now. If he continues to talk nonsense, they will sacrifice him to the spirit of the Great Meadows. But do the guys seriously think that he will listen to them? This greatly angered the warriors, and they rushed to attack. The guy used the magic of an ice spear. An ice shaped like a weapon appeared in his hands, and he began to swing it. With its help, he cut off the enemy's weapon with the tip. And then he said that heads would roll next. They could do without making too much noise if they just took him to the king. The guys heard steps behind them. It was the king, and he didn't understand why the guy needed him. The warriors were shocked by his appearance. Judging by the kaftan, he is the shaman king. The man was the very king. Ian was surprised by the old man's personal visit, but immediately got to the point. Monsters are attacking 3 states bordering them, which have never been touched in all this time. Therefore, he believes that the old man knows why this happened. Raids are part of the essence of monsters. They don't know what happened. The magician understood that this was a lie and looked straight into the eyes of the ruler. He was serious, but you can't fool the guy, they have to tell him what's going on. The warriors were angry at such a boorish attitude towards their rulers, but the man stopped them. Amazingly, his deception magic did not work on the imperial magician. This is surprising. That's right, lies won't get him through, let it be as this guy asks, the man said. Many years ago, a prediction appeared that a sea of fire would consume the great meadows, and the golden lands would be warmed with blood. The prophecy said that their tribe, which had lived on this land for thousands of years, would be destroyed and their people enslaved. Whatever news shocked the magician, they did not know what to do with it, because the beginning of the war would mark their end. There was no other way out, life returned to its usual course, only prayer was the hope that could delay the inevitable. But one day a woman came to the village, she gave them the staff with force and disappeared unnoticed. A woman, Ian wondered. Her last words were a warning that if a stranger appeared, he must be killed immediately. Everything around the guy burst into flames and the dead crawled out. The ruler apologized to him, but today his life will end. That's it, it was black magic. It was banned 300 years ago, and it was considered extinct, but who knew that it was still alive and would find him here? It was interesting, but the guy's life is still precious, and the magician will take away his staff with black magic. Take it if you can, the man answered, it won't be otherwise. Keep your eyes open, the guy said, and began to use his magic. Meanwhile, in the provinces, the guy was wondering if something had happened. 10 days have passed since the poppy went to the great meadows. Very soon the ice wall will melt and their lives will again be in danger. While the Lord was thinking about all this, he turned to Adol. He asked the guy to tell everyone to be on alert. Collect all units, all weapons and catapults. The guard who was on the mountain should also have been brought. The guy immediately began to carry out the captain's order. They needed to defend themselves for the safety of the province and its inhabitants. They must become their strong shield, no matter what. The fog enveloped the mountains, the catapults were ready. When the captain ordered to get ready, in the distance, in the fog, he saw the magician, who coughed and came out. The man was amazed at the condition. He shouted to the master, but he only raised his head and ordered no one to touch the staff in his hands. Next we see a bright room. Ian opened his eyes and did not understand where he was, in the local castle. It looks like everything worked out okay, we need to deal with the staff he brought. The guy sat up on the bed and grabbed his head. Bandages were applied to his body. Mister, you have finally woken up, the Lord said, and entered the room. How long the guy stayed in this room? He lay unconscious for 4 whole days. How is he feeling now? The doctor said that he should remain on bed rest. But the guy said he was fine and sat down on the bed. He wondered where his staff was. The Lord asked their magicians to keep it in that chest in the corner of the room. It is a kind of mana prison. The magician resourcefully praised the guys. The Lord fell silent for a second, but added that the guy's mana body was completely depleted. If he had come a little later, he would have died. But despite his condition, the Lord must ask what almost killed him and what happened in the great meadows. This staff that lay in front of him was the cause of all troubles. It was created by a black poppy, which was used by the shaman to scare away monsters. This frightened the man greatly. He knew that black magic was banned and it disappeared 300 years ago. He thought that the shaman was involved in all this. Someone else created the staff. The guy has not yet been able to find out who exactly. When the shaman died, the black magic began to dissipate and the monsters attacked the new owner of the staff. This is a kind of curse to cover up traces. That's why he was so delayed in this sortie. Well, if the staff is dangerous, why not just destroy it or leave it where you found it? The point is that the guy likes him. And that's all? The Lord asked. While he did not understand what was happening, the guy cleared the staff of black magic and was very pleased. At the same moment, his eyes darkened and his heart began to pound strongly. His legs began to tremble. The guy grabbed the place that hurt with his hand and fainted. The Lord was greatly frightened by this, and he ran to help. The guy seemed to be in a whirlpool. His bandages were covered with blood. He didn't believe it. Spatters of blood flew to the floor. The Lord urgently called a doctor, but suddenly the guy woke up and said that everything was fine. There was no need to worry. Nothing bad happened. He just shed his skin in a sense. How did the man ask? The mana heart is not yet large enough to accommodate the volume of its mana. This sometimes happens. This reassured the man, and he asked if everything was all right. The magician confirmed his well-being. As the guy thought, it's worth hurrying up with the class upgrade since the amount of mana has increased significantly. He looked at his hands and realized that he could finally move up. The Lord was glad that the guy was okay, but it was worth checking with a doctor just in case. The magician thanked him for his concern, and now they moved on to discussing matters. They started with the fact that when he went to the Great Meadow, a package arrived from the Magic Tower. They were asked to show him the ball, but he was unconscious. In general, now is the time to give it to the guy. Ian accepted the parcel, but the Lord said something else. The messenger delivered this letter. His Majesty was ordered to deliver it personally into the hands of the magician. But why did His Majesty send the letter through a messenger, not in a modern and quick way, but in a long but proven way? Suddenly there is something that the tower should not know about. The guy decided to start with the tower's message and launch the ball. The message was intended for Archmage Ian Page. Delivery was delayed so as not to interfere with the mission. People asked for understanding. This was the choice that had to be made. During his absence, something happened. Robbers entered his house to decorate his inheritance. What other robbers? He didn't understand. His family was protected by an ivory tower. Maybe he shouldn't worry about them. This made the guy very angry. They knew very well that he would be worried, so why did they send the letter, Master of the Tower? The guy calmed down a little and opened the letter from His Majesty. He turned to the Archmage. If this letter reached him, it means that luck is on the side of His Majesty and his son. With the blessings of the Goddess of Fortune, he would like to ask the guy for a favor. Since the magician is now on an important mission, he probably still doesn't know that very soon a meeting will take place in the free city of Demetra, where the fate of the lands captured by monsters will be decided. Well, why didn't the guy understand so quickly last time? It happened 3 years later. The meeting will be attended by the Crown Prince, the 5th Prince Ragnar, the owner of the Magic Tower, Captain Duncan. While Ian is reading the letter, they have most likely already arrived in the Free City. The Crown Prince has no support at this meeting. Therefore, he asks the magician to become his son's right hand and lead him through this difficult path. His Highness promises that his family will be protected by his direct decree. The guy closed his eyes and thought. Negotiations in Demetra are where Ragnar's skills will be highly appreciated and where he will begin to strengthen his position. While the Crown Prince will weaken, Ragnar will be able to prove himself as a great diplomat and force him to give up the land under the control of the Empire. After which all the aristocrats will come over to his side, and the Crown Prince will be condemned for his incompetence and practically rejected by noble society. Were the events of the past and present planned by the owner of the tower? The guy doesn't know how long ago and why he had such thoughts, but the invasion of monsters, the king of shamans receiving a staff with black magic from a mysterious sorceress. Negotiations that began 3 years earlier than in a previous life are somehow connected with him, he's sure of it. The invasion of robbers, his house is also a kind of warning for him. The guy thought that he was only suspecting, but it turned out that he sees Ian. I really want to return to the capital to my family, not caring about the Emperor's request, but something special has to happen. Magic not described in books, magic that even the owner of the tower does not know about. He can only defeat him by becoming a 6th grade magician. The guy turned to the Lord. Could he fulfill the magician's request? Demetra, a free city that does not belong to any country. We see beautiful blue and white cathedrals. The Crown Prince asked the captain to call Ian. He apologized to him and asked him to be patient. His Majesty sent the prince to represent the empire. This chance could radically change his destiny. The heir understood everything, but he was still a little scared. The captain himself knows that there will be different ambassadors, the owner of the tower and Ragnar. This same Ragnar and the owner of the tower stood and talked with the people in front of them. The prince had a bad feeling at such moments. The magician's support would come in handy. The captain remained silent in response. The owner of the tower understood that the time had come. He had been preparing for this day for a long time. Surely the young man is already in a hurry to the imperial palace. Now he understands what Ian Page is like. His family comes first, no matter what happens in politics. While he was thinking about his plan, people noticed something in the sky and thought it was a huge bird. The Crown Prince was shocked. It was his magician, Ian. His cloak flapping in the wind, Ian landed and apologized for being late. People nearby were shocked by this appearance. The owner of the tower considered this impossible. How could the guy neglect his family? Meanwhile, in the imperial palace of the Green River Empire, the magician's family was safe. His younger brother was waiting for the captain to return because of the ban. He couldn't even go to the academy. He was very bored. The father asked the boy to calm down. He should be grateful because they were received in the palace. The father is also glad that thanks to the mana traps they managed to catch those robbers. He is sure that having touched such dangerous magic, they were immediately crushed into powder. He turned to Lady Page and asked her not to worry. This is the imperial palace, His Majesty. Is there a safer place than this? The woman remained silent, so as not to create an awkward pause. He continued the conversation. And he said that a letter had arrived from the ivory tower. Very soon the gentleman would appear here. At the same moment, the door to their room opened. He asked if he was a little late. The whole family was shocked by the guy's visit. The silent mother said his name, jumped up and ran into his arms. He asked for forgiveness for the concern, but now everything is fine. He will protect his family. Last night in the castle of the province of Pirik, the guy had a conversation with the Lord about his request. The man promised to fulfill it if only Max would tell him what to do about it. The guy asked to protect him, hand on heart. The man didn't quite understand what Ian was talking about. The magician wanted to use magic that would bring his body and mind into a state of sleep. If a problem arises, then you need to call the local magician, let him direct mana to his head, then he will wake up. No one has ever been able to reach 6th grade magic officially, so there are very few records of its capabilities. Even in a past life, without becoming a magician of the 6th circle and developing further, he had to come up with his own personal techniques or look for them in ancient books. The guy sprang into action. He created a circle of magic with a star in the middle. Inside this circle, he seemed to split into two and later fainted. The Lord reacted and caught the guy. With him in his arms, he did not understand how it was possible that there were two exact copies inside the circle. This magic is called a puppet show. With magic of the 6th class and above, it is possible to make the main body the controller, after which it will fall into a sleep state and summon 2 dolls. They will be able not only to move freely, but also to cast magic at the 5th grade level. The Lord, holding the guy in his arms, talked to his copy. The guy conveyed through it that he relied on the man. We returned to the prince and the meeting. The prince was incredibly glad that Ian had arrived. He immediately felt calmer and he thanked the magician. While they were not communicating, the owner of the tower approached them. Had the gentleman really arrived? The man received a report on the successful completion of the task in the province. Ian really did a good job. It's all for the sake of their empire. That's the job of an archmage. But why is he here if he has already recovered? He should return to the tower and take care of other urgent matters. Perhaps news about what happened to your family. Ian interrupted the elder. He received a letter from the tower, but also from the emperor. In it, he asked the guy to assist the prince at today's meeting. The old man asked to look at the letter and the magician did not mind. Unfolding the letter in his hands, the owner of the tower immediately realized that he knew the emperor would do something similar. But for Ian Page to neglect his family and come here, it was impossible, the old man thought. This is indeed a letter from the emperor, but still the guy is not allowed here. The prince was furious at this answer. Did the man want to disobey the emperor? The owner of the tower turned to his highness. It's all about trust between the 3 countries. The number of officials in attendance has been agreed upon in advance and they cannot change anything on a whim. Here the question of maintaining diplomatic relations arises. What did he think their empire would look like if the prince suddenly brought an archmage of that level to meet him? His Highness probably himself understands how undesirable confusion is. Ian understood the old man's words to be true. Now the 3 countries are in peaceful relations, but previously there were endless wars and squabbles between them. According to the new agreement, which satisfies all parties, a representative of the country, his escort and security can participate in the meeting. There are already 3 archmages from their country, including the owner of the tower. If another one is added, the trust of other participants will be undermined. Ian bowed his head and said that he understood everything about what kind of diplomacy and trust we were talking about. The old man is indeed right. There is cause for concern here. The owner of the tower thanked him for his understanding and asked him to return to the capital as soon as possible. Then he turned around and moved in his direction. It's a pity that they had to spend so much time on the road, but the guy is glad that they figured it out. Ian will convey this to His Majesty, but asks, just in case, if one of the accompanying archmages leaves, to inform him because he can take his place, right? Since this is His Majesty's personal order, he thinks that there will be nothing wrong with the replacement. The old man agreed with such thoughts, but who would want to refuse? At this moment, a certain man took a step forward. He would gladly give way to Ian. Everyone around was amazed, as was the prince himself. The owner of the tower said to Ronan, "Does he understand what he is saying now or not?" The man was absolutely serious. As representatives of the country, how could they shrug off the emperor's order? Ian was pleased with this. The man understands the importance of diplomatic relations, but as a citizen of the empire, he does not dare disobey the order of his emperor. His solution will help them fulfill 2 conditions at once. The tower owner's face showed indignation, but he didn't say anything. The man turned to the prince. He asked to transfer his responsible mission to Mr. Ian Page. His Highness was only happy, thanking the man for his decision in favor of the empire. He could return to the capital on his personal orders, and he would also give him the crew. The man bowed down, thanked the guy and turned to the magician. Now he is a representative of the delegation instead of him. He asked to approach this work with full responsibility. Ian Page will thank the man for his choice. Archmage Ronan is one of those who can be won over to your side. He is known for his honesty and integrity, and also a neutral attitude towards both the Ivory Tower and the Emperor. He is a simple poppy who has completely dedicated his life to his craft. If the guy taught him a few magic tricks, he would happily come over to his side. Ian understood. The man bowed and said that he was leaving. As the owner of the tower said, archmages who were not officially on a diplomatic mission should not be here. So it is, but this made the owner of the tower very angry. He thought that Ian was just a stupid dummy. Was he really aiming for the old man's place as the owner of the tower? He watched the guy as he cheerfully communicated with his colleagues. The man has been working for too long to gain a tower of complete power and influence on all the affairs of the empire. and some young man can't just take and undo all his efforts. Ragnar also watched the guy from afar. He silently watched, and a purple pendant was visible on his neck. A beautiful view of the city opened up, and the protagonist noticed that Demeter was indeed a free city not associated with any of the 3 countries. The protagonist stared attentively at the luxurious gate and added that, in addition, they all realized its necessity and officially recognized it by remaining neutral for many years. 19th Mayor of Demeter, Ingelo Neville bowed slightly and let him inside. The prince came closer to the mayor and asked where the rest of the assembly members were, to which he received the answer that they were already at their estates for special guests. Ingelo extended his hand towards the luxurious house and added that the estate over there had been prepared for ambassadors from the Green River Empire. The mayor turned his head slightly to the side and noticed that this estate was specially allocated for His Highness the Prince. It is used only by the most noble of their visitors. The prince looked carefully at the building and noticed that it was not bad. The prince turned to the owner of the tower and asked if they had anything scheduled for today. Leon lowered his head, closed his eyes slightly and replied that not for today. The crown prince smiled broadly and replied that that was great. The prince extended his hand into the crowd and noted that everyone could rest. Then he turned to the protagonist and ordered him to come with him. Ian and the prince began to quickly leave. Ragnar looked at the departing protagonist and turned to the owner of the tower and said that he needed to talk, and he bowed and responded. The door to the luxurious room opened. Ragnar and Leon entered the expensive premises. The owner of the tower stood with his head down and listened that Ragnar would not ask to take responsibility for what happened. Ragnar looked straight attentively and added that the magician who constantly hovered around his brother was annoying. Ragnar turned sharply at the magician and looked angrily and noticed that he did not like all this. Leon looked at the floor and replied that he understood what he meant. The owner of the tower, without raising his head, added so that he would not worry. Ian Page is indeed a good magician, but diplomatic skills will be important here. Ragnar carefully examined the interior of the room and heard that magic would not help him. I am sure he would not say a word, because he simply did not know what to say at important meetings. Leon lowered his eyes slightly and added what such a young magician could say in a place where the greatest diplomats of the 3 countries were present. Leon sharply raised his head to the 5th prince and noted that Ian would be just a decoration. As they had planned, he would be the highlight of today's meeting. Ragnar closed his eyes in anger and replied that he understood. But the feeling of anxiety did not leave him. All his attempts to win him over to his side had failed. Ragnar imagined the protagonist leaving in his head, and then added that if left like this, it would become a big obstacle to his future. The 5th prince sharply turned his eyes to the magician and noted that he hoped he would deal with him as soon as possible. The owner of the tower bowed to him and replied that he should not worry, everything would be fine. Leon looked out the window and said that everything would be as he wanted. The crown prince entered the room, fell on the sofa and remarked that it was a great room. Oliver and Ian, closing their eyes, heard that Demeter has a well-developed nightlife. They will need to go to some kind of show. The prince opened his mouth wide, closed his eyes and asked loudly if he could buy clothes especially for going out. The main character heard the captain call the servants, then opened his mouth slightly and, interrupting the prince, called him. The prince looked at the magician in surprise. He got a little nervous and asked what it was. Ian stood and looked angrily at the protagonist, and the prince asked why he was staring at him so much. The main character slightly lowered his head, scratched it and asked that he understood why he had arrived. The protagonist stared at the luxurious chandelier and said that he would speak at a meeting of 3 countries as the official representative of the entire Green River Empire. Ian looked angrily at the prince, raised his hands and noted that they had not come here to have fun. The prince became slightly sad after being told to forget about the night's partying, and then noticed that they still had a lot of time. Ian began to get very angry and shouted that they would get ready and start right away. The prince looked at the captain with pitiful eyes. Oliver looked away a moment later. Ian looked at the prince carefully and noticed that as the main representative of the delegation, he would be given the right of the first word. If you did not say anything, this right would be taken away by the 5th prince. The prince slightly averted his eyes to the floor and replied that he knows. His father is speaking, but he will say it directly. The chances that the 5th prince is well prepared and can capture all the attention are very high, and Ian asked if he wants this. The prince closed his eyes slightly and replied that of course not. He sat on the chair, exhaled and added that he really didn't know international relations, the army, the division of territory, slavery. No one had ever taught him diplomacy, so he didn't really understand these issues. The main character looked at him thoughtfully. The prince looked attentively at the protagonist, smiled slightly and noted that wouldn't it be better if he kept quiet rather than say something stupid in front of important people. Ian looked at him carefully and thought that he was simply trying to escape from reality because of his helplessness, but this was impossible. The main character sharply looked away and noticed in his head that it was the crown prince who was the most important figure in the overthrow of the 5th prince. A crowned Ragnar appeared in the protagonist's head. The protagonist slightly closed his eyes, lowered his head and said that he should be the center of attention at the meeting. The prince looked at the protagonist in surprise and did not understand how he would do it. The main character snapped his fingers and made a mental note that he would give the crown prince a chance and help. Letters with a pen appeared from the air, and Ian said that His Majesty asked him to be his support at the meeting, and then added in his head so that he could show himself and achieve something. The pen wrote on paper in the air, and the protagonist said that so that he would not miss his position and give all his attention to the fifth prince, he would tell him all the necessary answers to the questions that would be discussed. The main character slightly closed his eyes and held his hand up. A strange sound was heard from the room, and the protagonist noticed that right now and until the very day of the meeting, he must. The prince looked in horror at all the paper that was flying in the air. Ian looked at the prince menacingly and added that he would need to learn them. The main character carefully examined the luxurious building and noticed that a week had passed, and it was time for the meeting. Ragnar walked along the tiles with the master of the tower in the night. The fifth prince turned to the owner of the tower and noticed that he had heard that his brother had not gone out for a whole week after he came to his place. Ragnar looked to the side and asked what he was so busy with. Leon looked at the prince and noticed that he also found it strange, but the guards assigned to the crown prince's mansion said that nothing special happened there. He walked through the garden from time to time with a thoughtful expression on his face. Ragnar looked at the magician and noticed that everything was clear to him. Ragnar turned sharply and saw the crown prince. The prince looked at the fifth prince menacingly after wishing him good morning. Ragnar stood opposite the crown prince and asked how his night had gone. The prince looked at him calmly and replied that it was acceptable. Ragnar smiled slightly and noted that this was good. The fifth prince looked at his brother carefully and said that he was going to the meeting room first. The crown prince began to quickly walk near his brother and heard that they would see each other soon. Ian quickly and confidently walked past the fifth prince. Ian walked behind the prince and turned to his brother. The crown prince clenched his fists tightly. The protagonist noticed this. The prince looked straight ahead sharply and fearfully after the main character called him. The prince turned to him, and Ian noted that he should not worry, he had prepared well over the past week. The main character looked away slightly and noted that he was sure that he would become the main character of today's meeting. The prince looked at him carefully and then made a confident face and said that yes. Ingolo stood next to the sanctuary and said to allow him to introduce himself. He is the 19th mayor of the free city of Demeter, Ingolo Neville. The princes were sitting at a round table, and the mayor added that he would say right away the contents of their meeting would be recorded and could also be interrupted at his personal request, asking that this be remembered. The princes looked at each other carefully, and the mayor added that they would start the meeting right now. Ragnar and the crown prince sat upright, with their mages standing behind them. One of the princes raised his hand. Heir to the Duchy of the Kingdom of Luo, Maxwell Venoth looked at the round table, began to remove his hand, and said how they know the way to the Great Meadows from their Kingdom of Thorns, so it is difficult for them to engage in trade exchange. He looked carefully at the curtains and added that in this regard, they would like to provide support with the forces of magicians and elite knights, and not with troops of soldiers, with money, and not with military supplies. The Coldwood Empire had already agreed to support them. Maxwell looked carefully at the other princes and noticed that they should not think too much. The crown prince looked at him carefully after saying that if the Green River Empire does not agree, they are always ready to reconsider the decision. Ian looked carefully at the crown prince and noticed in his head that they started with a discussion of military support, and then said in his head to answer as the horses were preparing for it. Ragnar looked at the crown prince with a wide grin. A moment later he cleared his throat and began to say that he would speak for their crown prince. But his brother interrupted him and began to say that it was about supplies for the army. The prince looked confidently straight and added that he would first like to listen to the opinion of their commander. Maxwell looked at him a little scared and wondered if the representative was not the fifth prince. And the crown prince added that right now an expert was present here. This was an excellent opportunity to get his opinion. Ragnar looked at his brother in surprise. The crown prince turned his head sharply and called out to the commander. Duncan turned his head at him and agreed to speak. The main character lowered his head slightly while Duncan spoke and noticed in his head that it was a good start. The main thing is that it continues like this. Ian looked around carefully. The protagonist turned his attention to the entire table, and in the background they were talking about supplies. The prince was confidently proving something to another prince. Muskwell put his hand to his chest and answered with a smile. Ragnar sat stiffly and did not open his mouth. The conversations continued until the evening, because it began to get dark outside. Ian watched carefully what was happening and noticed that this was the end. One of the princes clapped his hands. Prince of the Coldwood Empire, Hector Coldwood extended one hand forward and said that they need to speak directly. They want to divide the territories into 3 equal parts, but who can guarantee their equality? The guy looked carefully at the chandelier and noticed that on such a vast territory, resources and soil vary, why some should get good things and others bad. All the princes turned their heads at him and heard that Hector was sure that the losing side would try to win other lands for themselves, which means that a war would inevitably begin between all of them. Ian shifted his gaze slightly to the side and noticed in his head that the most important topic at today's meeting was the division of the lands of the Great Meadows between the three countries. Hector clasped his hands near his head and said that their empire is not interested in this. He wants to maintain a truce for many more years. If someone has a better proposal, he can announce it so that we can agree without quarrels. After these words, everyone in the hall began to communicate with each other. Ragnar turned his head to the owner of the tower and called him. Leon tilted his head slightly at him. A moment later, Ragnar raised his head and tried to say something, but was interrupted by his brother, saying that he had a great solution. The Crown Prince shouted and flew up from his chair. All the princes looked at him in surprise. The Crown Prince looked at the audience with lit eyes and shouted that he would express it. Ragnar began to lower his hand in confusion. Angelo, slightly adjusting his monocle, said that he thought everyone present would like to know about him, His Highness the Prince of the Green River Empire. The Crown Prince stood leaning on the table and said that in the Ivory Tower, also known as the Tower of Magic, they had invented a new method that allows one to detect resources hidden underground and calculate their quantity even over a large area. Ragnar and Leon looked at the Crown Prince in surprise. A drop of sweat ran down the tower owner's cheek and he wondered how this was possible. Masquel turned sharply to the prince and asked if it was true. The prince cast a confident look directly and replied that of course, he was sure they had at least once heard about the magician standing next to him. The prince tilted his head slightly, extended his hand and added that the youngest archmage of their empire, Ian Page, personally invented the mentioned method. The whole hall was surprised and did not believe such magic. Leon got very angry, started to get nervous and noticed in his head what was happening. They had the same strategy to use this magical method to their advantage. But how could the kid know in advance what would become the key topic of the entire meeting? Leon stared at the protagonist carefully. The prince stood up straight, put his hand in front of him and added that this way they could create a resource map in which, among other things, they would indicate the condition of the soil. A map appeared in the Crown Prince's head and he noticed that with its help it would be possible to fairly divide the territory between countries. The prince looked at the thoughtful hall and said that he understands that the distribution may be approximately and imperfectly accurate, but he thinks that in 10 years all the countries will focus on resource extraction. Ragnar clenched his fists tightly and began to twitch with anger. Ragnar looked angrily at the protagonist. Ian looked at him confidently, and the Crown Prince noted that he was sure there was no better solution than his. The main character smirked slightly. The Crown Prince raised his chin and said that we'll settle on this. The sunset gently illuminated the huge building. Oliver stood in the corridor, leaning on a marble column. The captain raised his head sharply when he heard someone calling him. The happy Crown Prince walked down the corridor. The prince began to quickly approach the captain and shouted that he would have seen he conquered everyone at the meeting today. The Crown Prince walked up to the captain, stopped and added that it was a pity he didn't get to see the pouty face of the owner of the tower. The prince made an arrogant face, turned his head slightly and noted that he would tell him more in detail during the walk. They were not able to enjoy the views of the city due to preparation. It should at least be noted. The prince turned his head sharply, looked at the protagonist and called him with them, because when else would they have a chance to have fun? Ian nodded his head approvingly. The prince glowed even more with happiness. The Crown Prince carefully walked up to the protagonist, put his hands on his shoulders and noted that it would be like this right away. By the way, he will soon become an adult. He thinks he might have another glass. The prince smirked slightly and said that he would teach him, but he was interrupted by Ragnar, who called him rudely. The fifth prince stood near them and looked at them carefully. Ragnar smiled and was silent at the same time. The prince looked at her brother with displeasure and asked what he wanted. The fifth prince put his hand to his chest, bowed and remarked that he was magnificent today. Ragnar bowed even deeper and added that he had learned a lot from him, while his brother looked at him in surprise. The Crown Prince smiled slightly. The prince folded his hands on his chest, turned his head slightly and noted that he was glad that he could help him. It was nice that he studied and participated in such meetings. Ragnar silently looked at the floor and did not move. The prince looked at his brother confidently and noted that he should not give up and continue in the same spirit. If he needs advice, he can contact him, and the fifth prince slowly stood up and thanked his elder brother. Ragnar turned sharply and began to walk away. The Crown Prince stood and watched his brother retreat. The Crown Prince stood still and addressed the boys behind him. Then he turned his head sharply, the west side, and noticed that today was truly the best day. Ian and Oliver looked at him carefully and smiling. The prince approached them, took them by the shoulders and shouted that they needed to break away from the whole week of their suffering. The prince looked at the smiling captain and told him to join, stop standing at attention. Everyone is on their own here, don't be so diligent. Then he looked at the protagonist and noticed that he would teach him to drink. The prince began to say something, but drew attention to the protagonist, more precisely on his blue hands, and asked what happened to his hands. The master of the tower and Ragnar looked at this in surprise. Oliver and the prince saw the protagonist begin to glow blue. Ian extended his hand forward and noted what seemed to be. He began to turn completely blue and added that this was his limit. The prince looked at him in surprise and fear, and then asked what limit he was talking about. Ian lowered his head slightly, closed his eyes and replied that he would have to teach him to drink already in the palace. The main character began to disappear and added that he would explain everything in the palace and said that he would see you later. The crown prince looked fearfully at the empty space left by the protagonist. Everyone in the room looked at the missing protagonist in surprise. Leon grabbed the staff tightly and noticed that it was an illusion. The owner of the tower began to tremble and asked if he had been an illusion all this time, but if so. Ragnar looked straight ahead in surprise. They noticed the remaining air left behind by the protagonist. The owner of the tower looked straight in horror and added that he was just playing with us. Leon began to laugh intensely. The sun began to completely disappear below the horizon. The sun began to gently illuminate the castle. The soldier with lunch entered the room and addressed the lord that it was his lunch. The lord turned to him and said to leave him there. The soldier looked at the protagonist and asked if Mr. Ian was still unconscious. The lord looked carefully at the main character and noticed that for now, yes, several days had already passed. Ian lay unconscious on the bed and the lord added that the magicians had reduced his energy consumption and vitality expenditure, but he saw his body gradually returning to normal. The protagonist's finger began to twitch. A protagonist appeared in the lord's head and said that if a problem arises, you need to send a mana signal to his head. The lord stood up sharply and said that he thought it was time to call the magician. The lord sharply turned his head towards the protagonist after he said it seems. Ian lay motionless on the bed and said that there was no need to call anyone. The lord looked at the protagonist in surprise and asked if he had woken up. Ian turned his head, smiled slightly and answered as he saw it. The lord bent his head over the protagonist and asked how he was feeling and if anything hurt. The main character exhaled slightly, closed his eyes and replied that he had not fully come to his senses. The lord bowed his head and carefully heard that his head was cracking, he couldn't move, and his stomach, and asked what was wrong with him. The lord looked at the protagonist in fear and suggested that it hurt and he would immediately call the doctor, but Ian answered in the negative, he was just hungry. The lord froze slightly, and a drop of sweat ran down his cheek. Silence fell between them, and the protagonist's stomach made a loud sound. A moment later, he opened his mouth slightly and noticed that he was very. Dawn began to brightly illuminate the castle. Ian turned his head sharply, paid attention directly and heard the question, maybe he would stay at least for the night. The lord looked attentively at the protagonist and added that he understood that he was busy, but they would like to say goodbye to him properly and have dinner. The main character slightly bowed his head and replied that the help provided was enough for him. Ian looked at the bright fountain and added that he was not some kind of benefactor, but a simple archmage. Any other archmage would have provided them with the same services as him. The lord put his hand to his side and noted that he didn't think so. The lord tilted his head slightly, looked at the ground and added that if someone else in his place would have simply exterminated the monsters and returned to the tower, to be honest, he doubted him at their first meeting. The protagonist appeared in the lord's head with a sign, and then said that the young magician could really help them solve the problem with monster attacks. The lord looked at him carefully and noticed that he was wrong. In just 10 days he did what he and his people had been struggling with for a very long time. He really has a special power that no one else has. Ian stood in confusion and listened carefully to the night. The lord smiled slightly, withdrew his hand and said that before he left, they would do the following. The main character looked at him carefully and asked what it was, and the lord asked in response if he had any idea. The lord looked at him carefully and replied that he had heard that about 5 years ago he received the status of an eternal high-ranking guest in the province of Mogrian, and why not do the same here? Ian was slightly indignant and noted that he did not think that it would be easy, and the lord, laughing slightly, replied that he should not worry, they could skip the formalities. The lord spread his hands to the sides and added that, in general, he invites him to officially become an honorary guest of the province of Pirik. The knight looked at him carefully and noticed that this was not an easy gratitude, they had light. Ian looked at him carefully and heard that he thought that even a 6th grade archmage could be pleased with such an attitude. The lord put 2 hands to his belt and noted that because it was beneficial both for them, the province of Pirik, and for him. The main character slightly closed his eyes, lowered his head and said that he was not sure that such official and important statements at the empire level could be made so easily. But if he thought so, the protagonist raised his eyes to him, looked carefully and added that he saw no reason for refusal. The lord turned to the assistant, began to take the sword from his hands and noted that he was glad to hear. The lord sharply pulled out his sword and asked if their contract would be sealed, so they would agree for 1,000 years. The lord began to pull out his sword, grinned slightly and told him not to worry, everything would end quickly. He plunged his sword into the ground. The lord closed his eyes slightly and began to say that the Pirik family. The sky was cloudy, and the lord added that he would be ready to receive the archmage at any time. If he needed their help, they were always ready to provide it. Ian stood and listened to the knight with a smile. The lord lowered his head and said that he swears on his name that this vow will be passed on from generation to generation. The lord covered his face, handed over the sword, and noted that he still could not get used to the formalities. If it were possible, he would simply say that the contract was concluded. Ian laughed a little and thanked him. The lord extended his hand forward and said that he was asking to notify them in advance of his visit so that they could show him all the most interesting things in their area, hoping he would like it. The main character looked at him carefully, opened his mouth slightly, and noted that he would do so. The main character soared into the sky and said goodbye to the knight. The lord and assistant looked carefully at the flying protagonist. Ian rose high into the sky and looked at the rising sun. The main character hovered in the air and thought that in such a short time so much had happened. He had achieved a lot. The protagonist began to wave his staff and smile. He put it in front of him and noticed in his head that he had even found a staff that belonged to the Archmage, which contained black magic that had disappeared more than 300 years ago. The main character looked confidently at the dawn and added in his head that upon returning to the capital, he would have to work hard to revive it. A woman in heels quickly runs down the stairs. The protagonist's mother saw him in the hallway and called him. The protagonist, holding a letter in his hands, turned sharply towards her. Ian smiled and called his mother back. Mrs. Page quickly ran down the stairs and asked how he could just vanish into thin air like that. Did he at least understand how worried she was and understand how he scared her? Mom ran up to her son, put her hands to her lips in surprise, and shouted that he was terribly thin. Mrs. Page began to touch her son and noticed that he was skin and bones. The people in the city could not feed him well for his help. Mom looked at her son carefully and said that he had suffered. The main character carefully removed his mother's hands and replied that a lot had happened, and he was sure that very soon he would regain his former weight. Ian slowly put his hand under his cloak and noticed that he had something for her. The main character held out a blue sphere and said that it was a magical sphere that uses mana for communication. He asked the workshop, which is located on the road to the capital, to make it. Now that he is not around, she will always be able to contact him. The protagonist handed the sphere to his mother and pointed to his own, which was in the staff, and then apologized for causing him to worry. The mother looked sweetly at her son and held the sphere in her hands. The main character looked at her carefully and noted that he would try to be close to her in the future. Douglas flew into the hallway and called the protagonist. The alchemist's son left the room and asked what kind of magic it was. At the academy he learned a lot of different things, but he saw such magic for the first time, and Letio followed him. Douglas with glowing eyes approached the protagonist and added how he managed to be both here, in the capital, and in Demeter. This is an illusion, mirroring, or something like that. The main character tilted his head slightly and asked if he could ask one question at a time. Ian raised his gaze slightly and said that if you explain it in simple terms. The protagonist stood up straight and noted that he had risen to the 6th grade, so now such spells were available to him, and after these words everyone looked at him in surprise. Douglas put his hand in front of him and noted that it turns out that he is the most powerful magician in the Empire, and Letio began to slowly approach and said that he knew that he was strong even in his first meeting, but only so much. The protagonist slightly closed his eyes and noticed that nothing had changed, asking them to treat him as before. Douglas suddenly blossomed, closed his eyes, opened his mouth wide, and said that he wanted to experiment with new elixirs tonight and would the protagonist go with him. The protagonist looked carefully at the chandelier and replied that another time, and Douglas asked why. Ian turned his gaze to him and noticed because he had been invited somewhere. The main character entered the bar. The protagonist found himself in a bar and thought he had definitely come to the right place. The crown prince spread his arms and called the protagonist to him. Ian darkened slightly after the prince said that he thought that Ian had already guessed that today they were having a festive banquet in his honor, and noticed that for some reason he no longer liked it. Ian turned his head slightly, smiled slightly, and noticed in his head that he had come in simple clothes. What a banquet there already was. The vice captain waved his hand to the protagonist and called him to him. The vice captain sat him down and told him to sit down, and at that time Oliver pointed his finger at the table and asked him to bring them more snacks for the table. Ian looked carefully at the mug in front of him. The crown prince placed a mug in front of him and shouted his congratulations on reaching the 6th level. The prince closed his eyes slightly and added that for this occasion he had specially brought a special drink from the imperial reserves. The best and most selective. He had never tasted anything like it anywhere else. A crowd of men tried to pour booze from a barrel. Then the prince shouted that he needed a drink. Ian looked carefully at the mug and noticed in his head that in his past life he had hardly touched alcohol. The protagonist carefully took the mug and thought that Ragnar was against it. He said that alcohol clouds the mind. The main character swallowed his saliva lightly. Everyone looked in shock as the protagonist suddenly began to drink quickly. The crown prince looked at him carefully and asked how he was doing. At this moment, the protagonist hit the mugs hard on the table. Ian wiped his lips and replied that it was very good. The crown prince smiled slightly and noted that he was glad that you liked it. The man behind the counter greeted the prince and asked him to tell him what was in Demeter. The crown prince turned sharply, smiled broadly, and said that of course. The prince approached them and began to confidently tell them something. Ian noticed this and opened his mouth slightly in shock. The main character carefully watched the prince until someone asked if he could fill his mug. Ian turned around and Oliver was standing there with a bottle. The captain began to pour confidently and noted that he should be careful since this was his first time drinking. Oliver looked carefully at the protagonist and joked that if he got drunk, he was afraid that the entire nightly detachment might disappear somewhere at the behest of his mana. Ian took the mug and said that they were worrying in vain. The main character turned his head sharply and noticed that he had no idea that the crown prince communicated so easily with other knights. This was generally in the order of things. Oliver poured himself a drink, smiled slightly, and replied that all the local knights had sworn allegiance to him, they were loyal to each other, so everything was fine. Ian sadly put his head on his hand and said an oath and trust. Oliver turned his attention to the protagonist. Oliver began to drink slowly and said that now he understood why the protagonist had no friends, and Ian stood up sharply and asked why so suddenly. The captain looked at him carefully and noticed that he had guessed it after the first meeting. Ian turned his head to the captain and heard if he remembered their first conversation 5 years ago in Mogrian. He then caught the spy. A young protagonist flashed into the captain's head and he noticed that at that age he was already a third-class magician and had caught a dangerous criminal. But from his appearance one could immediately tell that this did not bother him at all. He had excellent control over his emotions, while his peers still they didn't know how to behave so cleverly in society. The main character grabbed the mug tighter. Oliver looked carefully at his mug and added that his face did not express anything, as if he were a knight who had been trained for many years. Ian rested his head on his hand and wondered what it meant. He also noticed that he was not behaving like other children. Oliver grinned slightly, lowered his head, closed his eyes, and said that he then realized that at such a young age he already had a lot of secrets. Even if he tried, he was unlikely to be able to make friends. Oliver turned his gaze to him and noticed that he saw right through people. Ian closed his eyes slightly and noticed that it was true, although it was a little bitter to hear directly. The main character looked straight and said that, to be honest, he had a friend, but the end of their friendship was not pleasant. Oliver began to drink carefully and said that his friend was very curious what kind of person he was. Oliver approached the protagonist and noted that this is what else he understood over the 5 years of their communication, and Ian wondered even scary, what if he suddenly told the unpleasant truth again. Oliver leaned over him and noticed that when talking to him, he couldn't shake the feeling that he was talking to a grown man. The main character carefully closed his eyes and noticed that he really saw through people. Ian glanced at the knight and said that, to be honest, he was already 48 years old and he preserved his youth with magic. Oliver looked at him in horror, and the protagonist noticed that this was a joke. The main character smiled broadly and said that he himself said that he doesn't get along well with people, so he still hasn't learned to joke. Oliver glanced at the protagonist and smiled slightly. The captain lit up with happiness and said that he, the generous captain of the knights, would forgive him. And Ian grinned and thanked him. Deep night began to fall. It was a quiet evening outside, only sounds from the bar interrupted it. The main character, holding his head, leaves the bar and notices in his head that he seems to have had too much. Even in his previous life he didn't drink that much. The protagonist looked straight when someone called him. Ian turned his head to the side and saw the deputy captain, who was squatting near the establishment. The main character began to go down the stairs, looked at the deputy and asked what he was doing here, and he replied that he was not good with alcohol, he would drink 1 glass and that's all. The deputy captain turned his gaze on him and said that he had gone out to get some air, and then asked why the main character had come out. The main character leaned his elbows on the building, lowered his head slightly and, exhaling, replied that he also decided to get some air. He was not used to such evenings. Ian turned his head at him, examined him carefully and thought that the deputy captain of the knights, Paul Renz, had been the most skilled knight after the captain in his past life. The main character carefully watched as Paul squatted and added in his head that although he was of simple origin, he was loyal to the crown and his country, so he became one of the close confidants of the crown prince and captain. The deputy captain turned his head to the protagonist and asked if he tried alcohol for the first time today and how it tasted. The main character slightly closed his eyes, lowered his head and replied that it was not bad. He thought he would spend evenings like this from time to time. At the same moment, Paul smiled widely, closed his eyes and added that he was glad that he liked it. Everyone was very grateful to him for his help. The knights only talked about him, and they had not seen His Highness so happy for a long time, all thanks to the protagonist. Ian grinned slightly, looked away and thanked him for the kind words. A smartly dressed crown prince appeared in the protagonist's head and Ian added that he only pushes them in the back, and they move forward together. The main character opened his eyes wide, looked straight and said that the prince was happy. Ian smiled slightly, looked straight and added that he would take it as a compliment. Paul looked at the protagonist in surprise and at the same time bewitchingly. Ian turned his head at him and asked what it was, and Paul replied that he just didn't think he could smile like that. The main character looked into the dark sky and did not understand what he was talking about. The next moment the man looked out of the establishment, looked at the guys near the bar and shouted that that's where the deputy was. Paul made a frightened and tired face after the man added that His Highness was calling him, saying that if he continued to evade drinking, he would demote him, and replied that this was already too much. The deputy captain began to stand up, turned his head towards the protagonist and apologized for having to go back. The main character turned to him with a smile and heard that he was sure that this time the crown prince would pour more. It was better for him to check it himself. The main character looked at the tree. A moment later he began to walk quickly. Ian walked up to the railing, put his hands on it, stared at the city and noticed in his head that now the memories of his past life no longer lay a heavy burden on his shoulders. The protagonist's mind flashed to a moment of him standing in a field and looking at the sunset. Moments of the crown prince having fun in the bar appeared in his mind, and he wondered what his elections were and the changes they brought. A sad Ragnar appeared in the protagonist's head looking out the window, and then added that they were completely different from what they were before. Ragnar stood near the moon window and carefully observed the situation outside, and Ian noticed in his head that he could no longer know. Emperor Terry, sitting in his office, carefully studies the papers, and the protagonist added that where the decisions will lead him. The man put out his hand and caught the feather. He stood opposite the girl who was looking at the magical white bird. The protagonist's mother, Douglas and Letio, are sitting at dinner and laughing sweetly. His joyful mother appeared in the protagonist's head, and he noticed in his head that it was simple for him to protect the people dear to him. The main character from a past life stands and carefully looks into the distance. Ian looks carefully directly under the starry sky. The protagonist smiled broadly and added in his head that he would live with a pure heart. The chess piece of the king began to fall on the head of the main character, and he noticed that the game was starting right now. Ragnar. The moonlit sky gently illuminated the fifth prince's huge house. A voice was heard from the window of the house. Standing near the window was Ragnar, who slightly closed his eyes, lowered his head and asked the owner of the tower what they would do. Ragnar turned sharply to the magician, looked at him and noticed that he remembered how he asked to get rid of him before he became a nuisance, and what now? Leon stood with his head down and his eyes closed and replied that Ragnar was right. The fifth prince carefully examined the magician and asked. There was nothing more to say. He asked to wait, promising to remove him, and what this led to, what he was doing now. Ragnar turned completely to the owner of the tower, looked at him angrily and added that in the current situation he was their biggest obstacle. Leon began to sweat from nerves and noticed that his words were a mistake. He just wanted to resolve everything faster, but even so he was late. Leon sharply raised his head to the fifth prince, opened his mouth slightly and noticed that who knew that the boy was so cunning. The owner of the tower raised his head to the chandelier, examined it carefully and added that he no longer wanted to make excuses, but for the last time. Ragnar looked at him wearily and asked what he wanted to say. The owner of the tower lowered his head to the floor, closed his eyes and replied that this was the last time he was asking him to wait. Leon sharply raised his angry gaze and said monotonously, because now they are ready. A girl in a black cloak began to emerge from behind the owner of the tower, and he asked Helen to introduce herself. Ragnar looked at her in surprise and asked if she was the same archmage who had been hiding for so many years. The fifth prince looked at her in fear. Helen began to slowly remove her hood. Then she took it off completely, stared at him with her black eye and said that she was glad to meet His Highness. Ragnar stumbled back and put his hand out in front of him in fear. Leon stretched out his hand in front of him. The girl quickly pulled up her hood at this time, and noted that he should not be afraid. She is only a novice following orders. The eyes of the owner of the tower lit up with anger, and he added that she was ready to do anything for them. Ragnar trembled all over and said that he was the owner of the tower and really. Leon smiled broadly and, interrupting, answered what exactly. The owner of the tower looked at him angrily and noticed that she was a forbidden black magician. A protagonist with a staff appeared in the head of the tower owner, and Leon added that soon Ian Page would fall at their feet. Ragnar looked at him in fear and heard him not to worry. Leon looked at him carefully and added that everything would be as they planned. The place of the crown prince would be his. The ivory tower was neatly illuminated by the dawn. Leon stood in his office near the table and said something about the 6th grade. The old man clenched his hands tightly on the table and again spoke about the 6th grade. Purple essence appeared around the owner of the tower and everything scattered. The plate broke on the pedestal, and all the papers scattered around the office. Leon looked at the table in horror and wondered how this kid was. Leon raised his head sharply and looked straight. He saw the magician entering the office and he said that he had called him. The magician raised his head and looked in surprise at the owner of the tower and the environment around him. Leon stood near the table, and around there was a mess of papers and broken utensils. The owner of the tower smiled slightly and noticed that Marco had arrived. Marco walked closer to the table, folded his hands and asked what happened, and Leon replied that nothing happened. Leon carefully took his hand in his other hand, smiled slightly, closed his eyes and noticed that he remembers the first time he saw him. 20 years have passed since then he was very small. Marco stood and listened carefully to the owner of the tower and heard that he remembered it just as he did now. Leon turned his head to the side, looked at the floor and added that it was an abandoned child wrapped in a piece of cloth. The owner of the tower looked carefully at the lamp in the corner of the room and said that he tossed and turned and stretched his hands towards it and would never be able to forget the joy he felt when he saw it. A moment later, Leon turned his head to Marco and added that he knew that that child would not only be capable of magic, but would also become an official magician. How could such a thing be imagined? He was proud of him. Marco smiled broadly after these words and noticed that all thanks to the wisdom of the owner of the tower, in order to repay at least part of his mercy, he was ready to do anything. Leon grinned slightly, extended his hand forward and said that he was like a son to him. What kind of payment were he talking about? The owner of the tower put his hands on the table, looked carefully at the magician standing in front of him and noticed that, to be honest, he called him because he had a request. Marco bowed to the owner of the tower, heard that if he was not busy, he would come to his house tonight, and replied that of course, as he pleases. Leon smiled sarcastically and thanked the young man and noted that he would wait. It's deep night outside, and there's no light in any of the windows. The door to the house began to open sharply. The bartender, wiping his mug, turned around and began to say welcome. The bartender looked at the door in surprise and did not finish speaking. He saw the main character in the passage and said that it was like the Archmage of the Ivory Tower himself, Ian Page. Ian began to quickly approach the bar counter, took off his hood and asked if he knew him, and the bartender spread his hands and replied that there was no one in their establishment who had not heard of him. The bartender bowed deeply and thanked him for visiting such an inconspicuous place. The guy suddenly raised his head and asked why he was here. Ian began to slowly take off his cloak and told him to be calm. He came as a guest to buy information. After these words, the protagonist threw a wallet completely filled with gold onto the table. The bartender looked at the wallet with a small grin and noticed that they say that the tower's magicians generously pay for their requests. He sees that this is true. The guy raised his head sharply, looked at the protagonist with a smile and said that it was great and what information interested him. Ian looked attentively at the bartender, opened his mouth slightly, extended his hand and answered that anything relating to black magicians. The bartender put his hand to his chin, thought a little and replied that shouldn't he know more about them than they do. The main character tilted his head slightly, closed his eyes and noticed that his knowledge was superficial and he was looking for something else. Ian sharply opened his eyes, looked confidently at the bartender and added that there could be any information, but I would like to know something that most people do not know about. The guy spread his arms wide, smiled broadly and said that he understood. The bartender lowered his head, closed his eyes and added that they had been very lucky lately. They paid special attention to this problem. The bartender leaned on the bar counter and asked if he knew about the Order of Dragons. Ian stared at the bartender carefully. A man appeared in the protagonist's head, at whose feet people stood and bowed, and the bartender began to tell him that this is one of the religious communities of the empire, in which dragons are kept up as gods. It is not particularly popular and widespread, but has existed for several centuries. A village appeared in the bartender's head and he added that the history of the order began with a small group of village believers. A picture appeared in his head of a man standing and explaining something to someone, and then he said that one tomb robber had proclaimed himself the only descendant of dragons and began to convince others that he had special powers. In the bartender's head, the crowd began to disperse and he added that many did not believe the words of the criminal, but over time, the small religious group began to grow. An unknown silhouette in a red cloak stood in the darkness, and the bartender continued that now it is covered in mystery. No one knows who is in charge, how many followers there are and what their goal is. Ignorance has given rise to many rumors and even talk that they are able to return the dead to life. The bartender looked carefully at the protagonist, put his finger in front of him and added that he did not know whether dragon followers really existed, but from all the information and rumors one thing was clear. Ian looked at the bartender in fear and listened carefully to the continuation. The bartender leaned on the counter, moved slightly closer to the protagonist and added that there was definitely a connection between the Order of Dragons and black magic. The bartender carefully stared at the protagonist and said that they also believe that some representatives of the top of their empire are close to the order. Black magic requires not just a magician, but inhuman resources. The main character looked thoughtful, lowered his head to the floor and heard that, therefore, there are forces that can get them. The bartender folded his arms on his chest, smiled broadly, closed his eyes slightly and noted that since the community is closed, it is difficult to understand how to get there and to determine who is in the order. 2, however, if they really can control people, is it possible? It's hard to fool someone from above in order to achieve your own goals. The bartender lowered his hands, removed his smile and said that this is all they know now. They can dig further and will probably find something. If so, he will send him a letter. Ian turned sharply, put on his hood, cast a careful glance at the bartender and said that he understood everything and hoped the investigation would be successful. The bartender began to look at the departing protagonist with a wide smile, began to wave to him and shouted that he thanked him for his worthy payment. The main character's house was neatly illuminated by the bright moon in the middle of the night sky. The main character sat in the dark in his office and thought about the Order of the Dragon. Ian put his hand to his chin and noticed in his head that he had never heard this name in a past life. How could it be? It was several hundred years old. The main character turned his head sharply to his staff and thought about the Shaman King. He took a closer look at the staff and noticed in his head that the shaman was performing black magic through the staff, which had black symbols engraved on it. In the protagonist's head there was a Shaman King on fire, and behind him there were monsters, and Ian wondered what if black magic needed more than just mana. Ian pretended to look smarter and looked away. In the head of the protagonist stood Leon with scrolls in his hands, and Ian noticed that he could not say for sure. But most likely the owner of the tower knows about the connection of the Great Meadows with black magic. Perhaps he himself has something to do with the Order of the Dragons. Ian leaned back in his chair, put his hand to his head and noticed in his thoughts that everything had changed too much compared to his previous life, and it was not because of his return. The main character carefully examines his hand and adds that the world has always been like this. The protagonist carefully examines his hand near his head and thinks that the difference is too great and continues to increase. A chest appeared in the main character's head, from which black dust was oozing, and he wondered if this was due to the use of the dragon language, or maybe this was a side effect of going back in time. In any case, he felt as if he had opened a chest that cannot be opened. It was worth it. The main character rose from his chair, slowly took off his glasses and added that it was easy to move forward with memories of a past life, but now he knows nothing. Ian began to slowly open the drawer in his desk. The protagonist took out a small box from there. He opened the box containing the precious medallion and noticed in his head that he needed to be prepared for anything. In one of the houses in the middle of the street there was a light on, and Leon said that he was sorry for calling so late. Marco sat opposite the owner of the tower, grinned slightly and said that it was nothing to worry about. Marco smirked slightly and asked what he wanted to ask. Leon closed his eyes slightly, snapped his fingers and began to speak. Marco turned his head sharply to the side and listened carefully to the sound. The owner of the tower looked away and noted that it was impossible for others to know about this. Leon stood up, walked forward slightly, turned his head to Marco and asked if he would follow him. The magician looked at him carefully and asked where they were going. The owner of the tower began to slowly pull out a book from the shelf. A moment later, he opened it. Blue light began to ooze from it and he replied that this book would show the way. The book began to glow with a powerful blue light. A moment later, a portal appeared in front of the owner of the tower, into which he stared attentively. Marco stared at him and said that this was the same, and Leon asked what was the matter. Then he turned to the young magician, began to go into the portal and told him to come here. Marco swallowed his saliva and did not take his eyes off the old magician. The young magician quickly entered the portal. They appeared in the darkness and Marco carefully watched the owner of the tower. Leon raised his hand up and cast a light spell. Marco shielded his eyes from the bright light. Marco opened his eyes slightly and looked straight ahead in surprise. He saw a dark and gloomy prison, and Leon froze in front of him. There were people sitting in cages. There were 2 people in one of them, and in the other cell there was the same amount. Marco got scared, looked at the owner of the tower and said that these people were, and Leon looked at him sharply and noticed that he shouldn't be so scared, they are just ingredients. Marco looked angrily at the owner of the tower and, shouting, asked what he was talking about. The ingredients, the people. The young magician cast a careful glance at one of the cells. He saw a guy with ashen hair and no arm and realized it was Chris. Leon lowered his head slightly, closed his eyes and noticed that Chris almost died when he practiced magic, like almost all the magicians present here. Marco began to carefully examine the emaciated magicians in cages and heard that they could have died during work, by accident or due to illness. Marco carefully raised his head, saw the cages suspended in the air and heard that sometimes they were delivered to them from other states. Non-mages were simply brought from the streets. The young magician began to quickly attack the owner of the tower, and he added that they would still end up horribly and waste their lives. Marco looked up in horror and heard that the ailments were almost the same, creatures unable to even get first class. The owner of the tower looked at Marco carefully, clutched the staff tightly in his hands and added that they would have been destroyed by their indifference or whatever other magicians did. He saved them from shame. The eyes of the owner of the tower lit up with anger. He looked terribly at the young magician and said that they were only ingredients that could still serve for the benefit of the ivory tower. A moment later, Leon raised his staff upward. Red smoke began to fill the room. Marco looked attentively at what was happening and heard, so as not to worry. Dark magic emanated from the staff of the owner of the tower, and he said that his fate would not overtake them, he promised. Leon looked at the young magician angrily and creepily, grinned slightly and asked, he was almost like a son to him. The owner of the tower hit the floor hard with his staff and black smoke came out of it. Black magic began to surround the young magician, and he tried to resist. His eyes began to turn black and he groaned. The magic began to soak into him, and he trembled. Marco fell to his knees and dropped his hands from powerlessness. Leon began to slowly approach him, and Marco lowered his head down. The owner of the tower approached them, glanced at him and told him to stand up. Marco began to quickly rise. Marco raised his head sharply and glanced at the owner of the tower after he said to look at him. Leon looked at him carefully and asked who he was, and Marco stood straight and began to answer that the owner of the magic tower of the Green River Empire, Mr. Havert Leon. Marco looked carefully at the owner of the tower, heard the question who he was, and answered that he was Marco, a second-class magician of the Ivory Tower. A blade began to levitate above the tower's owner's hand, and Marco added that it was his personal assistant. A dagger fell in front of Marco's feet. The young magician began to pick it up and heard a question about whether he could cut off his little finger with this dagger. Marco, without any questions, began to silently cut his finger. Leon watched with a creepy smile as he cut off his finger. The owner of the tower lowered his head, opened his mouth slightly, and noticed that now he could call him his son. The ivory tower stood in the middle of the trees and reflected the sun brightly. There was a chandelier hanging in the middle of the hall, and under it someone asked that the owner of the tower had taken an indefinite leave. One of the crowd of magicians folded his hands on his chest and noticed that he had a lot of things to do, and he was no longer the same age. Another of the group put his hand to his chin and noted that maybe it was because of the protagonist. He's the youngest archmage who has already received the 6th grade. This probably hurt him. The girl in the group extended her hand and asked what would happen now. The girl turned to the Peri and said that the owner of the tower is on the side of the 5th prince, and Mr. Ian is on the side of the crown prince. It is impossible for the two main people of the tower to be on opposite sides. Marco walked past them and heard that it was as if they had a choice. Whoever was higher would give the order. Marco slowly walked to the door and knocked inside. The main character, sitting on a chair, sharply turned his head towards the door and said to enter. Ian folded the book on his feet and greeted Marco, and the young magician returned the greeting and stared at the protagonist. Marco looked carefully at the protagonist, squeezed the book tightly in his hands, and noticed that he had brought what he asked for. The main character carefully watched as the young magician put the books on the table and thanked him and noticed that he had been looking for them for a long time. He helped him a lot. Ian made a frightened face and asked if the owner of the tower was sick. Marco raised his head slightly and said that it was not serious enough to worry about. Ian glanced warily at Marco. His hand was bandaged and the protagonist asked what was wrong with his hand. Marco looked carefully at the protagonist and replied that he injured himself while practicing magic, so don't worry. The main character exhaled slightly, looked sweetly at the young magician and wished him a speedy recovery. Ian began to carefully examine Marco and noticed in his head that something was wrong. He clearly felt that he had become a different person. Marco usually behaved more freely with him. He had the same face and voice, but he was clearly building between them wall, and this was just after the owner of the tower took a vacation. The main character sharpened his vision and realized something. Ian lowered his head slightly and noticed that he remembered something. The moment of the first meeting with Marco flashed through the protagonist's head, and he said that they first met 6 years ago in the province of Mogrian. In the main character's head, Lord Marku is fighting the goblins, and Ian adds that if it weren't for his help during the battle with the goblins, a big disaster would have happened. Marco looked at him carefully and replied that he remembered it. The main character began to angrily pick at the book. Marco bowed slightly and said that if nothing else was required, but before he could finish speaking, the protagonist interrupted him. Ian began to quickly rise from his chair and asked to wait a little. The main character turned his head to the young magician and noticed that he was not in the battle with the goblins. He helped him during the exam to test mana. Marco stood and looked at the protagonist in surprise. The main character began to slowly approach him and noticed that he was very sorry that he did not remember everything. A moment later, his staff appeared in the protagonist's hand, and Marco was surprised at what he was doing. Ian sharply thrust his staff in front of him. Then the staff glowed brightly. Ian put on a confident face, opened his mouth slightly and cast a spell, Big Cancel. A huge blue seal appeared in front of the protagonist. Marco covered himself from the strong winds. Dark magic began to come out of Marco's eyes. He fell sharply to the floor, black smoke forming around him. Marco started coughing loudly and black magic started pouring out of his mouth. His class turned bright red. The main character watched carefully as Marco lay on the floor and twisted. Ian knelt down, looked carefully at the trembling guy and asked if he had come to his senses. Marco slowly raised his head and said in a trembling voice why he. The main character looked at him carefully and replied that black magic affected him and he used anti-magic. Marco began to look at the floor in surprise. A moment later, he flew up and shouted that he needed to be stopped. The owner of the tower needed to be stopped. Ian took a careful look at him and asked him to tell him what happened. Then he looked confidently and made a point to tell absolutely everything. A lonely house stood near a tree, and the sunset gently illuminated it. Leon was sitting on a chair, drinking tea, and heard that Mr. Ian Page was calling. The owner of the tower took a sip and asked if he was alone, and the butler folded his hands below and replied that yes, they did not notice anyone with him. Leon removed the cup from his mouth and said to bring his guest. Leon strained his gaze and noticed in his head that he was hooked. Marco appeared in the head of the owner of the tower, and he added in his head that he specially cast a black magic spell on Marco. A magician like him would easily recognize it. Now everything is ready. In the head of the owner of the tower, his staff stood in the middle of the dungeon and emitted dark magic, and Leon noticed that even if he ran out of ingredients, it was worth it to get a 6th class magician. Leon took a careful sip of tea and noted in his head that there would always be new ingredients. The door to the room slowly opened. The owner of the tower said without raising his head that he had not expected his visit. The main character, entering the room, bowed to him and heard that the Archmage of the 6th class himself, what an honor, and said that he was told that Leon was ill, so of course, he had to come to express his respect. The main character stood up straight, put his hand to his chest, looked attentively at the old man and added that he hoped he would recover quickly, and Leon thanked him for the kind words and invited the protagonist to sit down. Ian and Leon drank tea in silence and looked at each other. The owner of the tower cast a careful glance at the protagonist after saying that Marco was not feeling well, and replied that he was afraid he could infect him. The main character slightly closed his eyes and noticed that he didn't think so. Leon looked carefully at the chandelier in the house and noticed that this was good news. He was always worried about Marco. He was very diligent and worked a lot. Ian carefully put down his cup of tea and said that he had heard an incredible story from him. Leon looked carefully and silently at the protagonist. Ian looked carefully at the owner of the tower and added that it was as if he had a secret laboratory in the estate where he carried out inhumane experiments with black magic. Leon suddenly began to laugh, closed his eyes and said that Marco was delirious. This is impossible. The main character looked angrily at the owner of the tower and said that it was as if a black magic spell had been cast on him. The protagonist began to look more confident and added, and as if the one who cast it was him, the man whom he considered his father. The main character, without moving, looked angrily at the old man and noticed that Marco asked him to stop, but Leon did not understand what he was talking about. The owner of the tower carefully placed the cup on the table and added that he actually has a portal to the laboratory. It is created by an artifact that he received by chance. This is very convenient for the old man. The owner of the tower began to laugh, closed his eyes and noticed that the laboratory with black magic was pure nonsense. Leon abruptly stood up from the sofa and said that if he wanted, he could go with him to examine her. The owner of the tower looked carefully at the protagonist and said that he did not trust him to see for himself in everything. The protagonist cast a distrustful glance at the owner of the tower and sat gloomy. A moment later, the protagonist grinned slightly and replied that with his permission. Leon began to walk out, turned to the protagonist and told him to follow him. Ian began to slowly rise, and the owner of the tower slowly lowered his head, closed his eyes slightly and added that he would show everything. As the head of the ivory tower, he could not allow rumors to spread about the use of black magic. The old man walked up to the red curtain and took hold of it. Then he waved her aside abruptly and looked straight at her. There was a blue portal hiding behind it. He looked at it and noticed that there it was. A book appeared in the tower owner's hand and he noticed that this was the power of his artifact. Leon turned to the protagonist, opened a book from which blue light was oozing, and said that if you use the magic from this book, then anyone can use the magic of portals, which is available to the 8th grade. The main character stood silently and looked at the book. Leon approached the portal and told the protagonist to go through. Ian and Leon found themselves in the middle of a dark room. The main character carefully followed the owner of the tower and noticed in his head that in his past life, Havert Leon was considered one of the best owners of the ivory tower. In the head of the protagonist Leon stood, and behind him there was a tower, and Ian added that the great Archmage, who laid the foundation for the unification of the continents, was an honest and dedicated person. He led the 5th prince to the imperial throne and was able to significantly increase the influence of the ivory tower on what was happening. The main character confidently looked straight and noticed in his head that since he was on the side of the 5th prince, then, accordingly, he also respected and revered the owner of the tower. Leon stopped abruptly. Red essence began to appear around the owner of the tower and he called the protagonist by name. The old man grinned slightly and looked straight. He stopped near his staff, from which red energy emanated, and said that he, too, once wanted to become a hero. Leon raised his head to the top of the dungeon and added that he wanted to save their empire with his own strength. He wanted to help the poor and suffering. Leon looked at his trembling hands and noticed that over time he realized something. He clenched his fists sharply and added that he couldn't change everything on his own. The owner of the tower raised his head sharply and looked at the staff. A moment later, he reached for it and said that it was a power that could make him a hero. Leon took the staff in his hands, turned his head towards the protagonist and added that she was not what he imagined her to be. Dark curls of mana appeared around the owner of the tower. They began to quickly surround the protagonist. Leon stood and watched as the protagonist choked on them. A particle of light appeared above the hand of the owner of the tower, and he said that the power, thanks to which many magicians would act under his command, so that he would save this empire from decline. Leon held the staff tightly in his hands, smiled terribly, looked madly at the protagonist and added that she is called Power. Dark strands of mana walked throughout the dungeon. Leon looked at the protagonist with a huge grin. The main character stood straight, simultaneously shrouded in dark magic, and heard that he would definitely become a part of it. Leon stood straight, dark magic flowed from him directly to the protagonist, and he said that under his leadership he would help this country and its inhabitants. The owner of the tower looked at him with crazy eyes and noticed that a man like him and an old man like him needed this to become heroes. The main character fell to the ground and was held in his arms while dark magic penetrated him. Leon silently looked at the tormented protagonist. A moment later, Leon raised his head slightly and ordered the protagonist to stand up. Ian quickly began to stand up. He stood up straight and stared at the owner of the tower. Leon began to twitch, lowered his head slightly and clenched his fists. A moment later he shouted that it was easy, insanely easy. He then extended his hand towards the protagonist and asked him to answer who he was. Ian lowered his head, slowly closed his eyes and replied that he was the owner of the ivory tower, Havert Leon. Leon's face changed when the protagonist said something else. Ian raised his head sharply, looked sarcastically at the owner of the tower and noticed that he was a complete psycho. Leon stood and saw the protagonist's fist appear in front of his face. The main character powerfully hit the owner of the tower in the face, causing him to fly away. The old man flew into the wall and screamed. When he landed, he shook sharply and put his hand to his face. Ian began to shake his hand and exhale, and Leon held his face and said that this was impossible. The main character looked carefully at the owner of the tower and said that didn't he say that you don't have black magic? Leon looked up at the protagonist in horror and did not stop trembling. Ian looked at him carefully and added that since he had not surpassed the 5th grade, he did not know, but our strengths were different. The main character began to slowly approach the owner of the tower and said that even using black magic, the 5th class remains 5th. Ian knelt down next to the owner of the tower and said that he really thought that he would come here unprepared. The protagonist grinned slightly, bowed his head and noted that such stupid mistakes were unusual for him, and he was in vain in his haste. Leon abruptly removed his hand from his face and asked how he was. Just before he could finish speaking, the protagonist quickly began to pull her hand towards his face. A blue seal appeared in front of the protagonist's face and he used the mana drain spell. Leon opened his eyes wide and began to scream. He dug his fingers into the stone floor. The main character slowly began to remove his hand from the owner of the tower. Ian quickly stood up, began to remove his hand and told him to rest. Because of the outflow of mana, at first he would not be able to move. Ian turned to leave, but sharply turned his gaze to the owner of the tower and noticed that age was taking its toll. Restoration would take a lot of time. The protagonist began to confidently walk away and only heard insults addressed to him. The main character put his hand in front of him and used the light spell. Ian looked into a dark room with a bunch of jewelry and mountains of gold. He looked around carefully and saw a huge chest filled to the brim with coins. Then he turned his head to the side and saw shelves with expensive potions and a bunch of decorations. The main character looked around carefully, then grinned slightly and said that he was a modest and decent owner of the tower. Funny. The protagonist turned his head to the old man and asked why there were so many treasures for a man who had nowhere to spend them. Apparently, he simply liked to collect wealth all his life and not think about sharing it with the empire. Did he really expect to take them with him to the next world? Leon put his hand to his head, trembled slightly and groaned loudly. Ian turned his head to the side and noticed the strangeness. He began to slowly approach the cages with people inside. The main character carefully looked into the cage and noticed in his head that they were in a terrible state, but some were still breathing. Ian saw 2 lifeless bodies. The main character carefully stared at them through the bars and noticed that they should wait a little. He would help them escape from here and get proper treatment. A moment later, Leon, with the last of his strength, opened his mouth slightly and said what Ian was thinking. The main character began to slowly turn towards the old man and heard that Marco was the only one. Ian turned to the old man, who was trying to say something else. Leon looked up at him, made a malicious face and noticed that he has a lot of henchmen, Everywhere, there are guys much better than Marco, so Ian turned his head at him and wanted to hear the continuation. Leon moved away from the wall and angrily shouted at him not to pretend. They were probably already heading towards him and would never stop without his signal. The tower master slowly lowered his head and added that he originally wanted them to pay attention to 2 points. The main character looked at him carefully and asked what happened to his family and the attack on the prince. Leon slowly raised his head and offered a deal with simple terms. The owner of the tower extended his hand and added that they would forget about what happened today. Leon glanced at the dungeons on the upper floors and noticed that he had no evidence other than this portal, and they would believe him, not him, if they decided to talk about it. Leon grinned slightly and added that even if he doesn't yet understand the consequences of his actions, it's better not to cross the line in communicating with him. He doesn't even imagine how he will regret it. The main character slightly closed his eyes, moved his head away and said that he refused. Leon looked at the protagonist in surprise and fear. Then he shouted that he would kill his mother and the crown prince, and the protagonist extended his hand to the side and told him to try. The owner of the tower looked at the protagonist in surprise and did not understand what he was talking about. The main character looked at him with a wide smile and repeated for him to try. The main character's mansion was neatly illuminated by the moon. The protagonist's mother turned sharply when someone called out to her. Letio stood on the balcony next to her and says that a cold wind is blowing today. The alchemist bowed his head slightly and asked her to come inside. Mrs. Page bowed her head with sadness and said that Ian had not returned yet, and for some reason it was impossible to contact him even through the ball. The woman sadly lowered her head, her eyes filled with melancholy, and she noticed that he always warned if he was late. Letio slightly closed his eyes, smiled broadly, and noticed that Ian was a 6th-class archmage respected throughout the empire. Even the most inveterate scoundrels would rush to his feet begging for forgiveness, so there is no need to worry. Mrs. Page opened her eyes wide and screamed that to her he was still a boy. Letio twitched slightly and began to slowly approach her. Sweat ran down his cheek and he slowly began to open his mouth. He bowed slowly and asked for forgiveness. Letio opened his eyes slightly and said that he himself had a child, but he tried to downplay the importance of her feelings, asking her to forgive him. The woman grinned slightly, turned her head away and replied that everything was fine. Mission Page takes a close look at the city at night and says that she always thinks about what an unbearable burden Ian is carrying. She imagined in her head the protagonist standing with a staff and a blue cape, and then added that he did not rely on anyone, but confidently walked forward on his own. She was sorry that he had to suffer so much. Mrs. Page folded her hands on her legs, picking at them slightly from her nerves, and remarked that she wanted to help her son share this burden, and she was angry that all she could do was wait here for him. Letio stood up straight, looked at her carefully and asked her not to talk like that. He looked at her carefully with a sweet smile and added that the reason why Ian was able to reach such heights was because of his family. In his head, Letio appeared on him, and he noticed that he had mana poisoning, and he could only survive thanks to his son. That's what a family is for. Mission Page looked at the alchemist in surprise and heard that she thought she was useless, but always gave her interlocutor a feeling of inner peace. Letio put his hand in front of him, smiled even wider and added that he was always there. You could always return to it. That's what made the protagonist who he is. Letio lowered his head slightly and noted that if he wanted, he could stay nearby. The woman looked at him calmly and heard him until he returned. Mission Page tilted her head slightly and smirked. They looked at the sky, which was filled with stars and a huge moon, and the alchemist noticed that the sky today was clear and quiet. Letio sat down next to her, looked carefully at Mrs. Page and heard that it was true. Usually there are a lot of guards here, but today for some reason. Letio felt something. A moment later he suddenly blew up and told them to go inside. Something was wrong. He heard a clear sound from below. Letio looked carefully into the bushes and shouted who was there. 2 unknown men walked along the grass, hiding in the bushes. One of them raised his red eyes to the alchemist and looked straight at him. Letio put his hand in front of him and shouted for them to stop now. The alchemist clenched his teeth in anger and noticed that they were not obeying. One of the unknown people began to approach the thin blue thread, and Letio noticed that if you cross this line, the alchemist realized abruptly and stared straight ahead. He began to reach out to the woman and shouted to her. Letio hugged her sharply and shouted down. At the same moment, a strong lightning strike occurred, from which the earth shook. We see a huge lightning strike their house. The princes and the captain, who went to the city, noticed this and were afraid. They did not understand what was happening and where the thunder and lightning came from. The captain was concerned about the condition of his highness. He also saw the lightning thunder and suggested returning back to the palace. But the prince refused. It was too early for that. Nothing happened. The captain did not even suspect how difficult it was to get his father's permission to leave the palace and secretly observe the lives of ordinary people. The prince, with his hands folded on his belt, understood that he could not return just like that. In addition, he had a question for the captain. The guy bowed his head and put his hand on his heart, showing that he was ready to listen. His Highness put his finger to his ear and thought. He asked the captain to teach him fencing. The guy was a little shocked by this request, and the prince, in turn, was quite embarrassed. He asked to teach the most basic things. Is it difficult? He wondered. The captain was still in shock. His Highness asked me to teach him at least some stances. The captain was distracted from the conversation. He looked to the side and took out his sword. The prince thought that the captain wanted to start training him right now and asked him not to rush, but to do it a little later. But the captain did not plan to train him. He told his Highness to stand behind. The prince did not understand what was happening, which was clear from his face. The captain summoned a second squad of imperial knights. They very quickly came to the defense of his majesty. They surrounded the guy and were ready for battle. The prince standing in the middle was in shock. The brave captain asked the one he suspected to be present to show himself, and a cloak appeared on the wall, and later the entire silhouette of a man. It was her, the Archmage of the Ivory Tower. Helen is a girl with bright red hair. It seemed to the captain that she had disappeared somewhere a couple of years ago. What did she want here? The girl was silent and just moved forward. The captain ordered her to stand still in order to save the prince. First, let her explain why she came here. After a pause of silence, the girl answered, Hayden Green River, and she will kill those who interfere. The girl's eyes were absolutely empty. She was not afraid of anything. The captain understood that now it would not be easy. It didn't take long, I think, before he rushed from his spot and went into battle. Swinging the ball, the girl repelled his attack by raising her staff. Coming closer, it was noticeable that one of the girl's eyes, hidden under her hair, was completely black. She jumped back and took a fighting stance. The girl decided to use a fiery explosion. He waved his staff. She conjured fireballs flying towards the guy. But the captain was not afraid. He remembered such training. Rushing forward, he cut the balls one by one with his sword. The guy cut his way to the girl, who was shocked by such a reaction because she did not expect a rebuff. Heading straight at the girl as she ran, he pointed his sword and struck her staff. The girl was able to dodge and substitute the sword in her place. But without relaxing, the captain jumped and swung again. During the strike, the girl used a mana barrier. With its help, nothing from the outside could get inside. Naturally, the captain's attack was repelled. It's amazing that the captain finally managed to see this barrier in person. The guy hoped to train with Mr. Ian to resist him. The guy took off his gloves and understood that it would be okay to practice, and there were girls on the barrier. The captain cannot use his mana properly since he is a half-blood who only has a mana heart. But the mana in his blood will help him deal with his attacker. He was ready to show the girl the full power of half-breeds. Blue magic began to appear around the captain's sword, swirling around it. Having cut through the protective barrier with his blow, he was able to touch the girl with his sword and pierce her. He was not going to kill her, since the captain needed to find out who the traitor who ordered the murder of his highness was. She can only pray for a quick death. Next we see the owner of the tower and the magician standing nearby. The old man was scared. What could this kid do? But unlike some, Ian's words can be trusted. Over the past 5 years he has established connections with many people. The old man began to shout at the guy, but he only calmly replied, the man really thinks that the guy has been inactive all this time. When they were in Demeter, it was he who sent uninvited guests to the guy's house. This could not happen again. Surely those whom the old man sent now had already fallen into a trap or even left this world. It was too late to negotiate with the magician. He doesn't ask the old man for anything. The man will only be judged to the fullest extent of the law for his act. He deserves to die and the guy will take care of that. Ian smiled. Because of the ivory tower, for which the old man killed his soul, and the poppy will also look after his body. He also didn't intend to go that far. But the guy reached out his hand to the old man and offered it to his head. But its owner should take care of the tower's reputation, the guy said, using magic on the old man's head. Naturally, the magician is extremely clear why the old man likes the 5th prince and not the crown prince. The boy himself once thought that this prince should become the ruler. The old man was driven by a thirst for power and money. This is understandable. At this time, while the guy was talking, the old man was suffering from pain. Magic was circling around him, which hurt him. But the guy was not going to stop. He used more and more bullying. The old man went too far and made a mistake. He decided to attack the guy's family. Everyone should be punished by their actions. It's true. The guy continued to hurt the old man. Next we see a large white house. The emperor swore at the townspeople because the misdeeds of the owner of the tower became public knowledge. A man sitting on his throne in the middle of the room shouted at everyone standing there that the owner had forgotten about his duty, was carried away by black magic, and was using the body and souls of innocent people for his terrible experiments. Tapping the bell on his throne, he understood that even death could not cleanse him of all his sins. It will be impossible to forgive or understand him, so the punishment will remain unchanged, the emperor cursed. From this moment on, Havert Lyon is stripped of all his merits and titles and sentenced to death. The public began to talk. He added that the execution, of course, would be carried out publicly. His Majesty stated that this man would go down in history as the most terrible criminal, and if his henchmen or relatives are discovered, the man orders to get rid of them immediately. The emperor will be punished by all those who knew about his crimes. They will find magicians who also practice black magic. His Majesty will personally pronounce judgment on those associated with this story, and no one could escape investigation and punishment. Addressing the aristocrats in the crowd, he called on them to cooperate. The man was sure that there would be assistance of the owner in the tower who did not realize the direct consequences. The emperor ordered them to stop using black magic and surrender voluntarily. The only exception will be Archmage Helena. This woman made an attempt on the life of the prince and a different fate awaits her. The prince standing next to him lowered his head and listened attentively to his father. Despite the fact that she acted on the orders of the owner of the bash, she also did not realize her actions. It will be impossible to turn a blind eye to the fact of attempts on the life of the crown prince of the empire. In the name of the ruler of this country, the emperor sentenced the woman to life imprisonment. It was a terrible situation, but it helped shed light on the two heroes of their empire, and their great deeds deserve special attention. His Majesty spoke of a magician who revealed all the dark deeds of the owner of the tower. I'm talking about the knight Oliver, who bravely defended the life of the crown prince. The emperor asked him to come forward. The captain did so, but the magician took an active part in the investigation of the incident, and the emperor expected great success from him in the investigation of this matter. His Majesty asked to pay attention to the knight who protected the crown prince from a fourth-level magician. It was he who was now walking along the path to the throne. Oliver stopped right in front of the man and his throne. The emperor asked him to come closer. Captain of the knightly detachment Oliver, he put his hand on his heart and bowed before his Majesty. The man praised the guy, and he really was a real blessing for their empire. He did not protect the crown prince, but he also proved to everyone that people are capable of going beyond their limits. The guy will become an example not only for the entire empire, but also for the whole world. Naturally, the man could not leave his services to his homeland without due respect. Having become a leader, the man announced that the knight was awarded the right to control every knight of the empire and give them orders. He also receives the title Lord of Swords. The entire public stood in shock with their mouths open. This title could not find its owner for a long time, the emperor said. For hundreds of years, no one had been awarded this title, as magic overshadowed the greatest deeds of their knights. Well, Oliver was able to show the importance of this title. He proved his loyalty to both the imperial family and his homeland. The prince, standing in the crowd, smiled, because he understood that this was exactly the case. The emperor hoped that everything would continue to happen, and indeed the title of Lord of Swords suits the captain perfectly. His Majesty picked up a beautiful sword, gold and white. He took this sword out of its case and asked the imperial knight to kneel. The knight did so. Then the emperor approached him and began the ritual with his sword. In the name of the first channel of the Emerald River, he orders the title of Lord of Swords to be officially transferred to the knight Oliver. The man leaned his sword against his left shoulder and then against his right. He asked Oliver if he was ready to accept this title, which had been looking for its owner for many hundreds of years. The captain swore on his title and name that he would lay down his life to defend the empire. Next we see the palace, and the prince called his father. The boy did not at all understand the reason for such a sentence. How can the imperial master of the tower be executed? He asked his father to think again. Don't they understand what kind of blow their empire will suffer? The owner of the tower is an archmage. His execution is akin to the execution of hundreds of ordinary magicians. The prince said that this would not solve the problem. As soon as the punishment was carried out, all neighboring countries would know about it, and especially Coldwood, who have long been eager to expand their borders. They will quickly finish with the Great Meadows and attack them when their most powerful magician is executed and the country is in complete chaos. There was no need to even guess. This was the perfect moment for an attack. The man explained that the owner of the tower is no longer the strongest magician. The most powerful magician of the Ivory Tower is Ian Page. It was he who received the 6th grade. He will be able to take the place of the owner of the tower, which means there will be no problem. The emperor thinks that, on the contrary, this is a great chance to raise the rating and reputation of the tower on the continent. The prince fell silent, but his father asked him to answer. Was the man wrong? Of course, father was right. This magician can bring new things to the tower. However, the owner has strength and experience, proven over the years. If he had teamed up with a magician, the tower's blossoming could have happened much faster. Moreover, this is not all. If you introduce a young and talented magician to an experienced and older one, they can both become better. They will also constantly monitor each other, which means this responsibility will fall from the shoulders of the imperial palace. Isn't this beneficial for them now? The guy's words were indeed reasonable. The prince wanted to continue, but his father interrupted him. The owner of the tower used forbidden black magic and researched it, although it can hardly be called just research. The ingredients for his experiments were magicians whom he had to protect and soldiers who had done nothing wrong. For the sake of his experiments, he was ready to sacrifice without a twinge of conscience. This is too serious a crime. The pursuit of the target has clouded his eyes. The owner, for the sake of the desired power, was ready to kill countless innocent souls. He also wanted to use a strong magician, trying to lure him to his side with the help of black magic. The prince closed his eyes and realized everything. The owner of the tower is an important representative of the empire. The heir agrees that the man is wrong, but black magic could benefit the empire, becoming heavily armed for protection. Since you need the ingredients for this, why not just use criminals? They can at least do this for the greater good. The emperor was furious. He shouted that this was exactly Ragnar's problem. The prince froze in incomprehension. The emperor spoke very seriously, which is why he would never choose the prince as heir. Black magic is pure evil that darkens the soul of the one who uses it in the rest of the world. It was not for nothing that the founder of magic, Mitchell Greenriver, tried so hard to make it disappear from their land. Has the guy already forgotten about this? The emperor knows what Ragnar is thinking about, and he knows what his character and ambitions are. The guy is capable of a lot, but he doesn't have the most important thing, and the emperor believes that the guy doesn't understand this himself. All this time he has been able to hide this gap for himself, but at the right time this is exactly what he lacks. The emperor walked past the prince and turned around. The most important thing in politics is the desire for justice and its implementation. The ruler of an entire side must always remember that justice works the same for everyone. If a guy thinks some people will pass for expendables, that's the end of it. The prince stood silently and then laughed. The emperor was surprised by this, but it was not at all like that. Turning around, the father asked, "What is it?" The boy explained that this is not the reason why he cannot choose the guy as his heir. The prince understands her perfectly, his elder brother, the son who received all his love and care. And Ragnar's son was born only to maintain his influence among the aristocrats, isn't it? That's the whole difference. The emperor was angry with the guy. The man understands how hard the boy tries to get recognition at least once. Well, is it really so difficult to pay attention to him at least once, and not to your beloved son? Is it so difficult to treat and love him like another son? The emperor would probably have agreed to release the owner of the tower if his brother had asked for it. The enraged emperor raised his hand and slapped the guy in the face. There was a quiet pause between them. His Majesty laughed, turned around and left, calling the guy a fool. Leaving the hall, he asked Dumful to introduce himself to Ragnar's house and not let him out of there. And also do not allow the prince to contact and meet with anyone. The emperor's humble servant bowed his head and said that he would carry out the order. And so that day ended. We see the house against the background of the sunset. We see the windows of the palace, and behind them is Ragnar. Archmage Ian has arrived to him in peace. The prince was shocked by such a visit and became thoughtful. Later he replied that he did not want to see him and asked him to tell him to leave. But the door opened. The angry guy started screaming. He said not to let him in. I entered the poppy inside and greeted his highness. The guys stood opposite each other and the magician held a staff in his hands. The guy suspected that this was an order from the emperor, and it was so. The magician came to check whether he was influenced by black magic inflicted by the owner. Ian hoped the guy wouldn't mind being tested. But the boy was furious. Today the execution of the owner of the tower would take place on this very day. They decided to check if everything was okay with him. How can you show a guy such disrespect? The magician explained that this was a normal inspection carried out for the entire imperial family and castle workers and no more. He asked the prince not to be angry. His highness exhaled and sat down on a chair. He said that the guy could take his time and calmly check everything. It wouldn't take much time for someone to come. The guy might feel nauseated or dizzy during the test, but these are just signs that everything is fine with him. Don't worry. He took his staff, he opened a large cancel, magic swirled around the prince, he pursed his lips in pain, then the magician asked if everything was okay with him. This is a very unpleasant feeling for Ragnar, which is why he behaves this way. The inspector found no traces of black magic. If the guy is feeling bad, then it's better to rest until he comes to his senses. At this point Ian finished, he thanked him for his assistance and decided to head back. When the guy turned around and began to leave, the prince asked to ask one question. He wanted to ask the magician with the staff why he served his brother. He is an intelligent man and must understand that the crown prince is not suitable for the role of emperor of this country. Doesn't he know that many aristocratic families are also against him? But the magician does not serve the crown prince. This answer amazed Ragnar. He even got up from his chair and did not understand what the magician was talking about. The guy didn't want to explain anything or said that he needed to go. He wished him a good rest and headed out. Go out the door, he stopped. Ian does not serve Hayden Greenriver because in that world he swore allegiance to one person. Looking at his hand, he clenched it into a fist and lowered his head. That is why his actions can now be regarded as revenge or treason for his oaths. Night fell. An employee entered his highness's room before he knocked, and when he went inside, he saw a terrible mess. The guy asked if the owner of the tower had already been executed. The military man replied that yes, this afternoon, publicly on the main square of Green Riverium. Without turning his head and sitting, looking out the window, he said that he understood everything, then the man could be free. The military man asked not to kill himself. The guy just laughed so hard in response, why not kill himself? When the man approached him and put a piece of paper on the table, pushing it towards the guy with his fingers. He didn't know what it was. The man explained that the guy should get to know this personal thing. The man left. The guy sat for a few more minutes and silently looked at the piece of paper and later took it in his hands. When the guy opened it, he read everything and realized that they still had a chance. Yes, we see the palace room right now with all the survivors in the old man's secret laboratory. It turns out the treatment is in a safe place. In the emperor's chambers, the emperor himself spoke with the magician. The magician analyzed the testimony of those who were in good health or were regaining their memory. They also returned many stolen treasures to the state treasury. People who have been in close contact with the owner of the tower are tested for susceptibility to black magic. No traces of Cotter have yet been found. His Majesty praised his assistant. He was a great fellow. The man didn't think that the owner of the tower would be so crazy. It's a shock to him. The man bears a great responsibility for not suspecting him earlier. The guy also could not cure his crime. Nevertheless, the owner of the tower had an excellent reputation and universal respect. Who could have known that behind that smiling face was a real tyrant? The guy promised to report everything about the results of tests for black magic and further investigation. They agreed on this, but the emperor wanted to ask one more question if the guy didn't mind. Listen carefully. The guy, of course, agreed. The emperor asked him what he thought about the crown prince. This question struck the magician. He did not quite understand it. But the emperor knew perfectly well that the guy understood everything. There was deathly silence in the room. The guy said that he could not swear allegiance to the crown prince. But what did this mean? How could it not swear an oath? Mac will do everything so that His Highness can calmly take his rightful place on the throne. In the future, Mac is always ready to help him so that he becomes a worthy ruler for his people. The guy couldn't swear allegiance to him, but he was ready to support him to the end. The man put his hand on his chin and thought. The answer was indeed sufficient. Then he asked the servants to enter the room. They brought in a large brown box. His Majesty asked the guy to take it. It was a staff that was left behind by the owner of the tower. Naturally, the guy understood how difficult it was to choose a new owner, and even if it is clear to everyone who should take his place, there will still be many nuances. Usually, the owner of the tower is chosen by the imperial family, but in this situation the emperor decided to do without formalities and appoint a new one as quickly as possible. Now the tower master's staff was Ian. His Majesty also added that he wanted to ask the guy a favor. He, of course, was ready and asked to tell him what the problem was. The emperor was sure that his other son would not give up his plans, even though he had lost a serious ally. He knows very well how great the greed is in his heart. If Ragnar ascends to the throne, many innocent lives will be lost. However, his father himself made him this way. He will hate his father until his death. If the guy can try to stop him and set him on the right path instead of his father, he will be incredibly grateful. The emperor stood up from his seat, and the guy took the staff in his hands and did the same. He promised to fulfill His Majesty's will. The guy knelt before his emperor. The man who hoped for him, Ian Page, became the master of the ivory tower. Next we see the tower itself. The doors opened, and the hero went inside. The guy was flooded with his inner thoughts. He looked forward and remembered that he, too, had once wanted to become a hero, to save their empire, to be a magician who would protect many lives from harm. With his power he can command many people. Can many people call this power give this empire and its inhabitants a happy life? But he wanted to protect the power so much that he killed him. The guy no longer wants to become a hero. He only has one desire: to kill Ragnar. He wants him to die a terrible and dishonorable death so that his name will be forgotten by all those living now and after. He lives and tries only for revenge. Next we see the room of that same prince. He was sitting and thinking about something. Next we see the crown prince. He greeted the owner of the tower. Mac remained silent. In response, he had not yet been officially appointed, so such an address would not be appropriate. At least between them it could have been explained by the prince. Who would have known that the little boy Ian first met 6 years ago would take such a high position? The prince was very pleased to follow the personal growth of his friend. The magician turned to the crown prince. Now the guy is very busy testing for black magic. The prince, of course, checked first, so if there were no complaints, then he asked for permission to leave. The guy was offended because he had come specifically to see the magician. The prince asked again and wanted to make sure that everything was okay with him. He has a headache and his vision is blurry. Mac explained that there was definitely nothing wrong with him and he was completely healthy. Of course, Ian's suspicions did not escape him. The chance that the owner of the tower used magic on the crown prince is quite high. Helping Ragnar reach heights is easy if you manipulate his main opponent, making him look narrow-minded. Although the hereditary principle in itself is not far away, Poppy thought in his head, looking at it. The prince asked if Haley would be next, and so it was. The prince wanted to tell the magician something before they met. The girl has been asking and talking about him very often lately. Ian was surprised by such interest. The girl asks how he is doing, what interests him, what his favorite food is, the prince said, smiling. Well, why was this girl? The prince did not know what to answer her then, despite how close they were. Getting up and leaving the room at the door, he asked the magician to answer her himself when they saw each other. She will be happy with even minor information. After these words, the prince left the room and closed the door. Ian thought, the prince is growing up so quickly. His character has matured, he has become much stronger and better, and he himself is confidently moving forward, improving his knowledge and skills. Naturally, Max could make him worthy. Someone knocked on his door, he allowed him to enter. It was a girl. They haven't seen Mr. Ian for a long time. He asked Her Highness how she was doing. Very well, thanks to him. He was glad to hear this and invited her to sit down. The girl did so, but fell silent. After that, she cast a second-class spell that blocks sound. When she managed to reach this class, to be honest, the girl showed 3 on her fingers. The guy was surprised how she was able to reach a class even higher in such a time. Her teacher said that she had not reached this level. Poppy congratulated her and said that she was a great fellow. Then he asked what she wanted to see him, since she had to use this power. She turned to the master. What should she do? He asked to tell me more about it because he didn't understand what we were talking about. The girl didn't know where to start. Then the guy suggested asking questions himself. Why did the girl hide the fact that she is a magician? It turns out that it was her father's order. At the age of 12, Kevin conducted a test for the presence of mana, and having learned that she was a poppy, he reported her to her father before informing the owner of the tower. The guy himself knows very well that if someone becomes a magician, he must give up any titles, the desire to become a servant of the ivory tower. This also applies to princes and princesses. Her father wanted her to remain his princess and not become a magician. Kevin, on his orders, hid the truth about her magic, and she continued to live as before. But one day she realized that the magic in her was breaking out. The hero, of course, understood that she had been studying her all this time, and now she came to him for advice. Kevin is one of the few consistently crowned princes from his past life. Previously, the woman simply wanted to help her brother because he did not have proper support. But now everything has changed. Her brother has, Sir Oliver, and he, Master. Her brother was on the right path. Does the girl really have no purpose anymore? Almost yes. She is afraid of becoming a hindrance to her brother since she began to study secret magic. The guy looked at her sad face and came up on his knee. The girl raised her head at him, and he said that if you live your life, it will be enough. The main character carefully looked straight and noticed that she needed to live for her own sake, and not for the sake of the imperial palace and her brother. The princess lowered her eyes and said that she did not know how it was. The girl sharply raised her head and looked at the protagonist in surprise after saying that no one is born with this knowledge. Ian sat opposite her on his knee and added that if he lives only for the sake of others, he will live not his own life, but theirs. The protagonist sadly lowered his head and added that over time she would simply lose herself. A picture appeared in the main character's head of him standing in a field of corpses in a past life, and then saying that he would be stuck in emptiness and anxiety. Ian looked carefully out the window and noticed that therefore she must make choices for herself and decide what is important for her. The protagonist closed his eyes slightly, his head looked down, and he added that he was sure she would find her own way of life. The princess looked at him carefully and began to slowly open her mouth. Her eyes lit up looking at him and asked if he had found his way of life. The main character looked at her in surprise. Then he slowly opened his mouth and remained silent. After a moment, he looked away, smirked slightly, and replied that he didn't know. The princess began to quickly wave her hands, looked at the protagonist in surprise after he said that perhaps he crossed the line in his expressions, and replied that this did not happen. The girl looked at him with a wide smile and noticed that he was the first person to tell her this. The princess slowly lowered her sad head and added that she had always lived with the idea that her life was the life of an empire princess, so she did not think about other options. A moment later, the girl suddenly blossomed, closed her eyes, smiled widely, and thanked the protagonist for instilling confidence in her. The main character looked at her carefully and smiled back. He began to slowly stand up on his knees, leaning on his staff, and said that if she continues to study magic, no matter what path she chooses, it will definitely come in handy. The protagonist began to look around the room and added that if she was able to improve herself so much in such a short time, then an excellent future awaits her. The princess looked away in embarrassment, then looked away and said that she would like to ask him for something. Ian looked at her in surprise and waited for her to continue. The girl clutched her dress tightly and began to speak. A moment later, she suddenly raised her head and asked if he could teach her magic. The main character froze in surprise and looked at her with his mouth open. A drop of sweat ran down the protagonist's face and he noticed that her mentor was Mr. Kevin, and in response she sadly lowered her head and said that Kevin said that he had nothing left to teach her. Kevin appeared in the girl's head and sweetly apologized to her. The princess abruptly folded her hands, closed her eyes and shouted that she was asking him to become her mentor. The main character looked at her confidently. Ian looked at her carefully and wondered what he should do. In the protagonist's head, the girl stood with a source of magical light, and then he thought that she definitely had talent. Since she reached the 3rd class with such little capabilities, the last mage of the Imperial blood was Michelle Greenriver, a 5th class mage. Ian sadly lowered his gaze and noticed in his head that very few people knew that she was a magician. If she was a high-class magician, it would definitely be useful to him in the future. The princess opened her mouth wide, made surprised eyes and heard that Ian agreed. The main character lowered his head slightly, closed his eyes and noticed that there was one condition. He looked up at her sharply, examined her carefully and added that when he needed her help, she would have to help. The girl looked at him joyfully and replied that of course, since he agreed to help her, she would happily answer him in kind. Ian slightly tilted his head, looked at her carefully and noticed that this was a very serious statement. He did not understand what he had done to deserve it. The princess smiled widely, her eyes began to shine and she noticed that she believed him. The protagonist froze in embarrassment. A moment later his cheeks turned red and he remained silent. The girl looked at him with a smile after he thanked her. The main character looked at her carefully and said that then they would discuss the time and details of the lessons later and maybe he could conduct a test on her, and she happily answered positively. The main character raised his head in the chandelier, looked at her and said that there were no traces of black magic, she could get up. The main character watched her get up, extended his hand to her and said that she might feel dizzy, so she should move carefully, and the girl slowly stood up and thanked the protagonist. The princess's head began to feel very dizzy and she felt sick. Ian, trying to catch her a moment later, hugged her, which made both of them embarrassed. The main character held the girl tightly and asked if everything was okay and whether to call the maid. The girl was extremely delighted and with red cheeks replied that everything was fine. The princess abruptly moved away from him and an awkward silence hung in the room. The main character looked at her in surprise and began to slowly open his mouth. The girl turned sharply to the protagonist after he called her and heard that usually after working in the tower he returns home and reads books, studies magic in the laboratory. Recently he has become interested in alchemy thanks to the son of an alchemist who lives with him. He doesn't have a favorite dish, but he can't eat spicy food. The princess looked at him questioningly and did not understand what he was talking about. After a moment, she looked at him carefully, tilted her head slightly and asked what he was talking about. Ian grinned slightly and replied that His Highness asked him to answer her, but there was nothing particularly interesting. The girl put her hand to her mouth, opened it wide and shouted that her brother had told him this. The main character, slightly frightened, agreed with her. The princess looked pitifully at the protagonist and tears came from her eyes. A moment later, she turned sharply and ran away all red, finally wishing her a good day. The door slammed shut. The main character stood and looked at the door, and then thought that he had said something wrong. A gorgeous view of the city opened up, and Ian said that rumors about what happened between the 5th class magician and the owner of the tower quickly spread throughout the empire. The ruler, Terry Greenriver, personally warned everyone about the dangers of using black magic and asked to report all suspicious cases. Terry stood confidently, sharply moved his hand to the side and shouted something. The protagonist carefully tried to touch the staff and added that the newly appointed young master of the tower, Ian Page, conducted an investigation into incidents related to black magic in order to calm the angry population. A sharp guillotine appeared, and the protagonist noticed that in the history of the empire, the name of the old owner of the tower would only be associated with terrible crimes committed against people. Ragnar stood with his head down as the crowd whispered among themselves behind him, and Ian said that many of the aristocrats who supported him and the 5th prince turned their backs on them. The main character stood confidently with a staff in his hands and looked into the darkness, and then added that in the end they went over to the side of the new owner of the tower. The protagonist's mansion was brightly illuminated by the bright sun. The main character looked straight in surprise and asked what it was. He saw a tray with a bunch of letters, and Letio replied that they were invitations to receptions. The main character took one of the letters, opened it and asked that they had not yet completed all the checks, why people were so careless. Letio looked at the protagonist with a grin and asked in response if he would read them, and the protagonist replied that he was not going to go anyway. The alchemist took the letters in his hands and told him to at least take a look, and Ian asked what was there. Ian abruptly spat out a huge puddle of tea after Letio said that there was an engagement proposal. The main character looked straight in shock, with a cup of tea in his hands, and heard that Count Gerard was inviting him to marry his eldest daughter, who was 12 in 5 years, and noticed in his head that the count had gone crazy. Letio turned to the protagonist, grinned slightly, and noticed that he was now an adult. It was not surprising that such offers were coming. He thought there would be more and more of them, since he is the youngest owner of the tower. After these words, the protagonist held his head, closed his eyes, and noticed that these aristocrats simply want to use him to increase their status and influence. The main character made a face, extended his hand in front of him, and added that it's surprising that they are ready to give up their young daughters for this. It's hard to believe. Letio slightly lowered his head, closed his eyes, and said that he agreed with him here. He must find a worthy life partner. Letio began going through the letters and noticed that he then answered everyone with a refusal, and Ian thanked him for this. Ian looked carefully at the wall, then saw the satisfied face of the alchemist, and he said that he had a lot of work to do because of these checks. After all, he needed to thank him somehow. The protagonist sadly and thoughtfully began to look at one point. He carefully put down the tea and noted that he had never been able to adequately thank him. Letio glanced at the protagonist with a slight smile. The main character lowered his head, closed his eyes, and thanked Letio for protecting his mother. The alchemist turned to him in shock, and silence fell. Letio began to slowly open his mouth. A moment later, he blossomed, made a sweet face, and replied that if you think so, it was his mana traps that saved them, and he promised to protect his mother at the cost of his life. After these words, the protagonist looked at the alchemist with a wide smile. The main character slightly closed his eyes and noticed that that's why he would like to help him. Ian turned his head sharply at the surprised alchemist and asked who the magician was who injected mana into his body and sent him name, appearance, asking him to tell him what he remembered. Letio looked at the protagonist in surprise and remained silent. Ian turned to him harder and noticed that he promised to find him and punish him for what he had done. Letio put his head straight, bit his lip slightly, and realized what he was talking about. The alchemist raised his head sharply, put his hand to his cheek, and replied that he didn't remember anything. Ian looked at him in surprise, opened his mouth wide, and asked how this happened. Letio looked away slightly, opened his eyes wide, and replied that it happened late at night. In his youth he studied alchemy in the capital, which means there were many magicians who could hate him. The alchemist's mind flashed to a moment of him sleeping in bed and a hand reaching out to him, and then he added that he really felt disgust for the attacker and wanted to kill him when he thought that he would have to leave his son completely alone. Letio lowered his sad gaze to the ground. The alchemist grinned slightly, fixed his eyes on one point, and noticed that many times he found himself on the verge of death due to mana poisoning. Ian turned his head at him, listened carefully, and Letio still looked at the table and said that now, having met the protagonist, his life was no longer in danger. He wanted to focus more on the future of his son and not on hatred and revenge, and thanked the protagonist. He will remember his words. The main character silently averted his eyes and stared at one point. Ian looked around the room. A moment later, the main character jumped out of his chair and noticed that he had never seen his father's face. The protagonist began to walk around the room and added that before his birth he disappeared without a trace, and no one knew whether he was alive or not. The main character stopped abruptly in the middle of the room, closed his eyes, and said that thanks to living with the alchemist, he realized that if his father were nearby, his life would be the same. Letio sat in complete shock and did not understand how to accept these words. Ian went to the window, stared out of it with a smile, and noticed that it was obvious to him why his son had such an active and cheerful character. The main character turned his head to the lamp on the wall and added that his mother was able to recover only thanks to his elixirs. The protagonist sharply closed his eyes and said that he thought he would be away from home much more in the future. Ian turned sharply on him, smiled slightly, and remarked that he hoped he would continue to protect him. Letio became all flushed and replied that of course. The main character folded his arms across his chest, looked at the door, and noted that he believed he would appear soon. A moment later, Douglas burst into the room screaming. He held out the elixir in front of him and happily shouted that the elixir for mana poisoning from Landiora flowers was finally ready. Letio suddenly flew up from his chair, and Douglas noticed this and said that he needed to give him back right away. The alchemist looked at his son in surprise, and he said that he wanted to arrange a surprise. Letio turned to the protagonist and asked about the elixir and asked what was happening here. The main character confidently stood near the window, looked carefully at the alchemist, and replied that he had found the recipe in the library of the owner of the tower. A Landiora flower appeared in the protagonist's head, and he said that to create an antidote from Landiora flowers, it is necessary to use high-level time-stopping magic. It's good that it also works on plants. Letio, in tears, slowly began to approach his son. The alchemist approached his son, began to wipe away his tears, and thanked the protagonist. Letio hugged his son tightly. The main character looked at father and son with a huge smile, and then Douglas noticed that he would become an alchemist who would create elixirs against complex diseases. Douglas began to slowly turn towards the protagonist and added so that no one else would suffer. A moment later, Douglas turned to the protagonist in tears, opened his mouth wide, and loudly thanked the captain. An unknown silhouette walked quickly through a dark cave. The elf with long hair looked straight and heard that he was the only one left. A blond man with a staff stood opposite him and added that the world in which humans and draconians exist would soon close its doors. The man looked carefully at the elf and noticed that the dragons brought chaos and destruction to the world. The price for this offense was too great. The man began to slowly approach the winged elf and began to say that he would have to pay for the sins of his race for the rest of his life. The fair-haired man extended his hand, from which blood began to drip, and added that he was forbidden to leave this place. A golden seal began to appear around the elf. The man looked at the elf with creepy eyes and added that forever. The fifth prince's mansion stood in darkness. Ragnar stood in the middle of the dark room and looked straight. His double stood in front of him and he noticed that he really looked alike. A moment flashed through the fifth prince's head as he read the letter, and then noticed that the letter said that I would be waiting for him, but he did not think that he would see it. Ragnar began to slowly walk around the double from behind and asked how to get out of here. Outside the room stood two magicians with staves, and Ragnar noticed that the magicians assigned by the new owner of the tower were watching this place from the outside and how they could pass somewhere unnoticed. The double, without opening his eyes, directed his head to the floor and told him not to worry. The leader of the clan was much stronger than the owner of the tower. Ragnar turned sharply on him and asked who the clan leader was. The double abruptly took out the book and replied that it was better for him to see everything for himself. The book began to glow blue. A portal appeared in front of them and they both stared into it. Ragnar tensed up sharply and asked what it was. The double extended his hand towards the portal, turned to the fifth prince and replied that it was a portal leading outside the capital. Ragnar looked at his departing double in fear. A gray-haired, well-groomed man appeared from the portal and asked His Highness to take his hand. Ragnar looked at him in surprise and asked if it was Sir Domfil. The fifth prince looked closely at his hand. He slowly began to move his hand towards his. Ragnar walked out into the middle of the dark forest. The fifth prince turned to the man and asked how this was possible, and Domfil replied that he should not be too surprised. Domfil made a relaxed face, heard the question that Leon really didn't know such magic, and answered that he really thought that Leon independently achieved the position of master of the tower. Sir Domfil began to walk forward, slightly closed his eyes and added that despite the strength he had received, he was thinking only about his own self-interest. It was even good that this weak link was eliminated without their participation. Ragnar angrily lowered his head and stared at the ground. Domfil looked at the sky and noticed that the world was so big. He sharply lowered his head, looked straight and added that he belongs entirely to the chosen ones, which is Ragnar. He can make a choice that even the ruler did not get. Ragnar looked at the man in surprise and asked what the choice was. Domfil gritted his teeth, lowered his head, and replied that their leader believed that he would make an excellent emperor for this country. The man looked at the dense forest and added that he was a man who could easily get rid of the old way of life and confuse fools, a man who would bring new rules into this world. Then he looked sharply at the fifth prince. He stood confidently with tense fist and said that he had blood flowing in him, suitable for opening new paths. Their leader had been waiting for his arrival for a long time. Ragnar looked at the man angrily and wondered what the hell this was. Ragnar looked at the back of the leaving man and noticed in his head that how could there be anyone stronger than the protagonist and the old owner of the tower. The fifth prince followed the man through the forest and thought that he knew that there was a sect that did not obey the imperial religion, but did not realize that the owner of the tower and the captain of the imperial guard were members of it. Ragnar carefully walked along the forest path, looked straight and added in his head that they want to change the state religion, and they need a representative of the ruling power. Ragnar put on a confident face and noted in his head that this was a good chance. He imagined the throne in his head and added that he needed to use it and become stronger. He was ready to take any measures to get the throne, which was already rightfully his. Domfil stopped abruptly. Ragnar stopped with him. The man stared straight and noticed that they had arrived. A dark, gloomy fortress with a high tower appeared in front of them. Domfil extended his hand towards the tower and told the fifth prince to pass. In the middle of the dark corridor there was a lamp hanging on the wall. A beautiful and bright chandelier hung in a room with a dark door. Ragnar and the man went inside, and the prince asked what kind of place this was, and Domfil answered that the Draconians used to live here. 300 years ago the owner of the tower sealed this place and made it disappear. Ragnar followed the man and saw a strange statue above. He saw the dragon statue and heard that only recently people managed to find it again. Ragnar turned his head at the man, made an irritated face and asked why he was here. Domfil stopped and remained silent. Mysterious people in red cloaks appeared in front of them and noticed that they had arrived. The entire crowd of unknown people bowed and said, "I welcome the fifth prince," after he confidently walked into the room. The men in red cloaks held their hands on their chests and worshipped the prince. Ragnar began to carefully examine them. The fifth prince grinned slightly and noted that these were aristocrats, many of whom he knew personally. Domfil slightly lowered his head, closed his eyes and said that to found a new world, he called the best representatives of this country. Ragnar turned to the man, extended his hand and said that they had forgotten the main thing, why this was needed and why he was here. Domfil looked at him, opened his mouth slightly and replied that everything would soon become clear. Ragnar and Domfil approached a huge, gloomy door, and the man noticed that their master was behind this door. The doors began to open slowly. Ragnar slowly walked inside. He stopped and looked straight ahead in surprise. An elf with red wings appeared in front of the fifth prince, standing on a pentagram. The elf held his hands behind his back and looked attentively at the fifth prince. The aristocrats in red cloaks fell to their knees, raised their hands in prayer, and said that they were welcoming the last descendant of the dragon. Ragnar turned to them in surprise and was frightened by what was happening. The fifth prince cast a surprised glance at the elf and noticed in his head that he was the local leader. Ragnar put his hand to his chest, bowed slightly, and heard himself thinking, he already knows who he is and why he was called here. Ragnar knelt down, held his hand near his chest, and standing opposite him was a winged elf who introduced himself as Avantis, the last draconian on Earth. Ragnar looked at him in shock and wondered if they hadn't died out more than 300 years ago. A picture appeared in the head of the fifth prince of a winged elf pointing his hand at the gargoyles, and said that the draconians possess strong dark magic. In appearance, he really resembles them from history, which is why he is called the last descendant of the dragon. Avantis grinned slightly and noticed that he was so confused. The winged elf looked carefully at the fifth prince and added that they really died out 300 years ago because of people. No one survived except him. Avantis looked down at his legs, under which there was a red pentagram, and noticed that his ancestor, Mitchell Greenriver, used his magic and sealed him in this place for many years. Avantis looked carefully at the frightened prince and said that he had been waiting for their meeting for so long. The elf's face darkened and he began to say that it was his blood. He looked at the prince carefully and added that he needed the blood of the Greenriver descendant that flows in him to destroy his magic. Ragnar slightly tilted his head and asked if it wouldn't be easier to kill him. He didn't understand why he would make a deal with him. Avantis smirked slightly and noted that he was thinking too narrowly. If he made him ruler, he would get more benefits. The winged elf spread his arms to the sides, smiled broadly, and added that he wants to destroy the old foundations and found a new world. This deal is perfect for both him and the draconian. Avantis looked at him carefully, grinned slightly, and noted that for the sake of the world, people, and draconians. Ragnar began to slowly get up and said that he just wanted to use it. The fifth prince raised his head slightly and added that if he refused, he would kill him because he had options for replacing him. Avantis looked at him carefully, opened his mouth slightly, and replied that he was not going to kill him. If he refused, he would erase his memory and he would not remember anything. The draconian carefully walked along the pentagram and then added that he chose him because he definitely would not refuse the opportunity he offered. Ragnar lowered his head and thought silently. After a moment, he clenched his fist tightly. Then he sharply raised his head, looked angrily at the draconian, and asked him to promise that he would make him emperor and not betray him. Avantis lowered his head with a smirk and promised him. Ragnar turned sharply and pulled his hand towards the dagger that Domfil gave him. Moments later, Ragnar cut his hand and drew blood. He held out his hand in front of him and said that he agreed to the deal. Blood dripped onto the red pentagram. The floor of the castle began to tremble. The pentagram began to gradually dissolve. The pentagram disappeared under the draconian's feet, and Ragnar stood in fear and looked at him. A moment later, the elf began to chuckle. Then he raised his head, opened his mouth wide, and laughed loudly and thanked the prince. Ragnar stood straight and looked at the draconian. Avantis stretched his arm to the side and an expensive sleeve appeared on his forearm. He completely changed his appearance, straightened his clothes, closed his eyes, and noticed that it was better to dress up in modern fashion. Avantis slowly approached the fifth prince and said that his face was distorted with fear. The draconian began to walk by, stared at the prince's face, and added that there was no point in this. He was not going to kill him. Avantis brought his head closer to his ear and remarked that he thought they would even become good friends. Then he walked away from the prince, grabbed one of the cloaks, and announced that he would go. He quickly threw on his cloak. Ragnar stood alone in the middle of the hall, and Avantis walked out through the crowd and said that it was time to go outside for the first time in a long time. The princess sat sadly on a chair, slightly lowered her gaze, and asked why he did not come. She sat while the maid combed her hair and added that maybe he forgot. The maid looked at her carefully, opened her mouth slightly, and replied that she thought Mr. Ian was busy researching black magic, that's all. The girl lowered her gaze slightly, grinned slightly, and noticed that he really was a busy man. The maid became a little nervous, and the princess became even sadder. The next moment, two maids ran into the room and shouted for the princess. She looked at them carefully, shifted slightly in her chair, and asked what it was and why they were screaming. The maids put their fists in front of them, opened their mouths wide, and shouted that the time had come, he was here. The maids looked at her carefully, again opened their mouths wide, and shouted that finally, right here, Mr. Ian Page had come in a suit and not in a cloak. The princess looked at them motionlessly and asked them again. An awkward silence hung in the room. The princess looked at the girls, and they looked at her. After a moment, she lowered her head and began to speak. Then she suddenly raised her head, her eyes filled with tears, and asked the girls to help her. The huge palace was illuminated by the sun. The princess walked along the red carpet in shoes. She walked to the large door and touched the handles. The girl lowered her head, closed her eyes slightly and exhaled. Then she turned sharply and asked if her hair was in order. Nothing was sticking out. The maid put his finger up and told her not to worry, she was the most charming of all today, and the maids confirmed. The princess looked at them again and said that she had gone. The doors to the hall opened wide. The main character rose sharply from his chair and saw the princess approaching. Ian put his hand to his chest, looked at her with a smile and noticed that it had been a long time since we had seen each other. Her Highness. The princess blossomed all over when she looked at him. She blushed slightly and remained silent. Then the girl looked away, looked at the floor and said that she thought he had forgotten about her. Ian looked at her carefully, leaned forward slightly, apologized and noticed that he had a lot to do. The princess came closer, stood opposite him and said that she was grateful that he had come. The next moment, the girl smiled widely and noticed that this suit suited him very well, and the protagonist thanked her. The main character looked up, opened his mouth slightly and noted that first they had better move to a place more suitable for studying. He examined the fountain in the middle of the room and added that there were too many eyes in the castle, gossip about their meeting might spread. The girl looked away sadly and lowered her head. Ian extended his hand to her, grinned slightly and said that he would help her move with him and asked her to take his hand for a moment. The girl looked carefully at the floor and replied that she would take it. Then, after a moment, she sharply raised her head and did not understand what she was answering. She looked at him in surprise and asked again, holding his hand, and the protagonist grinned slightly and answered, "They will use teleportation." The princess opened her mouth wide and was surprised to understand what he meant. The girl looked at him with glowing, golden eyes and said that this is the magic of moving in space. The girl began to slowly extend her hand to him. The main character looked carefully at her hand and noticed that she might feel a little dizzy. The princess carefully placed her hand on his arm and he added that she should not let go. A moment later, everything around them began to glow blue. They appeared in a gorgeous, green clearing, with mountains visible in the background. The girl abruptly moved away from him, grabbed her head and looked into the distance in surprise. She slowly began to straighten her hair and began to say what it was. The protagonist looked into the distance with a smile and, interrupting her, noticed that these were mountains in the vicinity of the capital. People do not often visit this place. The main character turned slightly to her, did not take his eyes off the beautiful view and added that he chose it because a 6th grade magician has a limited range of teleportation. It is free and quiet here, which is great for practicing magic. The girl turned sharply and looked at him in surprise. Ian looked at her carefully and asked what was wrong. She began to walk slowly through the green grass and replied that this was the first time she had left the castle. The princess raised her eyes to the sky and added that it seemed to her that she could only visit the outside in her dreams. She carefully looked at the snow-white doves against the blue sky and added that taking his hand, her dream became a reality in a second. Then she sharply turned to him, smiled broadly and noticed that magic was an amazing thing. Ian stood confused and looked at her. The main character opened his mouth slightly and looked lost. In his head, he imagined a gloomy princess who was sitting near the window. Then, in his head, she looked at him with dark and sad eyes. After such thoughts, the protagonist lowered his head to the grass, remained silent and smiled slightly. The girl looked at him with a smile and he agreed with her statement. The main character looked up at her, examined her carefully and noticed that the magic was amazing. Ian turned at her from behind his shoulder, looked at her carefully, and the girl folded her hands and asked what he saw her doing in the temple of the palace. The main character looked carefully into the distance and replied that he was looking around and went inside, and when he saw that she and the magician had come, he decided to hide. The princess looked at him, opened her mouth in surprise and asked how he did it, because there should be security and protection there. The main character looked away with a malicious look, became slightly embarrassed and replied that he was interested. The princess began to giggle, put her hand to her chin and noticed that she understood him. As a child, she also loved to go to forbidden places with her brother. The girl folded her hands behind her back, looked at the protagonist with a grin and added that she would try to turn a blind eye to this illegal entry into the temple territory. Given that he turned a blind eye to her study of magic, and then noticed that they now have something in common. The main character lowered his head with a wide smile, closed his eyes and agreed with her. The princess leaned over him, looked attentively and noticed that in 10 days there would be a reception in honor of her brother's birthday. He would come. The protagonist closed his eyes slightly, opened his mouth slightly and replied that he had received an invitation, but did not think he would go. The girl opened her mouth wide in surprise and asked why, since the prince would be upset. They walked through the clearing. The main character lowered his head and replied that only the most noble persons should be present at the prince's birthday. Even though he is now the owner of the tower, he is still a commoner. His appearance there can cause a stir. A gloomy ivory tower appeared in the protagonist's head and he added that, moreover, He perfectly understands that the connections that the previous owner of the tower had built up over the years of his service are not so easy to destroy. Ian turned his head at her with a smile, looked carefully into her eyes and added that until the Crown Prince strengthened his position in the eyes of noble society, until he successfully accepted the right to the throne, he should mind his own business. The princess looked away sadly into the clearing and said that everything was clear to her. She stopped abruptly. A moment later, she raised her hands, clenched her fists and said that she, too, should try harder as a princess so that no one could say a word against her brother, and the protagonist looked at her in surprise. Then she looked at him and added that she would of course continue to study magic. The princess put her hands behind her back, smiled widely, blossomed all over and thanked the teacher for her help, and then asked that she could call him that when they were alone. The main character turned his smiling head at her and replied that she could call him whatever she wanted. The dark night with the moonlit sky illuminated the fifth prince's mansion. Two enchanted magicians stood near the prince's chambers. Ragnar stood in the middle of the room, looked carefully at the draconian and noticed that this was his plan. Aventus looked at him carefully and replied that before dealing with the protagonist, the crown prince should be removed. Ragnar looked at him confidently and replied that this is true. Many aristocrats and influential people are now closely watching the actions of the new owner of the tower. Ragnar looked carefully at the huge window and added that even though he is a powerful magician, he is still very young, he has neither experience nor title. So in the eyes of the aristocrats he is now a nobody. Many are dissatisfied even with his very appointment to this position. Domfil and the servants listened attentively and looked at the fifth prince. Ragnar turned his head at him, slightly relaxed his face and added that if the crown prince fell away, then no one would support the protagonist, and they would easily get rid of him. Domfil looked carefully at the fifth prince, slightly tilted his head back and noticed that they should attract someone to implement this plan. Ragnar turned his gaze to him, frowned slightly and replied that he had not yet decided on the person. Domfil put his hand to his chest, slightly bowed his head and proposed his candidacy, because he knows someone who could resolve this issue. Ragnar looked at the man carefully and said that he relied on him. After these words, Sir Domfil bowed to the fifth prince. The doors opened abruptly. Ragnar and the draconian were left alone in the room. Aventus slightly closed his eyes, lowered his head and noticed that it was time for him to act. Ragnar looked at him carefully, clenched his fists and said that he would like to ask a question. Aventus looked at him questioningly and waited for the question. Ragnar cast an uncertain glance at him and noticed that his strength was enough to change everything in their empire without him. I'm sure he has many other people who could play his role in this matter. Why did he choose the fifth prince? Aventus lowered his head, exhaled slightly and replied that he needed to find someone. Ragnar looked at him in surprise and asked who it was. Aventus sharply opened his eyes, imagined a golden dragon in his head and replied that the last creature of its kind, a golden dragon that controls time, is a very important ally for the Draconians. The fifth prince looked at the Draconian in surprise and fear and asked if the golden dragon was not a fantasy from fairy tales. Aventus lowered his head, closed his eyes and answered, no matter what people think, dragons still exist. They cannot see them only because they live in places inaccessible to them. Aventus folded his hands on his legs, raised his head and added that when new truth and chaos begin to come to this world, the dragon will definitely show itself. Ragnar looked at him thoughtfully, stretched out his chest and said something about chaos. Aventus suddenly became gloomy, lowered his head and noticed that this word meant war. Ragnar lowered his eyes, looked thoughtful and noticed that it meant that the Draconian War, which happened 300 years ago, was carried out to summon the golden dragon, and Aventus replied that he was true in his words. Aventus looked carefully at one point, lowered his head slightly and added that this man decided to shake hands not with them, but with people. It's stupid to think that Mitchell Greenriver alone could destroy both dragons and draconians. Ragnar sharpened his vision of the draconian and said that there was not even a mention of them throughout the continent. They were taught that Mitchell Greenriver was able to deal with them thanks to the magic that he developed in the tower. Aventus looked carefully at one point and, without moving, noticed that this man always wiped away his traces and disappeared as if nothing had happened. Aventus strained his eyes and added that the Draconians, who have the blood of a dragon, clearly sense that dragons are alive. The fifth prince gloomily lowered his head and noted that he wanted to make him emperor and start a war. Aventus folded his arms on his chest, closed his eyes and smilingly noted that this is the plan for now, but it will not bring trouble, perhaps the unification of 3 empires on the continent. Ragnar looked at him in surprise and listened. Aventus turned his head at him, made a rude expression on his face and added that his ancestors would like it. If the war starts, he will appear here and bring chaos. We must definitely find him. Ragnar walked slightly towards him, stood near the table and asked what would happen after the dragon was captured. Aventus closed his eyes, lowered his head slightly and noticed that the conversation had dragged on. He quickly rose from his chair and told the fifth prince to take care of himself. Aventus looked at the fifth prince with a wide smile and noted that he was sure that their plans would coincide. The knight's headquarters stood neatly near the barracks and was brightly illuminated by the sun. The vice captain looked straight in surprise and asked loudly if it was true. The soldier near the door put his hands behind his back, looked carefully at the captain and replied that they were waiting for him in the office of the captain of the 1st Detachment of Imperial Knights. Paul hung over the table, lowered his head and indignantly asked why this creepy Sir Domful called him. He didn't cause problems, and the knight carefully examined the vice captain. A moment later, Paul, smiling broadly, glanced towards the knight and noted that he would go and thank him for conveying. The doors opened abruptly. The knight who informed the vice captain that he was being called stood still and black magic radiated from him, and his eyes glowed red. Paul walked confidently and quickly down the corridor. He walked up to the huge door, lowered his head slightly and froze. After a moment, he closed his eyes and exhaled. Sir Domful was sitting at the table, writing something down on paper, and when he heard a knock on the door, he allowed him to enter. Paul stood on the carpet opposite the captain of the 1st Detachment of Imperial Knights and noticed that he was calling him, and Domful stood up abruptly, stared at the vice captain and told him to pass. Domful turned his head sharply to the side, looked straight ahead and said that he heard that a magician named Helen was under the influence of black magic when she attacked the prince, and the vice captain looked at him nervously and listened. Paul Renz looked carefully at the captain, heard that after that the security was strengthened, and such incidents did not happen, and replied that everything was under control. Sir Domful sharply lowered his embittered head, heard that they had strengthened security and increased the personal guard of the imperial family, and noticed that they should have done this earlier. After all, they are the future of their country. Domful glanced at the huge, bright window and added that he had already spoken with the captain named Oliver, but this was the first time he was discussing this with the vice captain. The captain turned his head sharply at the knight, looked carefully at his fear and noticed that he had been in the position of vice captain for a very long time, so he was worried that he was holding a grudge against him. Paul Renz lowered his embarrassed head down and confidently replied that no, he was completely satisfied with his position. Sir Domful closed his eyes and exhaling said that he was glad to hear this. The captain, with his hands behind his back, began to approach the captain, closed his eyes and noticed that they said that in terms of skills he was the best after the captain named Oliver. Domful began to approach the vice captain and, covering his eyes, added that this was amazing. Such abilities should be noted by both the ruler, the crown prince, and the captain. Paul lowered his head, a blush appeared on his cheeks and he said that he still had a lot to learn. Domful turned sideways to the vice captain, slightly turned his head at him and, with his eyes closed, told him not to be modest because he had achieved such a title thanks to his work. The captain began to wander around the room and said that when Captain Oliver offered to make him, a commoner and an orphan, vice captain of the 2nd Knightly Detachment, he thought that Oliver had gone crazy. Paul, after these words, sharply bent over, became nervous and stood up straight. Domful walked up to the side of the vice captain, looked at him gloomily and added that he did not understand how such an important matter as the protection of the imperial family could be entrusted to a man from the street. Domful looked at the vice captain angrily and gritted his teeth and noticed that it was completely absurd to appoint an ordinary peasant to such a high position. Paul Renz jerked sharply and began to get very nervous. A moment later, a draconian appeared from behind the captain and Domful noticed that today this would come to an end. Paul suddenly grabbed his sword, made a furious look and shouted who it was and what was happening. The vice captain noticed how curls of black magic wriggled around his arm and sword, and he noticed in his head that he could not move. Locks of black magic came out from the draconian towards the vice captain, and Paul began to grunt and tried to resist. The vice captain looked carefully at the captain and made an angry look. Sir Domful looked at him roughly, lowered his head slightly and fiercely remarked that he would become a sacrifice in the name of the new empire. The bright sun was shining outside, and the blows of swords were heard near the green trees. Hayden parried the attack with his sword and grunted slightly. Oliver and Hayden were sparring with swords, at which point the crown prince struck a powerful blow to the captain. Oliver jumped back slightly, looked carefully at the prince and noticed that everything was fine. He should try to control his position and the speed of his attacks. Hayden began to fly backwards, gritted his teeth slightly and shouted for the captain to stop. A moment later, the sword fell from the prince's hands. The crown prince looked at the captain in horror as his sword stuck into the ground. Oliver looked at the exhausted prince with a huge smile and said that that was all for today, and Hayden thanked him for the training. The crown prince sat down abruptly on the ground, leaned on his hind hands and, recovering his breath, asked why he was so bad at fencing. Oliver slightly tilted his head, looked carefully at the prince and replied that this is not so. He is more talented than any ordinary person and he grasps everything faster than the protagonist, the owner of the tower. After these words, Hayden opened his mouth wide, looked at the captain in surprise and shoutingly asked if he was better than the main character. Oliver looked at the prince carefully and replied that yes, Ian had studied fencing with him for 5 years. He remembered how Ian, with a sword in his hands, was trembling with anger and said that Ian is a great magician. It's true, but he's not a good knight. After these words, Hayden was even more surprised and silently opened his mouth wide. Oliver put his finger to his mouth and laughingly asked him to keep it a secret. Hayden raised his head, began to laugh loudly and noticed that this is the news. It turns out that Ian is not perfect in everything. The crown prince lowered his head, grinned slightly and added that it means that he can surpass him in something. Hayden looked at the captain cheerfully, stuck his fist in the air and shouted that he would train even harder until he became better than him. A moment later, the crown prince cast a careful glance to the side. He saw Paul standing sadly under the tree. Paul carefully examined the green grass and did not show any emotion. Oliver turned sharply to the vice captain. After the words of the crown prince, he doesn't know what happened to the vice captain. He's hardly spoken to him lately and walks around like he's lost in the water. Oliver lowered his eyes sadly, opened his mouth slightly and noted that he also noticed this and asked if everything was okay. He said that nothing happened. Hayden turned his head to the vice captain, looked at him carefully and noticed that he thought it was better to ask again. The crown prince raised his angry head at the captain, looked at him carefully and added that he should not be shy or harsh. This is his job as a leader, and Oliver smiled broadly and replied that of course he would do. Hayden looked at the vice captain even more sadly. Without making a sound or changing his position, Paul stood under the tree and looked at the grass. The emperor's palace was brightly illuminated by the afternoon sun. A luxurious chandelier hung in the middle of the banquet hall. The butlers and maids were getting ready for the big event and rushing around the hall. Oliver entered the prince's chambers, stared at him carefully and noticed that the reception would begin soon. Hayden, in a chic outfit, turned to him, examined him carefully and replied that he was already leaving. At the same moment, the crown prince lowered his head, became slightly sad and noted that he always gets worried at such events. Oliver walked up to the prince with a big smile, and he remembered how Ian shouted at him and told him that he should create a good reputation for himself on his own. The captain looked at the crown prince carefully, smiled slightly and said that he is in charge today, so don't worry, these aristocrats should worry when looking at him. Hayden looked at the captain in surprise. Then he turned straight, smiled confidently and made a sound of approval. A moment later, Hayden put his hand on the captain's back, smiled broadly and noticed that, moreover, the Lord of the Sword was with him, his reliable support. Hayden and Oliver turned their heads sharply when someone called the prince. The princess stood opposite the crown prince in a chic outfit and joyful eyes. Hayden looked at her carefully, examined her from head to toe and noticed that she was so beautiful today, and she folded her arms over her chest, smiled widely, thanked her and said that she had dressed up for his birthday. The crown prince put his hands on his belt, tilted his head to the side and laughingly said that it was a pity that Ian could not come today. He could see her in such a beautiful dress. Haley got all nervous, put her hand to her mouth and asked what he was getting at. A moment later, she stared angrily at her brother, opened her mouth wide and loudly asked why he was telling everyone that she was asking about the protagonist. He could even imagine how ashamed she was, and Hayden only looked at her in fear and surprise. Then she lowered her head slightly, calmed down and closed her eyes. A moment later, she looked at her brother happily and cheerfully, opened her mouth wide and shouted that she wished him a happy birthday. She was really proud of him for trying so hard. Haley bowed sharply, pointed her head at the floor and angrily remarked that he should not worry. If anyone spoke badly about him, she would personally destroy him. Hayden smiled widely, closed his eyes and thanked his sister. A moment later, the brother offered his hand to his sister and told her to go. She gently placed her hand on it and made an approving sound. The butler raised his head high, opened his mouth wide and shouted for them to welcome the crown prince and princess. The entire room bowed carefully and elegantly. Hayden and Hailey slowly entered the hall. They stopped abruptly, looked around the hall carefully and with huge smiles. The conductor sharply waved his baton upward. Then several musicians started playing music loudly. Hayden and Haley looked attentively at the crowd and the crown prince heard congratulations on his birthday and that they were all happy to meet. Hayden looked at the people carefully, smiled slightly and thanked him and said that he hoped everyone would enjoy the reception, and Hailey cast a careful glance at the prince. Oliver carefully watched how the crown prince interacted with the aristocrats. A moment later, the captain smiled sweetly and froze in his gaze. Emperor Terry suddenly appeared in front of the butler and glared at him. The servant turned his head sharply, opened his mouth wide in surprise and heard what he was worth. He must already announce. The emperor looked at him carefully and smiled when he heard that everything would be done now. Emperor Terry stood up straight and looked at the crowd of people after the servant loudly announced that His Majesty the Emperor had arrived. The entire crowd looked at the emperor sharply and in surprise. Hayden looked closely at his father and opened his mouth wide. The crown prince began to walk slowly towards the emperor, stared at him carefully and noted that he did not know that he would come, and the emperor laughed slightly, extended his hand to the side and said that this was a reception in honor of his son's birthday. It was the duty of the father to congratulate his child. The emperor looked straight at his son, smiled widely, and remarked that he was proud of him. Hayden, hearing his father's words, looked at him joyfully and smiled slightly. The emperor began to quickly walk towards his son. Terry and Hayden walked up to the decorated table, looked carefully at the crowd opposite, and the emperor said that he saw that many had gathered here today to congratulate his son. The entire crowd of aristocrats stood opposite and listened attentively to the emperor. Terry straightened his back sharply, looked at the crowd with a smile and added that after heavy rain the earth always becomes stronger, so he hopes that after all the hardships their empire will flourish. A moment later, the emperor turned his head to his son, looked carefully and noted with a smile that as a father, he was very pleased to watch his child grow up, hoping that they would all be able to appreciate the achievements of the crown prince. Terry remembered in his head how he was walking with his son in a huge, green clearing and said that when the crown prince was about 5 years old, he ran after him while walking in the garden. The emperor remembered how his son looked at him with a smile and added that he asked why he was doing this, and the son replied that he would go where he showed him. The emperor sat down to his son, began to stroke his son's head and added that even though these were words, he felt that he could provide his son with reliable support and show him the worthy path that the prince had to go through. Emperor Terry lowered his thoughtful head, closed his eyes slightly and noticed that it had been so long ago. Then he turned his head sharply at his son, looked him in the eyes and added that he patiently and persistently followed him, then thanked him for his trust and said that he really believed that he could make this journey. Hayden blushed slightly, looked at his father carefully and tried to calm him down. The emperor raised a glass of champagne, put it in front of him and told everyone to raise their glasses. A moment later, Terry looked carefully at the crowd, put his glass in front of him and shouted loudly that they would drink to their empire and the happiness of their prince. The whole crowd joyfully looked at the emperor, put out their glasses and shouted that they would drink to a happy future. Terry began to drink slowly, closed his eyes and congratulated his son. Hayden looked at his father with a huge smile, began to bring the glass and thanked his father. A moment later, the emperor dropped his glass, coughed up a huge amount of blood and began to fall, while Hayden looked at his father in horror and fear. The crown prince froze and could not move from surprise. The entire crowd of aristocrats stood with their mouths open and also froze in horror. Haley held a glass in her hand and looked at her father in horror. Oliver sharply regrouped, stared at the prince and then began shouting at him. The glass from the prince's hand began to fall, and the emperor began to choke and cough from his own blood. All the liquid from the emperor's glass poured out. It was a gloomy and sad evening outside. Through the window one could see how the sad crown prince sat in his room and looked at one point. Hayden looked straight ahead, sat on the sofa, and his face was unusually sad. The crown prince looked as tired as possible. He was flying in his thoughts and carefully examining the floor. There was a loud knock on the door and the person behind the door said that the captain of the 2nd Detachment of the Imperial Knights, Oliver Raywood, was asking for an audience with the prince. Hayden abruptly jumped up from the sofa, stared at the door and said to be invited in as soon as possible. The crown prince sharply opened the doors and saw the captain in the passage. Hayden began to slowly step back and, without looking away, asked how his father was and what was wrong with him. Oliver sadly lowered his eyes, looked gloomily at the floor and replied that they were able to avoid death, but he was still in critical condition. All the doctors and alchemists of the palace were trying very hard. Hayden abruptly interrupted the captain, made a furious face and opened his mouth wide and asked loudly, "They found the man who tried to kill the emperor." Oliver looked sad and gloomy and remained silent. A moment later, he lowered his head, closed his eyes and replied that they had caught the criminal at the crime scene and he immediately confessed to his crime. The crown prince clenched his teeth angrily and stared at the captain. Then he began to reach out to the captain, looked at him furiously and shoutingly asked who it was. Oliver slightly opened his sad eyes and looked at the emperor. The entire room fell silent after Oliver answered, and the prince stood frozen, holding the captain's hands in his. Hayden began to slowly remove his trembling hands from the captain. A moment later, he looked at the captain in horror and froze. The entire council building began to shake from the screams of the aristocrats that, as the vice captain of the 2nd Squad of Knights, he could do such a thing. One of the aristocrats jumped out of his chair, put his hand forward and shouted that for several years he had been one of the close associates of the captain and the crown prince himself. How could His Majesty and Sir Oliver Raywood fail to recognize such a dangerous criminal? Another aristocrat looked carefully at the hall, opened his mouth wide and added that he was sure that he did not act alone, it was necessary to find everyone involved. The mustachioed aristocrat folded his arms over his chest, slightly closed his eyes and angrily remarked that Paul Renz, as they reported, bit off his tongue during interrogation. Now he will not tell them anything. One of the aristocrats tapped his finger on the paper and noticed that Paul was an orphan from the northern regions, very close to the Coldwood Empire. The aristocrat raised his hand, looked carefully at the hall and said, so as not to forget, 6 years ago there was an explosion on the palace grounds. He remembered how the protagonist stood in the dungeon near 2 corpses, and then added that then it turned out that the ivory tower magician, the maid from the castle, and the palace secretary were spies. The aristocrat looked up in disbelief and said that even though he was able to earn the title and rank at such a young age, we must not forget about his ambiguous origin and deny that he, too, could be a Coldwood spy. One of the aristocrats looked directly attentively and noticed that they did not find a seal on him, and the other shouted that there was no question of a seal now. The aristocrat looked carefully at the ceiling and added that he was trying to send His Majesty away, and he was not telling them anything about his accomplices and motives. One of the aristocrats slightly raised his hand, looked carefully at the hall and said that they should have studied his past more carefully. They urgently needed to remove him from the post of vice captain of the 2nd Imperial Detachment and execute him for the attempt on the life of His Majesty. Ian sat at the head of the table, looked attentively at everything that was happening, and many of the aristocrats agreed with the statement. The main character listened attentively to the people at the table, lowered his gaze to the table and thought about his own things. The weather outside was dark and cloudy. The main character turned his head sharply when someone called him. A man in a raincoat came out of the bushes, and Ian stared at him carefully. Oliver abruptly took off his hood, came closer to the protagonist and asked about the vice captain. Ian lowered his head, closed his eyes and replied that everyone mistook him for a Coldwood spy. Oliver sharply opened his eyes, looked angrily at the protagonist and shouted that this was nonsense, he was no spy. The main character looked away into the bushes, opened his mouth slightly and noticed that he also thought so. The vice captain was ready to give his life for the crown prince. Ian imagined a joyful vice captain named Paul Renz in his head and added that he did his job well, despite his origins, and was an excellent and loyal knight. The protagonist looked displeased into the bushes and noticed that he knew such a vice captain. The main character looked carefully at the captain and menacingly stated that they had already passed a verdict, and even he could not justify him for what happened, and Oliver looked at the protagonist in horror and fear. Ian looked carefully at the clearing among the thickets and said that he continued to remain silent, so for now they did not know why he did it and who his accomplice was. The main character sadly lowered his head, closed his eyes and added that he really wants to know why this happened. A moment later, there was an awkward silence, and the protagonist stood confidently on the ground. The main character looked carefully at the captain and asked how His Highness was. Oliver sadly lowered his head, slightly closed his eyes and replied that he locked himself in his room, did not eat or drink, thought, blamed himself for what happened. Ian looked away slightly and noticed that everything was clear to him. Oliver sharply twisted his face, looked at the grass and said that he believed he already knew that all the knights of the 2nd Detachment were prohibited from leaving the capital. They would soon be interrogated. The captain clenched his fist tightly with excitement, trembled all over and noticed that as captain of the detachment he would not allow himself any liberties. Oliver gritted his teeth, closed his eyes angrily, and a bead of sweat ran down his cheek. Oliver, without moving from his place, slightly lowered his head and said that in this situation he could only ask for help from the protagonist. A moment later, the captain bowed sharply and asked to reveal the truth, and Ian looked at him with pity. The main character carefully stared at the captain and said that they did not detect lies in the words of the vice captain, nor did they find any traces of outside influence. Oliver was very surprised when he heard this. Ian looked confidently at the captain and added that he would be sent to prison tonight, and he would visit him there. The main character looked attentively at the captain and added that he would come to his house afterwards, and Oliver straightened up and listened to the protagonist. Oliver looked confidently at the protagonist, became slightly angry and replied that he understood everything. Huge clouds began to gather in the sky. A strong wind began to blow outside, drops hit the ground hard. The prison empire was hidden behind the pouring rain. The guard was sleeping peacefully near the cells. The main character quickly and slowly rushed past him. He stood in front of one of the cameras and stared straight ahead. Ian looked at the camera silently for a while. The metal door suddenly opened. The main character entered and saw the exhausted and beaten vice captain. Paul raised his head slightly and looked at the protagonist. Ian came closer to him and asked if he recognized him. Paul looked attentively at the floor and did not answer. The main character looked pitifully at the vice captain, lowered his gaze slightly and noticed that he would never have believed that he would decide to attack His Majesty. Ian carefully examined the vice captain and added that he himself knew that he was not a spy. The main character stood next to the prisoner chained to the wall and added that he had sworn to protect His Highness to the end, so it was unclear to him why he did this. Ian slowly put his hand, glowing blue, to the vice captain's head and noticed that he would now visit his memories. A blue rune appeared in front of the protagonist's face. He looked at it carefully and added that he was asking for permission to do this. The main character saw how a soldier reported important information to the vice captain. How Paul came to a captain named Domphil. I saw a draconian coming out from behind the captain. Then he showed the moment how Avantis surrounded the vice captain with black magic, and Domphil looked angrily at the torment of the vice captain. Paul extended his hand directly at the two villains and curled his fingers. The main character opened his eyes wide in surprise and noticed in his head that he was not moving of his own free will. Someone had cast a dark spell on him. The spirit of the vice captain appeared in front of the protagonist, who looked at him carefully and noticed that he was too naive. Paul sadly and calmly looked at the protagonist and added that it was worth being careful because the most terrible enemies are closest. The main character looked at him in surprise and clenched his jaw. Paul smiled broadly, closed his eyes and said that he was waiting for him to come and was holding out for the sake of meeting him. Ian turned sharply and shouted at him to wait a little. He would remove the spell now. Paul abruptly grabbed the protagonist's hand to stop him. Ian turned in surprise to the vice captain, and he lowered his head and sadly asked how His Highness was now. The main character abruptly withdrew his hand, looked irritably at the vice captain and noted that thanks to his memories he would be able to prove his innocence. If they found the instigator, he would be acquitted. Paul clenched his teeth, lowered his guilty head and replied that it was impossible. Ian turned sharply on him. Paul lowered his head even lower and added that even if it worked out, he would not become innocent, because it was he who poisoned the ruler's wine. The main character looked at him angrily, made crazy eyes and shouted that he should not give up. If everything was left like this, he would be remembered as a potential killer of the emperor. Paul began to shake his head violently, scrunched his face and noticed that he didn't care. He swore to protect the imperial family, so it was impossible to simply forget about what happened. The main character looked pitifully at the vice captain, and he added that if a criminal goes against His Majesty, then he goes against the crown prince. Paul raised an angry gaze and noticed that the situation with him was just the beginning, and, unfortunately, it was unlikely to be the end. He no longer wanted to pose a danger to the crown. The main character opened his mouth and eyes wide, and then shouting asked what he was getting at. Paul sharply lowered his sad eyes to the floor and replied that he could convey it to His Highness and the captain. A moment later, Paul raised his head, closed his eyes and, smiling broadly, added his apologies and gratitude. The vice captain looked carefully at the protagonist and said that this was the last thing he could do to protect His Highness, and Ian looked at him with crazy eyes. Paul began to approach slowly and asked the protagonist to protect the prince. A moment later, the vice captain pushed the protagonist. The main character began to slowly fall down. Paul Renz looked attentively at the protagonist and smiled. Then he closed his eyes and the protagonist began to see only white light. Paul remembered how the prince drank merrily with him and noticed in his head that he would definitely be able to bring light to this empire. Ian suddenly opened his eyes, grabbed his heart and screamed loudly. The main character began to slowly rise and looked carefully at the vice captain. Ian extended his hand with the blue seal and cast the Great Undoing spell. The main character closed his eyes when the wind streams crashed into him. He looked straight in horror and wondered if the canceling magic had not worked. Ian looked worriedly at the vice captain and began to shout at him to hold on a little longer. He would destroy the spell right now. Ian approached him, opened his crazy eyes wide and added that he would no longer need to suffer. A moment later, the main character looked with hopelessness at the corpse of the vice captain. Paul Renz hung unconscious on chains, and the protagonist looked at him carefully. Paul showed no signs of life. Ian silently looked at the captain and began to regain his breathing. A moment later, he lowered his head and froze in silence, thinking about what had happened. There was a strong thunderstorm outside. The rain beat on the window frame of the house of a captain named Oliver. The captain was sitting in front of the fireplace. Next to there was a candle, which he looked attentively. Oliver sat with his hands folded and looked straight ahead thoughtfully. A moment later, the captain drew his sword and stared in the direction of the strange and sharp sound. Oliver, in a cold sweat, calmly looked straight when Ian responded that it was him. Oliver abruptly ran out of the door of the house and stared at the protagonist. The main character stood all wet and looked at the captain with a sad look. They went inside. Oliver began to step back and asked if he could meet him and tell him how he was. Maybe he found out something. The main character gloomily lowered his head, drops of water falling from his hair. Oliver looked at the protagonist in horror when he said gloomily that Sir Paul Renz died today in a prison cell. Oliver looked at the protagonist silently. A moment later, fear and hopelessness appeared in the captain's eyes. Oliver began to collapse and slowly moved towards the table. He abruptly put his hand on the table. Then he leaned on it and put his hand to his head, but the protagonist did not move from his place. A sad silence hung in the room. Oliver rubbed his nose lightly and explained that they had first met in the north at an orphanage run by the Raywood family. The captain had a moment in his mind when he and the vice captain had fun as children, and added that he was always a good child who looked after the others. His father immediately saw his talent for fencing, and since then he constantly practiced with each other friend. Oliver remembered how they looked at each other with swords in their hands and a huge smile. The captain put his hand to his head, clenched his teeth slightly and noted that he was his best friend, who constantly supported him and confidently walked forward. He did not deserve such a death. The main character sadly lowered his head, looked carefully at the floor and said that he was able to see his memories before his death. Oliver sharply turned his surprised head towards the protagonist and looked at him carefully. The captain turned to the protagonist, removed his hand from his head and asked if he recognized something, and Ian looked at him carefully and said that a few days ago he was found by the captain of the 1st Nightly Detachment, Sir Domful. The main character remembered how Paul extended his hand towards the knight in the Draconian, and then added that someone with him used black magic on the vice-captain. Oliver put his hand forward and asked tensely about Sir and black magic and who was with them. The main character lowered his head down, looked thoughtful and answered that he didn't know, a man with long hair and a pale face. Avantis appeared in his head with an outstretched arm and curls of black magic, and Ian added in his head that even in his previous life he had not met him. The main character drew attention to the chandelier in the middle of the room and noticed that in any case, Sir Domful is definitely connected with this matter, as is a certain high-class magician. Oliver looked at the protagonist excitedly and asked how tall. Ian sadly lowered his head and grimly replied that he tried to use cleansing magic on the vice-captain, but it did not work. The main character looked away, looked at the fireplace and added that it means that the magician is higher than him in level. Then he looked at the frightened captain and said that there was an idea who he might be, but he was not sure, and besides, it was not known whether anyone else was helping them. A more detailed investigation needed to be carried out. Oliver, as soon as he heard the protagonist, opened his mouth wide and shouting asked how dangerous he is. Even if his magic is weaker, if he falls under the influence of his black magic, their empire will definitely end. The main character suddenly reached into the inner pocket of his cape. He then took out a necklace with a precious stone in the middle. Oliver looked at him carefully and noticed that he had given this necklace to him 6 years ago after training. The main character looked carefully at the luminous pendant and noticed that, according to him, it belonged to the Empress and contains magic that clears the head, but everything is not so simple. Ian imagined this necklace in his head and said that this necklace contains a very expensive gem, the Dragon's Eye, which can protect against the effects of black magic. Ian looked carefully at the captain and added that magic that goes beyond the 8th grade, and Oliver extended his head with a smile and noticed that this is an amazing thing. If he keeps it to himself, then it's black magic. The main character, interrupting the captain, began to quickly move his head. Oliver looked at the protagonist with confusion and opened his mouth slightly. Ian looked carefully at the captain and noticed that few people know about such ancient magic, now only he and the protagonist, for others it is an ordinary trinket. The main character slowly approached the captain and addressed him. He then looked straight into the captain's eyes and told him to promise him that he wouldn't tell what Ian said next. Oliver looked carefully at the protagonist and promised him. A moment later, the main character opened his mouth wide and began to talk. Oliver stood in confusion and listened carefully. The main character with an outstretched necklace looked at the captain. Then Oliver opened his eyes wide and looked at the protagonist in horror. The Imperial Palace was raining furiously. Ragnar sat in his chair, looked carefully at the letter and read that Paul Renz died in prison. The 5th prince turned sharply to the knight named Domfil and glared at him. Then he turned his head sharply, looked at the letter again and noticed that everything was clear to him. Domfil looked menacingly at the 5th prince and said that he had been told that a rat had been in his cell. The captain looked at the prince carefully and added that he thought he had learned that black magic had been cast on the vice-captain. And Ragnar slowly put a piece of paper on the table and noticed that this was the case and nothing could be done about it. The 5th prince reached for a mug of tea and added that anyway, Ian Page does not yet know about the Draconian. Ragnar slowly raised the mug to his mouth and noted that he could only suspect and try not to fall under the influence of black magic. Avantis appeared in the head of the 5th prince, confidently standing in the dungeon, and Ragnar said that even if Havert with his 5th class does not affect the protagonist, who has the 6th, but Mr. Avantis is a mage of a higher level, by human standards he is an 8th class mage. Ragnar began to drink tea slowly and peacefully and added that, of course, his strength has not yet been restored. But even in this state he is stronger than the protagonist. Ian Page must have already realized that there is someone stronger than him. Domfil lowered his head slightly, looked at the carpet and asked if the 5th prince was afraid that he would run away with his tail between his legs. Ragnar leaned his elbows on the chair, laughed slightly and replied that he was not that kind of person. His path was too difficult to retreat. The 5th prince looked straight attentively and, with his mouth slightly parted, said that he did not know what he was really thinking about. A protagonist appeared in the prince's head, looking at him carefully, and Ragnar said that 6 years ago, when he came to the palace, he immediately sided with the crown prince, but said that he did not serve him. Ragnar looked carefully at his reflection and added that he felt that he was hiding a lot, and that he knew much more about him than he could imagine. The fifth prince introduced the protagonist in front of him and noticed that it was as if they had known each other for a very long time. Ragnar put the mug of tea on the table. He stretched out on a chair, put his hand to his chin and said that for now they would just watch him. The morning sun was shining outside, illuminating the main character's mansion. Ian handed the butler a letter and told him to send it to Lord Pyrrhic in the east as quickly as possible, and that with the letter to Lord Mogrian. The butler bowed sharply, closed his eyes and replied that he had received a report that it would arrive soon. He had sent a reliable messenger who could be trusted. Ian looked carefully at the old man and said that everything was clear to him. The main character abruptly handed the paper to the butler and asked him to take it, and the old man stared at him in surprise. The butler carefully examined the paper and the protagonist added that this was a pass issued in the name of a member of the merchant guild. He could disguise himself as a merchant and leave the capital. The main character looked carefully at the old man and noted that he hoped he understood what he meant. Ian looked carefully out the window and said that when they packed their things, at sunset they gathered all the maids and his mother and went to the Mogrian estate in the north. The main character turned his head smilingly at the servant and added that he thought the Lord had received his message and would gladly receive them, and the butler replied that he understood him. The protagonist's mother quickly ran down the stairs. The main character looked at her carefully after he shouted his name throughout the corridor. He looked carefully at his frightened mother. Mrs. Page stood opposite the protagonist, stared at him and asked what was happening, why they were suddenly leaving, and at that moment Douglas and Letio approached from behind. The main character sadly lowered his head, lowered his eyelids slightly and replied that it is difficult to explain, but the capital is now in danger. He has already sent a letter to the province of Mogrian. The Lord will help them. The protagonist's mother looked rudely at her son and loudly asked how she could leave without him. If he stayed, then she too. The main character slowly approached his mother, took her hands and noticed that he was already an adult and there was no need to worry about him. Ian looked confidently at his mother, opened his mouth slightly and added that he was also a magician. He was able to protect himself, so don't worry. Mrs. Page opened her eyes wide in surprise and fear and shouted that he was only 18 and her only son. The mother approached her sad son, opened her mouth wide and added, shouting, that why constantly do something strange, she could no longer just watch him put himself in danger. A moment later, the main character angrily lowered his head and loudly called out to his mother. Mrs. Page froze in surprise and looked at her son trembling. The main character looked at her with guilty eyes and asked her to trust. Ian took his mother with trembling hands and said that if something went wrong, she could get hurt. Tears began to flow from the mother's eyes. The main character began to slowly remove his hands from his mother. A moment later, the main character looked at Mr. Letio and noticed that she relied on him. Ian looked confidently at the alchemist and added that even if he asked him to tell him where his mother was, he should not answer. When the time comes, he himself will send the letter to Lord Mogrian. Letio looked carefully at the protagonist and said that he would do so. Douglas began to slowly approach the captain, put his hand to his chest and noted that he would stay with him, and Ian turned to him and listened carefully. Douglas smiled broadly and added that he didn't know what was happening, but he would need him as his right hand. The main character looked at him with a big smile and replied that he thanks him, but this is more dangerous than he thinks, it's better to leave. The main character remembered the alchemist's son from a past life and noticed in his head that he did not want him to fall into his hands. Ian began to slowly walk towards the center of the room. He stood near his desk, turned to everyone gathered in his rooms and announced that when everyone left the estate, he would erase part of his memory so as to forget where he sent them. The main character lowered his head, looked confidently at the floor and added that they should remember what he asked them to do and where he was sending them, hoping for their assistance. The butler bowed sharply and said that everything would be done. Everyone began to quickly leave the hall, and Mrs. Page looked sadly at her son. Ian was left in the middle of his room, alone. After a moment, he exhaled and closed his eyes. Then he turned to the table and stared at the box. He looked carefully at the Empress's necklace and noticed in his head that this necklace was left as well. At that moment he reached into his pocket. He took out a bottle of purple liquid. There was a gorgeous chandelier hanging in the middle of the room. The man in the red cloak looked attentively at the fifth prince and said that the crown prince spends all his time in the palace. According to his personal maids, he is not feeling well. His Majesty received proper treatment and is now in a stable condition, but is still unconscious. Even if when he wakes up, he will have to deal with the many consequences of the departures. Ragnar put his hand to his chin, looked straight ahead thoughtfully and noticed that he was already holding on for too long. The fifth prince sharply clenched his teeth in anger and added that if his father got better, it could ruin their plan. Domfil looked at the prince carefully and said that he would ask one of the alchemists for help. Ragnar turned his head sharply at the knight, and he added that in this situation they should take action. Domfil looked at the prince carefully and noticed that many aristocrats doubt the crown prince. They believe that in such critical situations as this, he will not be able to adequately take the reins of power. At that moment of Antis, the fifth prince and two servants were in the room in cloaks who listened attentively to the captain. Domful looked carefully at the lamp in the corner of the room and said that the second nightly detachment was now being interrogated and that Sir Oliver Raywood was personally monitoring this. Avantis smiled slightly, raised his hand sharply and noted that overall everything was going smoothly. They could just wait until the throne passed to him. Ragnar put his hand to his chin, thoughtfully looked away and noticed that it was strange that Ian Page was not doing anything. He would hardly have just waited, they had probably already planned something. Ragnar and all the people in the room turned sharply to the door where a servant appeared and loudly called the prince. Domful turned menacingly and shouted that he asked not to disturb them, and apologized to the unknown people in the red cloak. Then he looked carefully at the knight and shouted loudly that Ian Page was now heading towards the imperial palace. Everyone in the room was suddenly surprised and looked thoughtfully at the servant. Ragnar closed his eyes slightly, then opened his mouth slightly and noted that they would finish discussing for today. The fifth prince looked carefully at the Draconian and noticed that he should erase traces of his presence and leave. Avantis looked at the prince carefully and agreed with him. Ian confidently walked along the corridor with a red carpet. The main character was quickly approaching the chambers of the fifth prince. The servant looked at the door and informed His Highness that Ian Page had arrived. Ragnar turned rudely to the door and said that he could enter. Ian quickly entered the room. The fifth prince looked at him carefully and noticed that they had not seen each other for a long time. The owner of the ivory tower, Ian Page. The main character stood and looked angrily at the fifth prince, and at the same time walked further. Ragnar began to slowly turn to the protagonist and added that for the first time since the execution of the old owner of the tower. The fifth prince turned completely towards him and said that he thought he had heard that a lot of terrible things had happened during this time. Ragnar closed his eyes, clenched his teeth in anger and added that he couldn't even believe that his father had to go through this. How it infuriates him that they found the culprit of his poisoning so late. A moment later, Ragnar sharply opened his eyes, looked roughly at the protagonist and said that he wondered why it's such a difficult time. The fifth prince came closer to the protagonist, clenched his fists and asked what had come to him. The protagonist looked confidently into the fifth prince's eyes and replied that he was curious about what he intended to do. Ragnar looked at him carefully and noticed that he did not understand what he was talking about. The main character began to slowly approach the fifth prince and added that Paul Renz had fallen under the influence of dark magic. This was all because of his meeting with the captain of the first detachment of Royal Knights, and at that time Ragnar was standing exactly on the carpet. An unknown person in a red cloak with wings appeared in the protagonist's head, and Ian added that he also knew that the leader of the Order of Dragons was connected with this matter. Ragnar suddenly began to twitch from nerves after the protagonist said that all this time Ragnar personally was with them. Ian stood in front of the fifth prince, looked him in the eyes angrily and rudely noted that it was clear to him that he was planning something terrible. Ragnar spread his arms to the sides, shook his head negatively and said that this was nonsense, he didn't even have evidence. Ragnar sharply opened his eyes, looked carefully at the protagonist and added with a slight grin that if Paul Renz was under the influence of black magic, shouldn't he need to find the one who cast it? Ragnar extended his hand towards the gloomy protagonist and added that this was the first time this Order of Dragons had heard of him. The fifth prince looked carefully at the chandelier and said that how could he unite with them when all his movements were controlled by the tower, and due to his father's condition he did not leave the castle at all. The main character looked carefully at his hand and heard that Ragnar was thinking, as the owner of the tower, the protagonist knows this better than him. The main character looked up at the prince and noticed that he could use magic that would detect a lie. A moment later, he began to approach the fifth prince and added that it was already obvious that his words were untrue. He knew about the Order of the Dragon and was personally acquainted with a magician who mastered dark magic. Ian approached the fifth prince as close as possible and noticed that he was the leader of the order. Ragnar looked into his eyes carefully and asked what his conclusion was. Ian looked silently and angrily at the prince. Ragnar began to slowly lower his head and chuckled slightly. Then he sharply raised his eyes, looked horribly at the protagonist, folded his arms over his chest and noticed that Ian was really dumber than he thought. Ragnar sharply moved his head towards the protagonist and asked what he would do or whether he thought he would get scared and run away. The fifth prince moved back slightly, looked carefully into the eyes of the protagonist and asked if he had evidence. Ragnar slightly relaxed his eyes, lowered them from the eyes of the protagonist and added that the culprit of his father's poisoning had died. He himself was convinced of his involvement. Paul Renz was dead. He had paid for his sins. The main character clenched his jaw tightly in anger and remained silent. Ragnar looked at the protagonist with a small grin and said that it was surprising that after that he came to him with his accusations. Ragnar moved as close as possible to the protagonist and noticed that Ian Page had lost, but now he had a choice. A moment later, the fifth prince moved away from the protagonist and called to the Draconian. Avantis appeared, behind the frightened protagonist, from a dark cloud and leaned against the column. Ian turned his head sharply and stared at his guest. The main character saw a smiling, white-haired guy in a chic red suit and noticed in his head that this was the man from the night's memories. Avantis tilted his head slightly, grinned slightly and noted that Ian Page was interesting. His coming here made their task 100 times easier. The next moment, curls of black magic began to appear around the protagonist. Using magic, Aventus appeared in his usual appearance and noticed that he saw that he had been wearing this cape for a long time. Aventus slowly approached the protagonist, took his cape in his hand, looked with a smile and added that he never thought that he would see it again, an unforgettable thing. Ian tried to remove the curls of black magic from his throat, looked at the man in horror and noticed in his head that this was the heir to the dragons, a draconian. Aventus turned his gloomy head towards the fifth prince and said that he wanted to make him his pawn. Ragnar looked carefully at the draconian and replied that he would be useful to them. After these words, Aventus snapped his fingers and said that he understood. Aventus snapped his fingers again. Curls of black magic began to envelop the protagonist more strongly. A moment later, his pupils turned red and his gaze became darker. The protagonist's hands began to twitch slightly. The next moment, all the black magic moved away from the protagonist and he remained standing with his head bowed. Ragnar looked at the protagonist in confusion and asked if it was all over, and Aventus folded his hands behind his back and answered that it was true. Aventus sharply turned his head to the side and winced after the fifth prince's words that outwardly nothing had changed, and then noticed that Ian was so suspicious. Aventus looked at the protagonist angrily and told him to kill himself. Ragnar looked at the draconian in horror and did not believe what he heard and shouted to wait. The next moment, using magic, Ian summoned an ice spear and aimed it at his head. He tightened his grip on the ice spear. Ragnar got all fired up, opened his mouth wide and shouted for him to stop. Everyone in the room fell silent. Ian stood with a spear near his neck. Aventus looked attentively at this, and Ragnar lowered his head and calmed down. The main character slightly inserted the spear into the neck and blood began to flow. Ragnar looked at this in surprise and noted that this was enough. Aventus turned his head sharply, closed his eyes and noticed that he could now use it as he wanted. Aventus began to leave, dark magic began to appear under his feet and he said that he would go to rest. Ragnar looked away from the protagonist after Aventus disappeared. The fifth prince looked at the protagonist with an evil gaze and silently. Ian stood and looked at the floor with a gloomy look. Ragnar called him, he turned sharply, then the fifth prince asked who his real master was. The next moment, the protagonist suddenly fell to his knee and froze. A moment later, he lowered his head, put his hand to his chest and answered that the highest son of the empire, the fifth prince, Ragnar Greenriver, and the prince stood and looked at the protagonist in shock. After hearing this, Ragnar began to smile terribly. The butler knocked gently on the door with his knuckle. The butler entered the crown prince's room, bowed and noted that it was time to prepare for today's meeting. The crown prince sat on the sofa, all broken, and said that the time had already come. After all, this was a ceremony in honor of the appointment of the main character to the position of owner of the tower. The prince put his hands to his face, sighed slightly and noted that he should not appear in such a manner in front of him. The prince turned to the butler, looked at him and asked him to help him with his clothes today, and the man bowed and agreed. The emperor's palace and the area around it were brightly illuminated by the morning sun. The hall contained a huge banquet hall, which was filled with aristocrats. A group of aristocrats stood in a circle and chatted that this was the first ceremony that the new owner of the tower would hold, and it seemed that the crown prince and the fifth prince would also come. One of the respected aristocrats approached the other and noted that it was time to talk about that very thing, and the other asked about what. The mustachioed man stared at him carefully and answered that it was about which of them would take the throne. The aristocrats carefully looked at the crowd of people in the banquet hall and noticed that Mr. Ian would definitely support the crown prince. They say he had long chosen his side. One of the crowd abruptly turned his head away from the girl. He then put his hand to his mouth and whispered that Mr. Ian had recently visited the fifth prince in the palace. A moment later, he spread his hands in front of the other aristocrats and added that a lot has happened recently. The crown prince has not shown himself in the best way. He looked carefully at the roof of the room and noticed that perhaps Mr. Ian had changed his mind. The prince began to enter the banquet hall. The crown prince looked ahead carefully and was surprised. He saw the protagonist in front of him and called him, and Ian sharply turned his head towards him. The crown prince began to run up to the protagonist and noticed that they had not seen each other for a long time. How was he doing? The prince stopped near him, lowered his head to the floor and said sadly that a lot of time had passed since their last meeting. It was a pity that it had happened this way. The main character looked at him rudely and silently. The prince began to slowly reach his hand towards the protagonist's stomach and began to say that if he doesn't mind, after the end of the reception. At the same moment, the protagonist powerfully hit the prince on the hand and thereby interrupted him, and the prince looked at him in shock. The prince silently lowered his head and hovered. Then he raised his head and looked at him in horror. The crown prince looked carefully at the protagonist and saw only anger and gloom. The main character bowed widely, put his hand to his chest and noted that he was asking for forgiveness. After the ceremony, he already had things to do. The prince scratched the back of his head slightly and replied that he understood everything. The crown prince looked at the floor with a smile and added that then to another room. The main character turned sharply after someone called him. The servant stood near the door, extended his hand to the side and asked him to go into the hall. Ian turned sharply and headed into the hall. The prince watched carefully as the protagonist walked away from him. The crown prince looked sadly at the protagonist and a drop of sweat ran down his cheek. The main character stood in the middle of a luxurious hall with a huge chandelier. Ian stood exactly in front of the crowd and began to say that he thanked everyone for making him happy with their presence today. The main character stood near the table in the middle of the huge hall from the audience and added that their empire was now going through a series of tests. The crown prince sat sadly on a chair, looked at the protagonist and heard that due to the assassination attempt on their emperor, His Majesty still cannot take over the reign. Even if he wakes up, they cannot guarantee that his health and ability to rule the empire will remain the same. All the aristocrats sitting in the hall began to communicate nervously after the protagonist said that it was time to make a decision. He thinks they understand what he means. Ian lowered his head and noted that they needed to become stronger. Then he looked at the luxurious window in the middle of the wall in the hall and added that their enemies were waiting for the right moment to attack. Many were afraid of the outbreak of war. Ragnar sat on the chair with his arms folded, smiled widely and heard that when the empire is in such a terrible state, an important decision must be made regarding who will become the next ruler. Huge hands from the darkness reached out to the throne and the bright crown. The main character extended his hand to the side, looked carefully at the aristocrats and noticed that this person should be a worthy ruler. The aristocrats sat, carefully looked at the protagonist near the counter and heard that they needed a strong man who would be able to restore the well-being of their empire and settle problems with the three neighboring ones. The next moment, the protagonist raised his head up and added that the man who would return the Green River Empire to the pedestal of history was a man worthy of wearing the crown by birthright and human factors. The main character lowered his head slightly, closed his eyes and began to say that he, the owner of the tower, Ian Page, right now. He clenched his hands tightly on the table and trembled. Then he sharply raised his head to the hall and added that he wanted to support the fifth prince as a potential ruler of their empire. After these words there was a loud noise throughout the hall. All the aristocrats opened their mouths wide and began to communicate with each other. The crown prince looked at the protagonist in shock and fear. Ragnar sat back, lowered his head, smirked slightly and waited for events to unfold. The prince rose sharply and began to walk. The crown prince came closer to the protagonist and called him, and Ian turned to him. A moment later the prince extended his hand to him. He grabbed him by the cape and glared at him angrily. The crown prince looked at him angrily. Ian stood straight, looked into his eyes and heard the question why he was doing this to him. The next moment, the crown prince hit the protagonist in the face with all his might. Two soldiers approached the prince and began to hold him while shouting for them to let him go, and the protagonist only wiped the blood from his lip. The main character looked angrily at the crown prince and remained silent. The prince trembled all over with anger and someone shouted to take him out of here. It was a dark night outside and there was no light from the crown prince's window. The prince lay on the bed and did not move. He silently looked at the ceiling and lightly shed tears. A shadow of a man appeared outside the window. The prince tensed. Oliver looked carefully at the window and noticed that it was Oliver. The crown prince rose sharply from the bed and rejoiced at the captain. The prince went out onto the balcony, looked at him carefully and asked why he was here. Didn't he need to stay at home on probation? Oliver abruptly walked into the crown prince's room, walked to the middle and noticed that there was no time to explain. He needed to dress warmer and they were leaving. The prince turned his head at him in fear and asked what he was talking about and where they were going. Oliver opened the closet door where the prince's jackets hung, looked carefully and replied that there was a secret passage through which they would leave the palace and go unnoticed by the guards. Oliver abruptly picked up the blue jacket and added that it was made for emergencies. Oliver began to quickly walk towards the prince and noticed that the knights of the 2nd Imperial Detachment were waiting for him, and the prince stood still and did not understand what was happening. Oliver quickly began to dress the crown prince in a warm cape, and he opened his mouth wide and asked about the knights of the 2nd Detachment. Oliver suddenly sat down on his knee. Then he raised his head to the prince and noted that he needed to go, then extended his hand. The crown prince stared attentively at the outstretched hand and trembled slightly. The prince grinned slightly and continued to look at his hand thoughtfully. A moment later he placed a trembling hand on the captain's arm. They came to a dark forest. Oliver and the crown prince walked along a dark forest path. The prince stared carefully ahead when someone called him. A detachment of knights with a horse stood, looked at him joyfully and noticed that they were waiting. The crown prince abruptly removed his hood and looked at them in surprise. He froze when a crowd of knights began to run towards him with hugs and shouts that they missed him and he had become even cooler. The prince turned his head sharply at the captain and asked what was happening, why everyone was here. Oliver looked at him carefully, opened his mouth slightly and replied that the castle and the capital were no longer safe. Oliver looked at the prince carefully and added that they were going to transport him to the province of Parik for his own safety, and after these words the prince began to turn slightly surprised at the captain. The crown prince turned to the captain in fear and asked why he went to the province of Parik. This is the place where Ian became a magician. Oliver looked at him confidently, turned and replied that he would explain everything along the way, asking him to follow them. The crown prince put his hands in front of him, closed his eyes, lowered his head and told them to wait. If they disobeyed the order and left their home, they could be seriously punished. A moment later, the prince opened his mouth wide in surprise and added that they could be accused of treason and even executed. Oliver came closer to the prince, looked at him carefully and asked who gave that order, and the crown prince looked at him in surprise. Oliver stood confidently, looked harshly at the prince and noticed that they were the crown prince's knights. They only carry out his orders. Why would they follow strangers? They are not going to do anything that could harm him and his father. The crown prince froze with emotion and looked at them carefully. Oliver added that the purpose of their lives is to protect him from all evil. They will fight for him to the end. A moment later, the entire squad of knights knelt, put their hands to their chests and bowed. The crown prince stood and watched with his mouth wide open, and then Oliver added that he asked him to let them prove their loyalty to him. The crown prince looked at them carefully and tried to say something, but tears appeared in his eyes. The prince hit himself in the face with his palm and agreed to this. The crown prince removed his hand from his face, looked carefully at the captain with wet eyes and noted that then they would try to explain well what was happening here. Oliver looked at him carefully, put his hand to his heart and smiled widely. The fifth prince's mansion was neatly illuminated by the afternoon sun. Domfil walked quickly around the room. He began to approach the table at which the fifth prince was sitting, and the protagonist was standing next to him, and noticed that they had a problem. Ragnar turned to him, began to put the paper on the table and asked what happened, and Domfil answered that the crown prince disappeared at dawn. The second detachment of imperial knights also escaped. Ragnar angrily lowered his eyes, looked carefully at the floor and asked if they knew where they were. Domfil folded his hands behind his back, straightened his back and replied that they had gone to the east. If you wanted, they could send a detachment after them. Ragnar turned his head sharply, closed his eyes and replied that this was not needed. They were heading to the province of Parik. A map of that area appeared in the head of the fifth prince and he noticed that the road there was dangerous and full of monsters. They could easily overcome it with the captain and the second knightly detachment, but they would not quickly find a replacement for such warriors. Domfil looked at the fifth prince in horror and tried to say something. Then Ragnar folded his hands on his chest, looked angrily at the knight and noted that they should leave them first. It would be better to find out where Vanessa Page was. Ragnar sharply turned his head towards the protagonist and noticed that this cunning magician knew that they could cast black magic on him and hid it somewhere, but he couldn't find out where exactly. Ian stood as if hypnotized and looked straight at the table. Memories appeared in the fifth prince's head of how the protagonist was kneeling in front of him, and then noticed that Mr. Draconian's magic had definitely worked. Apparently Ian had cleared his memories in advance. Domfil looked at the prince carefully and asked why he needed the mother of the owner of the tower. She was an ordinary woman. Ragnar clenched his eyes, angrily lowered his eyes and noticed that this was the protagonist's weak point. It was strange that he knew that black magic would be cast on him, and still came. The next moment, Ragnar turned his head at him, examined him carefully and noticed that he had probably prepared something else for them, which is why he needed to find his mother. Domfil put his hand to his chest, bowed slightly and said that he understood him. A moment later, the soldier left the room and silence fell. Ragnar turned his head slightly towards the protagonist and chuckled slightly. The fifth prince examined him carefully and wondered that he couldn't stop worrying. Everything was going too smoothly. What was Ian up to? In the middle of the evening, next to the hill stood the province of Parik. Oliver approached the crown prince, who was standing on the balcony, looking into the distance, and noticed that there he was. Parik began to approach them and asked if everything was okay. The crown prince grinned slightly, looked carefully at the lord and replied that of course he apologized for the sudden visit. He would not forget his kindness. Lord Parik grinned slightly, closed his eyes and added that he was greatly honored. A moment later, the lord became slightly sad, looked at the floor and said that, frankly speaking, he was very surprised when he received a letter from the protagonist. The lord looked at the prince and added that what happened to the emperor was terrifying. He hoped he would recover soon, and the prince sadly lowered his head and remained silent. Lord Parik and his servant bowed, smiled slightly and noted that at the request of the main character, now they will work together and don't worry, special attention is paid to his safety. The lord began to abruptly leave, and the crown prince and Oliver watched them carefully. The prince smiled slightly, did not take his eyes off the lord and noticed that he was a very good person. He was loyal and open-hearted. By the way, isn't Oliver related to him? Oliver turned to the prince, smiled slightly and replied that this was his distant uncle. He taught him fencing as a child. The Crown Prince sadly lowered his head and noticed that Ian had calculated everything down to the details. A moment later, the prince became gloomy and called the captain and inquired that black magic had really been cast on the protagonist. Oliver turned to the prince in surprise and asked again. The prince then smirked slightly, looked to the side and added that either he had actually defected to the fifth prince's side. Ragnar appeared in the Crown Prince's head with a wide smile, and he noticed that since childhood, Ragnar was better than him in everything. He is sorry to admit, but this is so. Did Ian really understand this and take his side? Oliver lowered his eyes, grinned slightly and noted that this was impossible. The Crown Prince sharply turned his upset face towards the captain. Oliver raised his head, looked carefully into the prince's eyes and added that 6 years ago Mr. Ian told him something during training. A young protagonist appeared in the captain's head and said that he would never go over to the side of the fifth prince. Oliver smiled widely and told the prince to trust him. I'm sure this is all part of his plan. It was raining heavily outside the window. Oliver stood shocked and looked at the protagonist and then asked to repeat it again. The main character looked aside, looked carefully at the wall and said that when he meets the fifth prince, he will cast black magic on him. His Highness will try to forbid him to go, so don't tell him. Oliver suddenly became nervous and shouted that it was dangerous. He might not get out. Ian gloomily lowered his head, looked at the floor and replied that Ragnar would not kill him right away. He was much more useful for his purposes alive. The main character put his hand to his chest, raised his head and added that as a magician of the sixth circle and master of the tower, his position allows him to influence diplomacy and politics. Ragnar will definitely want to take advantage of this. Ian lowered his head to the floor, looked sadly and noted that he would not like to fall under his influence again, but this was the only way he could find out what he was planning and stop him, and Oliver thought about the word again. The main character stood in the middle of the room opposite the captain and added that if he betrays the Crown Prince, he will need to send him to the Lord Empiric. He will warn the Lord in advance with a letter. Oliver looked straight attentively, put his hand to his chin and noticed that they would need a magician who could cast a spell on him, and there was no magician of that level in the capital or they simply could not trust him. Ian grinned slightly, looked carefully straight at the captain and noticed that there was one. Ragnar would definitely not think of him. One very devoted and powerful magician. The princess sat on a chair and looked sadly to the side. The emaciated Emperor Terry was lying on the bed. She sat next to him, looked at him carefully and noticed that Mr. Ian had gone over to the side of the fifth prince, so his brother had to leave the palace. The girl sadly lowered her head and added that Ragnar was already preparing to take over the throne and overthrow the Crown Prince. A moment later, the girl clenched her eyes and began to sob silently. Drops fell on her hands and she asked what she could do. The princess began to sob very much and said who she should trust now. The girl remembered how the protagonist sat in front of her and wondered if his words could be a lie. The princess put her hands to her face, wiped away her tears and added that it was painful to admit, but even at such a time she wanted to trust him. The girl wiped away her tears, slid slightly down the chair and told her father that she needed to wake up. There was a sharp knock on the door. The girl wiped away her last tears, turned her head sharply, heard that it was Kevin knocking, and allowed him to enter. The girl came out to him, stood opposite him, folded her hands and asked what happened. Kevin nervously moved his head to the side and began to mumble. He looked at the girl carefully and asked if they could talk in private. They both headed to a secluded place. They came to a lonely, empty room and Kevin turned his head and looked around to see if there were other people. After a moment, he pulled out a small box and told her to take it. The princess looked mysteriously at the box and asked what it was. Kevin pulled the box even further, looked straight into the princess's eyes and replied that a few days ago the owner of the tower asked him to give her this thing. The girl took the box, looked at the magician in shock and loudly asked that it was Mr. Ian, and Kevin crouched slightly and put his finger to his mouth. Kevin began to turn around, looked at her carefully and added that she should keep this a secret. Kevin put his hand to his chest, bowed slightly and said he would go. Kevin began to quickly walk away towards the long corridor, and the princess, holding a box in her hands, followed him with her gaze. The princess stood alone in the middle of the corridor, clutched the box and looked straight ahead. She looked carefully at the box and noticed that gold particles were coming from it. The girl carefully sat down at the table and began to slowly unpack the box. She saw inside the box a vial of purple liquid, a necklace from the imperial family, and a letter. She slowly opened the letter and began to read it slowly. She opened the letter completely and read that the letter was addressed to her. The main character sits in his office and writes in a letter that he is sure she is very surprised. If you received this letter, then black magic has already been cast on it. Ian diligently runs his pen over the paper, looks carefully and adds that he wrote to her to ask for help. A moment appeared in the protagonist's head as Emperor Terry coughing up blood, and writes that the captain of the 2nd Knightly Detachment, Paul Renz, was also under the influence of black magic when he made an attempt on the Emperor's life. A dark silhouette in a red cloak appeared in his head, and in the background there was a flag with a dragon, and wrote that the people who are behind this call themselves the Dragon Association. Their head is one very powerful magician. In the protagonist's head, Ragnar looks over his shoulder and smiles widely, and Ian adds that the fifth prince has united with them in order to appropriate the throne for himself. They need to prove the guilt of the prince and this sect, so he will become a toy in their hands. The protagonist began to write a letter faster with a pen. The same box lay on the table near the main character, and he wrote that the emperor gave him this pendant. The pendant had a blue stone in the center and was made of gold, and Ian noticed that it contained spells above the 8th grade. They were capable of removing black magic. She would need to hang the pendant on him to dispel the effect of black magic. He also put an elixir made from their flower Landiora. After reading this construction site, the girl picked up the bottle of liquid and carefully examined it. The girl's hand trembled after she read that it destroys mana in the human body, therefore it is fatal for magicians. The princess looked at the bottle in horror and finished reading that if the necklace did not work, she must use the elixir to kill him. Loud footsteps were heard in the middle of the luxurious corridor. The princess looked carefully at the fifth prince. The protagonist stood behind him and followed on his heels, and noticed that they had not seen him for a long time. The princess stood in the middle of the corridor, looked carefully at the fifth prince and inquired that he was going to see his father. Ragnar grinned slightly, looked at her carefully and replied that yes, he was his father too. He was no longer under arrest, so he should behave like a worthy son. The girl lowered her eyes to the floor and noticed that everything was clear to her. A moment later, the girl turned a rude look at the protagonist and noticed that she also had not seen the owner of the tower for a long time, then asked if everything was fine with him. The main character just bowed emotionlessly. The princess looked at him carefully with a degree of horror. The girl turned sharply to the fifth prince and asked if she could talk a little with the protagonist. Ragnar looked at her without any speculation and allowed her. Ragnar turned to the protagonist, called him and noted that when he finished here, he would be waiting for him in his palace. A moment later, Ragnar quickly walked away from his subordinate and the princess. The girl looked carefully at the protagonist and asked him to follow her. They entered a huge room. Ian walked to the center, and the princess closed and locked the doors. The girl stood opposite him, looked attentively, and an awkward silence formed. The princess sharply lowered her head and noticed that she missed him, although she knew that he didn't, and asked if he remembered his request. The main character looked at her silently and did not answer. The girl came closer to the protagonist and said that she had come to return this thing to him. Could he bend over? Ian obeyed her and leaned down sharply. The princess slowly pulled the necklace around his neck. The girl lowered the necklace, and the main character took a deep breath. The princess looked at him in surprise. The necklace on the protagonist's neck glowed brightly blue and black magic began to come out of it, and his eyes turned red. The girl jumped back in horror after Ian fell to the ground. The main character suddenly grabbed his throat and began coughing violently. A moment later there was blood all over his hand and blood was coming out of his mouth. The princess put her hands to her mouth in horror and began to squeal loudly and shout his name. The necklace began to absorb the remnants of black magic into itself. The girl, trembling all over, tears flowing from her eyes, landed next to him and asked if he was okay. The main character began to clear his throat and clutched his chest. Ian sharply raised his head to the girl and began to laugh lightly. He saw the princess in front of him, all in tears and with outstretched arms. The girl suddenly jumped on him and hugged him tightly while screaming his name. Ian looked at her in shock and did not understand what was happening. The princess began to sob even more, hugged him tighter and asked how he could write such a thing. Was she able to kill him? The protagonist remembered the bottle with the potion and understood what she was talking about. The main character abruptly pushed her away, looked her straight in the eyes and noticed that he knew that he could trust his life to her. The protagonist smiled broadly, closed his eyes and noted that it was good that he managed to get rid of the black magic, otherwise he did not expect the pendant to work, and the girl looked at him in shock. A moment later, the girl made an angry face, opened her mouth wide and shouted how he could do such stupidity by relying on her. The main character looked away and replied that sometimes stupidity is the only right decision. A moment appeared in the protagonist's head as he looked at a dagger from a past life and added that he could even give life. A moment later, he reached out to the princess's eye, wiped away her tears and thanked her for trusting him. The princess looked at the happy protagonist and saw him smiling widely. The girl began to quickly shake her head, wipe away her tears and noticed that she was very happy about his return. The princess stood up sharply, extended her hands to the protagonist and noticed that she had so many questions and whether he had learned anything. The main character looked at her confidently and replied that he found out. He did not expect that the Dragon Association was such a large sect. The old owner of the tower appeared in the protagonist's head, who stood in the background, and under his feet were aristocrats in red cloaks, and said that Havert Leon held a fairly high position there, and many aristocrats with high titles are members of this community. A male knight appeared in the protagonist's head, and he noticed that Domfil Morant, who served as captain of the First Imperial Knights for many decades, also turned out to be an active participant in the association. The princess trembled all over and could not believe that Sir Domfil was one of them. The main character looked carefully at the worried girl and added that the head of the association was a draconian who, as everyone thought, died 300 years ago. In his head, the protagonist remembered how Aventus bewitched him, and noticed that he now exists in human form and is an 8th grade archmage. The protagonist clenched his fists tightly, looked lower and noticed that Mitchell Greenriver was able to seal him, but the 5th prince freed him. The princess put her trembling hands to her lips and noticed that Ragnar had gotten involved in such dangerous matters. The main character looked at her carefully, opened her mouth slightly and said that he thought he had been hatching this plan for a very long time. Their goal is not only the throne and the place of the emperor, they want to start a war and take over the entire continent. The emperor's palace appeared in the protagonist's head, and he added that the entire court was already under the influence of the 5th prince, and the crown prince was not the only one who was in danger. Ian looked at her convincingly, opened his mouth slightly and asked her not to trust anyone and protect his majesty. The princess looked at him in surprise and asked about him. Ian stood confidently in front of the girl and replied that he planned to stay near the 5th prince and pretend to be under the influence of magic. A mage of royal blood appeared in the protagonist's head with a crowd of magicians, and then added that he needed to find the spell with which Mitchell Greenriver sealed the draconian. He did not find it in the Ivory Tower library, but in the castle, perhaps it would work. The princess lowered her gaze, put her hand to her chin and looked thoughtful. A moment later, the girl slightly opened her mouth and called out to the protagonist. Then she straightened up sharply, extended her hand to the side and said that she wanted to show him something if he could follow her. Ian and the princess came to the royal library. The girl slowly walked up to the table and sharply opened the silver box, and the protagonist stood behind him and waited. A moment later, the girl handed the protagonist a book in a gold frame. The main character looked at the book in surprise and asked what it was, and the princess raised her head at him and replied that it was a treasure that her father had given her. The main character opened his mouth in shock, looked carefully at the princess, heard that this was a book by a magician of royal blood. The first emperor who owned magic, it is assumed that he kept this diary during his lifetime, and then asked again about the account. The girl looked down at the book and noticed that there was a seal on the book, which no one had yet destroyed. In the head of the girl, Mitchell Greenriver was sitting with his staff on a stone, and under it was his diary. And the princess noticed that from history they know that Mitchell Greenriver was a 5th class magician, but this seal is of a much higher class, perhaps he will be able to take it off. The main character took the book firmly into his mouth and replied that he would try. Ian grabbed the book tightly, saw how it began to glow and noticed in his head that if he let his mana into the book and tried to use the spell. The main character looked at her in surprise. After a moment he peered at the book. He saw letters in dragon language right on the seal. The main character looked carefully at the word and said something in the language of dragons. A moment later, the seal on the book clicked. The princess joyfully looked at the book and shouted that he had succeeded and to open it quickly, and the protagonist was silently surprised. The main character abruptly opened the book, read a couple of lines and noticed that this was indeed a diary of his ancestors. On the first page was written the date of the end of the war with the Draconians. Ian and the princess stood near the table on which the book lay, and the protagonist noticed that it told about the memorial funeral of knights and magicians of the empire, about plans to build a new ivory tower, and here are records about research on magic spells. The main character began to carefully read the lines. He saw the name Fran and took notice. Ian stared at the book and wondered why his father's name was there. The main character imagined Mitchell Greenriver trying to approach an unknown man in a cloak and noticed that night Fran found him. He said that they would not see each other again. He vowed to protect their agreement with him for the rest of his life. Mitchell Greenriver put his hand to his chest, squatted down on his knees and lowered his head, and under him was an unknown silhouette of a cloak, and under it words in dragon speech were glowing. And the protagonist read that he was leaving his last words in dragon speech right here in this diary. The main character lit up and read the word. A moment later, the world around the protagonist began to turn black and white. Only one Ian remained of color. He sharply raised his head and began to turn his head, while not understanding anything. The protagonist looked carefully at the princess and called her. He looked carefully at the room, then to another part of it. The main character raised his head, looked surprised and realized that time had stopped. He saw something glow from the crack of the door. The main character slowly approached the door, from the crack of which a golden, bright light was breaking through. He began to slowly open the door. Opening the door, the main character stepped out into a huge, grassy, flat field, and behind the fog, huge gears could be seen. Ian raised his head high and wondered where he was. Ian saw an unknown silhouette in a cloak in front of him and began to slowly approach him. The main character stared at him carefully and wondered who he was. Ian began to approach faster. Once closer, he looked carefully at the unknown person sitting on the stone and called him. The unknown person sat on the stone without moving, only part of his face was visible from behind the sun. The man in the cloak turned his head sharply and looked straight. Ian looked at him carefully, opened his mouth slightly and asked where they were and who he was. The man turned his head, looked carefully at the plane and replied that this was a repository of time, a place outside of space. The main character tilted his head slightly, relaxed his gaze and wondered what kind of time storage it was. The barefoot man sat neatly on a stone, looked straight and added that it is difficult to explain this in human terms. To put it simply, in this place all the time from all the worlds where he lives is stored. After these words, the main character looked at the man in surprise. Ian looked at him carefully and asked if he knew him, who he was, how he knew his name. The man lowered his mysterious head, grinned slightly and replied that among the people he really had a name. The man looked carefully at the huge gears beyond the horizon and answered that he was the first magician, a golden dragon. The protagonist opened his eyes wide in surprise and began to carefully examine the man. The main character imagined the first magician, a giant golden dragon, above his head and noticed in his head that the golden dragon, the lord of time from famous legends, the first magician, the first person who learned to control magic, they were both one and the same person. Ian carefully examined the man and added in his head that if so, he should know about the magician named Mitchell. And at that moment the man opened his mouth slightly and noticed that he did not expect that he would make such a big mistake and save the life of that draconian. Mitchell appeared in the head of the first magician, who stood opposite the draconian and said that he sincerely did not understand why he decided to spare him in this world. Pity, the desire for revenge, human emotions are too complex and changeable. Mitchell looked at the draconian with dragon eyes and opened his mouth slightly. The main character frowned slightly, tilted his head slightly, and loudly asked what he was talking about, how Mitchell Greenriver was related to him. The golden dragon turned his head slightly, smiled widely and replied that it was very close. It was he who gave him the power to defeat the draconians. The protagonist stood firmly on the grass and noticed that if all this was true, he wanted him to answer only one question. Ian carefully examined the man and asked why he didn't figure it out himself, but gave the power to someone else. The first magician lowered his mysterious head down, opened his mouth slightly and replied that for a very long time people had already suffered from black magic. He imagined in his head a draconian who sat under a flag with a dragon on it and said that dragon power was the power to force others to obey, and black magic was created to control this power. The golden dragon imagined how a crowd of black silhouettes was suffering from black magic, and then added that the black magic of the draconians was too unstable and dangerous. It destroyed the souls of people, destroyed the balance in the world. This endless catastrophe was repeated and repeated. The first magician remembered how he stood in a bright orange desert and watched the souls of people suffer and said that even though he saw terrible suffering, he could not intervene, because dragons do not interfere in the affairs of people. This rule was established at the birth of the world. The golden dragon lowered his head, looked carefully at the ground and added that, however, he did not want to sit idly by, because the chaos began due to the power of the dragons. He sharply turned his head to another part of the horizon and noticed that he had broken the rule and interfered with the course of human history. The main character opened his eyes in surprise, looked at the man carefully and said that he gave people magic so that they could fight the Black One. The first magician remembered how a magician named Mitchell stood in front of him and he handed him a glowing golden ball and noticed that this was not enough. People needed a hero who could protect them from disasters in the future. That's why he gave his power to a man. The main character introduced a magician of royal blood, looked carefully straight ahead and noticed that this hero was Mitchell Greenriver. The first magician sharply raised his head, carefully examined the horizon and noticed that he was a kind and sincere man of imperial blood, but he was worried about his people first of all. The man imagined in his head a magician of royal blood, who bowed deeply and said that Mitchell had devoted his life to getting rid of black magic, but one of his mistakes put an end to all the work he had done, which is why people are imperfect. After interfering in the fate of humanity, he lost his memory and I couldn't finish what I started, hoping that one day everything would work out. The first magician glowed golden, and behind him stood a huge, golden dragon, and the man noticed that this is why he sealed his remaining time in the human body. He lost his memory, but continued to travel through the human world. The man abruptly jumped up from the stone, took off his hood and, looking carefully at the horizon, added that it could be said that this was a very short period of his long existence, but it turned out to be memorable and filled with life. The first magician carefully straightened his cape, raised his head high and noticed that he once met a girl named Vanessa. After these words, Ian looked at the golden dragon in horror and opened his mouth wide. The man imagined in his head how he ran with her hand through the green grass and said that she was sincere, kind and wonderful. The time spent with her was the best in his entire long life. She gave me something very important. Ian looked at the man with wide eyes in surprise. Then the first magician turned his head sharply, smiled widely and remarked that he always missed him, his dear son. The main character began to tremble all over with anger, lowered his head and shouted through clenched teeth that he should not talk nonsense. His father had died long ago. The first magician moved his head slightly to the side, grinned slightly and noticed that Fran Page had died, but his essence remained here, having lost its physical shell. All this time he had been waiting to meet the protagonist. Ian clenched his fist tightly in anger and shouted very angrily that he should have waited for the meeting last. A moment later, the main character looked angrily at his father, opened his mouth wide and shouted why he left. Because of him, mother. Fran sat calmly on a stone, slightly closed his eyes and replied that some goals are higher than life and arise from time to time. The man looked straight attentively and said that over time his memory began to return. He realized what he had to do, and at that moment Ian looked at him carefully. The first magician sadly lowered his head, closed his eyes and noticed that he needed to destroy black magic in this world. He wanted to protect the place where he and his mother lived, but he was given too little time, so, unfortunately, he had to leave his family. The man stood up abruptly, turned and walked towards the protagonist. He turned to his son, looked into his eyes and said that in this life he also had hard times. He wanted that at least now he could know true happiness. The main character clenched his teeth in anger, looked at the floor and said that this is not what he came to talk about. Ian's eyes widened in surprise when his father interrupted him and said that Ian had come seeking power to destroy the Draconian. The first magician looked at his son carefully, lowered his eyes slightly and noticed that this power was already inside him. Before leaving them, he placed all his power into him. The main character looked at his father in surprise and asked again, to which he received a positive answer. Then the main character imagined how he used the spell to go back in time, because he heard that he could understand and used dragon speech only because he was an archmage. The protagonist lowered his head to the floor, began to wander in his thoughts, then sharpened his surprised gaze and wondered if it was true, since when did he begin to easily understand dragon speech? The man began to slowly approach his son. A golden essence appeared under his feet and he said that he needed to awaken this power. Then he put his hand in front of him towards his surprised son and added that first, he would like to check it. Behind the protagonist, a golden, bright light began to glow and he looked at his father in surprise. The first magician wanted to look at the life that Ian really wants, which he doesn't even imagine. The main character woke up near a tree. He was lying with his elbows on a tree, on a pillow and covered with a blanket. Ian examined the tree carefully. Then he began to slowly get up and wondered what this place was and where he was. He was sure he was talking to his father a second ago. The main character straightened up and stared at the clearing in which the princess and the little girl were sitting next to her. Haley sharply turned her head towards the protagonist and was surprised. She slowly walked up to him, stood opposite him and asked if he was awake. Haley began to angrily remove the piece of paper from his head and added that they barely found time to go somewhere and have fun with the whole family, and he went to bed. Ian looked at the girl in surprise, opened his mouth wide, and Haley stared at him and asked that he said that he had been busy all these days. Whether he was overworking himself too much, she would scold her brother and tell him to stop overworking him. The main character looked at him in surprise and called her by her title. The girl lowered her head after a moment and began to laugh lightly, and then began to laugh even louder. Haley carefully covered her mouth, closed her eyes and asked what was wrong with him. He hadn't woken up yet. The girl suddenly opened her eyes, removed her hand, stared at the clearing and noticed that she had not heard this for a long time. The main character looked at her in surprise and wondered what it meant for a long time. And Haley turned sharply, put her hand to her mouth and shouted to a girl named Yukana that her dad had woken up and that she should go and hug her dad. A little girl sat in a clearing and played in the flowers. She began to slowly turn her head. Then she turned around completely, opened her mouth wide with joy and shouted to Dad. She started running towards him at high speed, with her arms outstretched, and her dad screamed. The protagonist's daughter flew into him and hugged his legs, and the main character froze and looked at her carefully. Then he examined her carefully and said what was happening. Haley put her hands behind her back, looked into the eyes of the main character and said why he stood rooted to the spot, asked him to hug her. The main character crouched down slightly and began to reach out to his happy daughter. She slowly moved her hand under her armpit. Then he abruptly picked her up and hugged her tightly and looked at her in surprise. The daughter hugged her father tightly around the neck and joyfully rested her head on his shoulder. Tears slowly began to flow from the protagonist's eyes. The family stood under a luxurious and thick tree, the father hugged his daughter, and the mother stood next to her with a wide smile. A moment later, the golden fog around the protagonist dissipated and he returned to the present. He looked at the empty hands with tears in his eyes and was slightly surprised. He carefully examined his hands and looked at them. The protagonist's father stood next to him, looked at him carefully and asked what he saw, and the protagonist simply trembled. Ian looked carefully at his hands, then opened his mouth slightly and answered that there was a child. There was a little girl with the same hair and eye color as his. He introduced his smiling daughter and said her name. Then he remembered how he put his hands under her armpits and said that the weight, the temperature, the voice, the smell of this little girl when he hugged her made him feel warm inside. The main character remembered how he picked her up and hugged her tightly, and then asked what it was. Fran closed his eyes, lowered his head and answered in a calm tone that it was love. He began to slowly approach his surprised son and added that it was an incredibly simple word and at the same time a huge force that motivates people. The father looked at his surprised son as the wind blew through his hair and noticed that they devote themselves to those they love, fight to protect them, and gain the courage to live on. He desires the greatest and at the same time the most ordinary type of life. Ian looked at his father in surprise, opened his mouth slightly and asked about ordinary life. He imagined in his head how he stood with his daughter and wife under a tree and added that it was too peaceful and beautiful for someone like him to dream of such a thing. The son looked carefully at his barefoot father and asked if this was his future, and the man replied that it might be or maybe not. Fran lowered his head with a wide grin, closed his eyes and added that it all depends on which path he chooses. A moment later, the father raised his head, looked at the sky and noted that it seemed like it was time to send him back. The first magician began to slowly approach the main character and said that now he would awaken the power of the dragon, which lay dormant within him. The father put his hand to his son's head, smiled broadly and remarked that with the help of this power, please finish what he could not. The main character's head began to glow with a bright, golden light, and he looked at his father in surprise and love. The protagonist's eyes glowed golden and he noticed in his head that his father's memories were popping up in his head. A huge, golden dragon appeared behind his father and Fran said that he would always be there. Then Ian leaned back and heard that his father loved him forever. Fran Page looked at his son carefully and with a huge smile. Ian began to close his eyes slightly. In his head he saw his father hugging his mother. A moment later, the main character twitched slightly and appeared near the book and the princess. He sharply put his hand to his heart and groaned slightly, and the princess got scared and looked at the protagonist, then asked if he was okay. Ian froze, tears flowing from his eyes, and he wondered why his chest was burning. Then he abruptly wiped away his tears and replied that it was nothing, just something got into his eye, and Haley looked at him in fear. A moment later, the main character stared straight at the book. He saw that the page was blank and noticed in his head that all the words in the dragon language had disappeared. Ian sharply turned his head towards the girl, looked at her carefully and asked if she remembered what was written here, and the girl replied that she did not. She then looked at the protagonist in surprise and noticed that the page was blank. Ian looked sadly at the book, lowered his eyes slightly and said that everything was clear to him. Hailey turned sharply to the protagonist, clasped her hands together and asked if he had found a way to defeat the Draconian, and the main character replied that he had probably found a way. The next moment, the girl smiled widely, grabbed the protagonist by the hand and shouted that this was wonderful. Ian silently looked away and his cheeks turned red. Ian sharply turned his head towards the girl, looked at her carefully and noticed that he would finish the battle with the fifth prince and please let her stay next to his majesty. The princess sadly lowered her eyes and asked if she could help with anything. The main character looked at her with a huge smile, then opened his mouth slightly and replied that she should pay special attention to the safety of his majesty. He will be fine, he will put an end to everything in return. Hailey grabbed the protagonist's hand tightly, lowered her head down, closed her eyes and noticed that he was obliged to return. Then she took his hand even tighter and he said that he promised. The main character walked quickly and confidently along the corridor. The ivory tower archmage ran behind him, extended his hand in front of him and shouted to the protagonist to think about it. The man stopped abruptly, scrunched up his face and shouted with his mouth wide open that after the war was over and the continent united, there would still be small conflicts throughout the country. Their empire needed their 8th grade hero. The archmage began to approach the protagonist, extended his hand in front of him and noticed that there was still a lot of work to be done in the tower. He was thinking about giving up everything. The protagonist stopped abruptly, clenched his fists in anger after the man said that, moreover, his majesty would never allow him to leave. Ian turned sharply, looked angrily at the man and noted that even if he did not give him permission, he would still leave the capital. He had already taken the necessary measures to ensure that Sir Ronan became the next owner of Ivory Tower. The archmage stopped and began shouting the protagonist's name loudly. Ian turned his full attention to the man and noticed that the man standing in front of him was not an 8th grade hero. He was just a monster. After these words, the main character looked angrily at the man. The archmage silently allowed the protagonist to go further, and Ian continued to confidently walk towards the emperor. The door to the hall suddenly began to open. The main character bowed sharply, folded his hands below and heard that he was allowed to pass. Ragnar sat on a luxurious throne, carefully examined the paper and noticed that he had read the letter that the protagonist had sent. Ragnar sharpened his gaze at the letter and asked what was the matter, why he was suddenly about to leave. Ian silently stared at the floor, closed his eyes, and heard that if he needed a break, he could take a month or a year off, whatever he wanted. Ragnar stared at the luxurious window frame and added that he knew that he had done a lot for the Empire. He knew it better than anyone else. He would do everything in his power so that he could get his well-deserved vacation. Ragnar began to slowly put away the letter, closed his eyes slightly, and, exhaling, noted that he would entrust the role of head of the tower to someone else while he was away. Since he recommended a magician named Ronan, he would appoint him as the temporary head of the tower. A moment later, Ragnar tore up the protagonist's letter and added that he would find talented people who could perform important tasks and share the load among themselves, so that when he had enough rest, he could return to him with peace of mind. The main character did not move a muscle and looked carefully through his hair at the torn letter. Ian began to raise his head menacingly and slowly. Ragnar stared at the protagonist after calling out to him. The main character abruptly sat down on his knees, lowered his head, and, covering his eyes, noticed that he would not return. Ian didn't move, began to open his mouth slightly, and added that his existence would do nothing to help the future of their united empire. In fact, if he stayed, he would most likely cause doubts and cause even more strife within their empire. So he would resign from all his positions and return to his hometown. He will stop using magic and will repent for the rest of his life, living as if he were dead. After hearing this, Ragnar opened his mouth wide and shouted that he would not allow this. The fifth prince abruptly stood up from the throne, looked menacingly at the protagonist, and noticed that repentance is the business of the vanquished. Ragnar looked at the protagonist menacingly, made a frown, and added that he made the greatest contribution to the development of their empire. Shouldn't he be proud of himself? The emperor began to slowly approach the protagonist and said that whoever dares to doubt what he did for the empire, none of the citizens of their empire should even have such a thought. Ragnar stood opposite the protagonist, looked at him carefully, and added that therefore, please forget about all these trifles. Ian raised his head, his eyes were in tears, and he slightly opened his mouth and said that despite the fact that he asks him to forget about these things, he has already stained his hands with blood. How can he just forget about them? Ragnar looked sadly at the protagonist, lowered his eyes, and noticed that these were inevitable victims. The main character clenched his teeth, began to shake with anger, and said through his teeth that he was right, but all these victims were killed by his hands. The protagonist's hand began to tremble violently, and he noticed that he killed them all with his own hands. He could no longer stand it. Ragnar grinned his face and looked menacingly at the protagonist. The main character fell at the feet of the emperor, lowered his head, and said that he would like to ask him, as his friend, he will allow him to atone for his sins. Ragnar gritted his teeth in anger, looked carefully at the protagonist, and asked what was the only reason he wanted to abandon him after making him emperor. The emperor began to walk past the protagonist and said that they had spent so much time together, how could he ask him to do so, despite their friendship? Ragnar quickly walked near the protagonist, began to leave the hall, and added that he never thought that their paths would diverge like this. The main character was left sitting alone in the hall and asked for forgiveness and said that he was sorry. Ragnar stood in the middle of a luxurious hall, and someone shouted that he was going to just let the 8th level magician leave. The man put his hands in front of him, looked closely at the emperor, and angrily shouted that the remnants from Coldwood and the rebels from the Alliance countries were still very active on their borders. If it became known that he had left in such troubled times, their supremacy would definitely be shaken. Another aristocrat from the crowd glared at the emperor and shouted that they should also consider the possibility that he might join the rebels. If he changed his position, then it would be a matter of time before he tried to seize the throne. Ragnar stood with his back to the crowd, and someone shouted from it that some of the commoners worshipped him as a war hero and shouted that he should ascend to the throne if existence was too dangerous. Ragnar stood still, motionless, and listened to the angry cry that if Ian Page was not going to be their ally, then they should kill him. Ragnar woke up with a start and abruptly pressed his hand to his chest. He moved closer to the back and began to breathe nervously. The 5th prince began to slowly straighten his hair. He turned sharply and asked if anyone was outside, and at that moment the butler appeared at the door and answered yes, and Ragnar asked to bring an imperial alchemist named Douglas Hammond here. Douglas looked carefully at the candles on the bedside tables and asked about the medicine he was taking this time. The imperial alchemist turned his head to the emperor and asked that he still couldn't sleep normally, and Ragnar sat with a mug of liquid in his hands in bed and answered that everything was the same. It felt like it had gotten worse. He hoped he could give he needs a stronger drug. Douglas looked pitifully at the emperor, opened his mouth slightly, and noted that this medicine was prepared from herbs that could be addictive, and if he took even more, it would undermine his health. Ragnar sharply turned his head towards the alchemist and carefully heard that the drugs were only a temporary measure. What was more important was that he must understand the root of these problems. The emperor looked at the alchemist with tired eyes and asked about the root of the problems. Douglas turned his head at him, examined him carefully, and replied that he was talking about the reason why he could not sleep peacefully. Ragnar turned his head, grinned slightly, and said that this was not something he could solve on his own. The Emperor's hands began to tremble, and the tincture in his hands began to tremble along with them, and he added that he was afraid of his longtime friend who abandoned him. He was afraid because it seemed to him that he could betray him and seize his empire. The protagonist appeared in the Emperor's head with a staff in his hands, who stood against a red background, and Ragnar noticed that he could trust him when he was next to him, but after he threw him, he began to realize that he was a real monster. Douglas looked confidently and angrily at the Emperor and noted that in this case he could only kill this monster. Ragnar turned his tired eyes to him and asked him what he was telling him to kill his own friend. Douglas looked carefully at the Emperor and asked in response whether he could be called a friend when he made him worry so much, and Ragnar in response turned his head away and put his hand to it. Ragnar crouched slightly, pressed his fingers to his forehead and noted that he was an 8th grade mage. He could not be killed, even if all the mages of the tower attacked him. They would not be able to win, and what should he do? Douglas looked away, closed his eyes and noticed that there was a way to kill him. Ragnar suddenly raised his head and looked at him in horror. Douglas looked at the Emperor carefully and added that he had poison that could kill him. The main character's house stood neatly in the dark and was covered with snow. Fresh wood was burning in the fireplace. The main character sat peacefully on an armchair near the fireplace and read a book. Suddenly, the protagonist suddenly raised his head and heard a knock on the door. He took off his glasses, looked to the side and wondered who it was so late at night. Ian, with his eyes closed, leaves the house and asks who it is. He did not immediately see that the Emperor was standing in front of him. A moment later, he opened his eyes and stared at him with his mouth open. Ian saw the Emperor looking at him with a wide smile. Ragnar looked carefully at the protagonist and noticed that they had not seen each other for a long time and could he come in. The main character looked at him carefully and asked what he was doing here. Ragnar closed his eyes, lowered his head slightly, and smirkingly replied that even though he had resigned and left, they could still meet sometimes. A moment later, Ragnar looked at the protagonist, pulled out a bottle of alcohol and added that they were friends. Ian extended his hand into the room, looked at the Emperor with a smile and noticed that he was always welcome here. There was a candle and a stack of books on the fireplace. The Emperor sat down in a chair, raised his head to the protagonist, who was holding a glass in his hands, and Ian noticed that he didn't like alcohol, so why did he bring it? Ragnar began to slowly pour the wine into the glass, grinned slightly, and replied that sometimes it wouldn't hurt to have a drink. He just suddenly wondered how his retired friend was doing. Then he pulled out a glass with red liquid and told the protagonist to hold it, and he looked at him in surprise and disbelief. Ian abruptly took the glass and thanked him. Ian sat down opposite the Emperor, looked at him carefully, and Ragnar crossed his legs and asked how he was doing. He looked better than he did when he was in the capital. Ian looked carefully at the carpet, smiled slightly, and replied that he was simply wandering through the lands of the United Empire. He saw the lives of many people. It was truly a significant time for him. Ragnar silently raised the glass to his mouth and listened carefully to the protagonist. The main character began to slowly drink from a glass, closed his eyes, and said that when he returned to his hometown, he learned a lot, and now that he thinks about it, he understands that he can do nothing but magic. He is thinking of starting his own garden. How winter will pass and the snow will melt. Ragnar slightly bowed his head, closed his eyes, and said with a smile that he sees that the life of the hero who brought victory in the war is really simple. After which the Emperor looked away sadly, looked at the carpet and noted that it was great if he was pleased with it. Ragnar raised his head, dangled the liquid in his glass, and said that a lot had happened since he left. They had managed to put down a rebellion in the north of Coldwood, and the Empire was now one step closer to peace. A daughter named Bernhardt, who ruled the Duchy of Roe, would soon marry the heir prince. A moment later, the protagonist put his hand to his throat, began to shake, and wondered what was wrong with him, and Ragnar continued that thanks to this marriage they could peacefully achieve unity with the authorities of the duchy. The Emperor lowered his head, closed his eyes, and, smiling slightly, noted that it was interesting to watch the crown prince, who to him still looked like a child, get married. Ragnar suddenly opened his eyes, stared straight, and said that he seemed to understand a little how his father felt. The main character, trembling, began to get up and sniffle, and Ragnar, looking carefully at the glass, added that the conditions in Ivory Tower are not as good now compared to when he was in charge there. But now they are trying to find a balance and stabilize it together with the imperial family. The restoration of streets damaged as a result of the war is also not standing still. Ian fell to the floor, grabbed his side, and tried to call his majesty. Ragnar closed his eyes, not noticing the protagonist, smiled broadly, and added that when everything is resolved peacefully, the United Empire will be at the limit of its capabilities. Ragnar abruptly put his glass down on the table. A moment later, the Emperor turned his crazy eyes to the protagonist and noticed that it was as if he could simply disappear. The main character began coughing up blood, put his hand to his mouth, and heard that this poison would neutralize the mana inside his blood vessels. Ragnar looked attentively at the protagonist and said that the longest time required for the effect to appear was only a few minutes. The Emperor stood up abruptly, looked at the protagonist and noticed that for him he mixed it with many other poisons, just to be sure. Ragnar looked at the protagonist without emotion and heard the question why. Ragnar slowly walked up to the protagonist's glass and asked him if he didn't know. Ian looked at him in horror and heard that his strength would do nothing to help the future of their empire. Ragnar hung over the protagonist, looked from above and added that everything would be different if there was a war going on now, but at the moment his strength is only a threat. Ragnar glared, grinned and said that so he would simply return to his hometown and live the rest of his life in regret. All of this was due to his own deeds. Ian, with a bloody mouth, looked at the Emperor in horror. Ragnar looked into the fire and asked if he knew. Then he turned his head sharply at him and noticed that he was always afraid of him. The Emperor began to tremble slightly and added that he was madly afraid of his own old friend. Ian looked at the Emperor in surprise and heard that he was the one who could steal the empire from him at any time, an 8th grade magician. Ian's eyes strained in horror as he asked how Ragnar could allow such a monster to live. The main character began to cry when Ragnar said that he was his old friend. The Emperor leaned over him, looked straight into his eyes and asked him to never forgive him. Then he raised his head sharply. Ragnar turned sharply, and the protagonist looked at him in horror. The door to the protagonist's house suddenly began to open. The Emperor abruptly left the house and ordered the soldiers standing next to him to burn the house, and the knight bowed. A moment later, the house was covered in sharp flames. Ragnar walked confidently towards the carriage. The protagonist's house was completely covered in fire, and Ragnar didn't even turn to look. After a moment, he turned around and looked carefully. He looked at the burning house with fear. Another knight approached the Emperor, put his hand to his heart and lowered his head and asked the Emperor to get into the carriage, and they would take care of the rest. The knight opened his eyes and stared at the Emperor in horror. The Emperor began to sob sharply and look sadly at the house. He watched carefully as the roof caught fire. Then he looked around the whole house and made a mental note that he should leave this way. This is truly a boring ending. Ragnar then smiled and continued to watch. The Emperor turned sharply and walked towards the carriage. The knights surrounded the house with torches in their hands and looked at the huge flames, and Ragnar quickly entered the carriage. The 5th prince's house was brightly illuminated by the morning sun. Ian walked confidently down the corridor. Ragnar was sitting at the table, carefully studying the documents, and when the protagonist entered, he was delighted to see him. The 5th prince, without taking his eyes off the papers, asked what he was talking about with the princess. The main character stared at the floor, opened his mouth slightly and replied that she asked why he betrayed the crown prince. Ragnar raised an angry gaze, looked carefully at the protagonist and asked what he answered. Ian looked down at the 5th prince's desk and replied that he said he saw no point in answering, and Ragnar laughed loudly. The 5th prince folded his arms on his chest, bowed his head and, closing his eyes, noticed that poor sister, but she was in love with him. Ragnar glanced at the ceiling and added that her father suggested that she find a groom, but she rejected absolutely all the candidates. Ragnar sat neatly on a chair, looked at the protagonist and said that it was stupid that she didn't like them so much. Anyway, for people like them, marriage was only needed to strengthen strength, and Ian looked at him carefully and listened silently. The main character looked straight ahead angrily and heard that the princess was deceiving herself and did not admit it. Ragnar smiled sarcastically, looked away and noticed that it was strange, because for her this was the only chance to somehow strengthen her position. The 5th prince stood up abruptly and said that when the time comes, he will find him a wife. Ragnar began to walk around the room and noticed that very soon. The 5th prince spread his arms to the sides, closed his eyes and said that he would become an emperor much better than his father, the first emperor who would unite the 3 countries. He would make Green River an ideal place to live, and the protagonist stood straight and did not even move from his place. Ragnar approached him, looked straight at him and noticed that this would definitely happen. The 5th prince put his hands on the protagonist's shoulders and said that Ian would help him with this. Ragnar looked at the protagonist with a smile and said that now he belongs to him and will definitely not regret it. Ian looked at him silently. Ragnar's eyes widened in surprise when the protagonist spoke. The main character began to slowly remove the prince's hands and noticed that he had already seen the greatness of the united Green River Empire. The protagonist's mind flashed to the moment of Ragnar waving to a huge crowd from the balcony, and Ian added that under the leadership of the great emperor. Ragnar slightly raised his eyebrow and looked at the protagonist in horror and asked how he was. The main character completely removed the prince's hands, lowered his head and, covering his eyes, said that the meaning of his life was to make things happen for him and the empire. The main character smiled broadly, looked at the prince and said what he had found in this life. Then Ian didn't have time to finish speaking when Ragnar stepped back in horror and asked if the spell had really broken. Ian turned his head to the side, closed his eyes slightly and noted that he was sorry to say this, but in the past, present and future, Ragnar is shaking all over with excitement. The protagonist knelt down and added that the person he hated and respected most was Ragnar, his dear friend and his master. Golden curls of magic began to appear around the protagonist, and Ragnar stepped back in horror. The fifth prince looked at the protagonist in horror. The main character looked at the prince with kind eyes and told him to find him. He would be waiting for him in the old tower. A moment later, a golden pillar appeared and Ragnar began to step back. Ragnar began to tremble. Then he clenched his fist tightly in anger. A moment later, he gritted his teeth, looked straight ahead and grinned. The doors to the fifth prince's room suddenly opened. The butler ran into the room and asked in horror what had happened. The enraged Ragnar looked at the butler, stared angrily and shouted that he should immediately call a surnamed Domful and give the order to gather a detachment and find a gentleman named Avantis. The marble ruins of the old temple were neatly covered with snow. The main character sat on the main staircase and looked straight. Ian raised his head sharply and stared at the sky. He carefully examined the sky and noticed in his head that in his past life he ended up in this place not by chance. The main character looked down at the ground, smiled slightly and said that he was always looking after him. The protagonist remembered how he stood in a field of corpses and crows flew around, and then noticed that he saw how he wandered around the world without a goal and all his hopes and falls. Ian remembered how he first came to these ruins and said that he had given him a second chance to live his life differently. He remembered a book with dragon languages in which the letters glowed and added that his last inheritance, a spell in the dragon language. The main character sharply raised his head to the sky and said that it was now clear where he knew him from. The protagonist sadly lowered his gaze and stared at the ground. Then he put his hands in front of him, golden particles appeared near them, and he noticed that now it was clear to him how to use the power left to him. Ian raised his head straight up and stared angrily when he heard the sound of hooves. He saw a detachment of knights led by the fifth prince. Ragnar stared angrily at the protagonist. The main character stood up abruptly, put his hand to the side and loudly greeted the prince. Ragnar looked into the sky and called the Draconian. Ragnar angrily turned to a gentleman named Avantis and noticed that they needed to kill the protagonist. Avantis lowered his head thoughtfully, clenched his eyes and noticed that it could have been done much simpler. He only complicated everything. In any case, he was only in 6th grade, it wouldn't have taken much time. A moment later, Avantis sharply raised his head to the protagonist and added that if not for one problem. Ragnar turned to him and nervously asked what the problem was. Avantis looked slightly frightened at the main character and replied that he felt the power of the golden dragon. He was very close now. Ian stood straight and confidently looked at the squad of knights. Ragnar looked at the main character angrily and silently. The main character slowly got down from the stairs and began to approach the prince. Ian extended his hand in front of him, looked at the prince with a wide smile and called him to him. Ragnar narrowed his eyes maliciously, smiled and noted that he did not remember allowing him to address him by name. A moment later, Ragnar clenched his eyes in anger and added that Ian had lost. Did he truly believe that the crown prince was capable of uniting the empire? Ragnar looked carefully at the approaching protagonist and shouted that the empire needed a strong prince, ready to make difficult decisions, but the crown prince had no brains at all. The fifth prince tensed his cheekbones with rage, looked angrily at the protagonist and added that he thought he himself understood this and therefore would give up, but his father's love serves as a support for him to continue to cling to the throne. The main character silently looked at the prince, sighed slightly and heard that, as he did not understand, for the good of the empire they must remove the crown prince. Ragnar began to burn with anger, opened his mouth wide and shouted that he would never recognize him. He deserves to be the next emperor, not Hayden. He should become the ruler. The main character closed his eyes, lowered his head to the ground and noticed that dark magic was taking over people without exception. He had completely forgotten about common sense and was following his desires. A moment later, Ian raised an angry gaze, threw it at the fifth prince and noticed that there was no turning back. Ragnar smiled sarcastically, looked carefully at the protagonist and replied that he should say what he wants. Today is the last day he can do this at all. A moment later, Ragnar turned slightly towards the Draconian and called out to him, as strands of dark magic began to appear around the master named Avantis. Avantis used magic to send huge particles of black magic directly at the protagonist. Ian stood straight and waited for the curls to approach him. The main character sharpened his gaze when the curls began to approach him. Avantis watched as from the magic he sent, the earth began to crumble and crack. The Draconian cast a careful glance towards the explosion next to the protagonist and noticed in his head that they say that Ian is a smart person. But this is not at all true. He shouldn't have started this, knowing that Avantis is behind everything that is happening. A moment later, Avantis looked straight ahead with great surprise. He saw how the protagonist extended his hand and defended himself from the blow. Ian looked at the Draconian with golden eyes, angrily. Avantis looked at him in horror and wondered how. A moment later, the Draconian looked angrily at the protagonist, put his hands at his sides and used magic to summon a huge column of fire. The main character stood calmly while the fire gently wriggled in front of him. Ian looked at the Draconian confidently, not a single muscle twitched. Avantis began to summon huge ice spears and thought that he was much stronger than him. No matter how excellent a magician he was a draconian who had lived for many centuries and trained his strength. Ian calmly waited until the spears pierced him and did not even move. Ian looked at the spears with wide eyes. All the spears suddenly stopped in front of the protagonist. Avantis backed away in horror, looked carefully at the protagonist and wondered why his attacks did not work on him, and that's not all. Ian stood with his arm outstretched in front of the spears, and Avantis added in his head that he immediately felt the power of the golden dragon nearby. Ian began to slowly move his palm, and the spears began to crack. The entire spear shattered into small pieces, and Avantis wondered in his head why it was coming from him. The draconian looked at the protagonist with a relaxed expression and asked who he really was. Ian looked at him calmly, looked away slightly and noticed that he felt sorry for him. He wanted to get the power of dragons, so he exterminated his race. But in the end he was left without power and without a family. The main character remembered how Mitchell Greenriver stood in front of the circle in the dungeon in which the last draconian stood, and added that Mitchell Greenriver chose an excellent punishment for him. The main character looked confidently at the draconian and added that it was empty. Ian imagined in his head a draconian who sat with his hands down in the dungeon, all alone, and said that hatred, anger, sadness, helplessness, from which you cannot escape. The main character smiled slightly, looked at him with golden eyes and noticed that he was great for being able to survive in such conditions. Avantis opened his mouth wide in anger and shouted at him to shut up. Then he began to clench his fist tightly and accumulate dark magic. The draconian looked angrily at the protagonist, spread his wings and shouted that he would make him experience even more pain. Golden energy began to glow from the protagonist's body. The main character glowed all over with gold and noted that in parting, he would show him the power he so desired, for which he had made a lot of effort. Avantis looked at the protagonist in horror. Then he looked carefully at the protagonist and realized what it was. Ian put his finger in front of him, golden pollen began to fly around, and ordered the last draconian to kill himself. Avantis looked at him in horror and did not understand anything. A moment later, Avantis inserted a huge, sharp spike into his chest. Ragnar looked in horror at the falling draconian. Avantis fell to his knees and black magic began to pour out of him. The draconian looked carefully at the calm protagonist and asked where he got his strength. Ian silently looked at the draconian and cast a pitying glance. The book, with bloody pages, hung in the dark and its pages began to turn slowly until the pages ran out, and Ian said that he remembers the first meeting with the fifth prince. He doesn't know whether it was a thoughtful move, but for him that event meant a lot, it changed everything. Leon and Ian walked along the corridor and the owner of the tower noticed that this was a great honor for the protagonist. The main character, embarrassed, followed the owner of the tower and he added that Ragnar usually does not make an appointment first, since he sees great talent in him, he can help with his research. Leon carefully turned his gaze to the protagonist, examined him carefully and noted that he should follow etiquette and speech and be polite. The owner of the tower turned his head at him, slightly closed his eyes and added that it was possible that now he would meet the future emperor, and Ian sharpened his attention to this. Ian and Leon approached a dark, huge door. Ragnar turned a malicious face, heard that the owner of the ivory tower was asking him for an audience, and replied that he should be invited. The doors opened abruptly. A moment later, Ian and Leon entered a huge hall with a long, red carpet and began to quickly approach the fifth prince. Ragnar lit up with joy, looked at them carefully and greeted the owner of the tower and the magician of the tower. Ian raised his eyes to him in surprise and froze. Ragnar turned his head to the side, grinned slightly and said that he had heard about him from the owner of the tower. He surprised everyone at the academy with his talents. Ian closed his eyes, bowed sharply and thanked the fifth prince for the compliment. The fifth prince looked at him happily, smiled slightly and exhaled. Ragnar folded his hands behind his back, carefully examined the guests, and noticed that he heard that a few days ago his mother died due to illness. He also lost his mother, so he understands his feelings. After these words, the main character sadly lowered his head and stared at the floor. Ragnar lowered his head slightly, closed his eyes and added that his words would not make it any easier, but let him know that he was sincerely sorry for his loss. A moment later, Ragnar began to quickly approach the protagonist. He stood opposite him, stared at the bent-over protagonist and told him to raise his head. Ian looked at him in surprise, stood up sharply and heard that the fifth prince wanted to conduct the meeting not as a prince, but as an ordinary person. After these words, Ragnar smiled slightly and looked at the protagonist with joyful eyes. Ragnar leaned over slightly, opened his mouth wide and began to speak. A moment later, he looked at the protagonist sweetly and with a hint of trust and noted that he hoped they could become friends. A marble, ruined temple appeared and at that time there was a snowstorm. The main character walked confidently through the snow. Ian quickly began to approach the fifth prince, who was looking at him in fear. Ragnar looked at the protagonist with terrible fear in his eyes. Ragnar closed his eyes tightly. A moment later, he fell to his knees in front of the protagonist, lowered his head and noted that he would not ask to save his life. It was better to kill him here than later in the square in front of everyone. And the protagonist looked at him carefully. Ian looked at the prince carefully and silently. Ragnar smiled sarcastically, looked slightly higher and asked why he couldn't. He hated him so much. Ragnar raised his head high, looked straight into the eyes of the protagonist and asked what kind of look was that. Did he really feel sorry for him? A moment later, Ragnar opened his mouth wide with anger and shouted that he should have been killed then. The main character looked at the prince with pitiful eyes when he shouted that Ian was a monster. The main character slightly lowered his head, closed his eyes and noticed that this is what he was thinking about him all this time. It frightened him so much. The protagonist began to quickly approach the prince and said that he wanted to show him one last thing. A moment later, the protagonist put his hand to the prince's head. After touching, the tips of the finger glowed golden. The protagonist's face was brightly illuminated and the main character added who he really was. Golden rings formed around the main character, and his fingertips began to glow brighter. Images from the protagonist's past life began to appear in the fifth prince's head. In my head it was like Ragnar meeting the protagonist for the first time. How the main character carefully looks at the fifth prince with a staff in his hands. How Ragnar smiles widely. How the crown prince looks angrily at the protagonist as he passes next to him, and how the protagonist turns to look at him. How he looks at his palace. Ian showed him a field after the battle on which corpses lay and crows flew. Then he showed how he stood in this field with a staff. Then he showed Ragnar with a luxurious crown standing high on the balcony and waving to a huge crowd of people. Then he showed how he came to say that he was leaving for his village forever and Ragnar became terribly angry. Showed how Ragnar left him at the moment of worship. At the very end, he showed his house in the dark during the snow. How Ragnar stood and angrily looked at the poisoned protagonist. In his thoughts, Ragnar looked angrily at the protagonist. Then he leaned towards him and told him to never forgive him against the backdrop of fire. After everything he saw, Ragnar raised his head in shock and looked straight at the protagonist with his mouth open. The main character removed his hand from the head of the fifth prince, and Ragnar sat on the ground in shock and looked at one point. The fifth prince froze, lost in his thoughts and carefully looked straight ahead. After a moment, he raised his head with a small grin and began to talk to the protagonist. At this moment, the protagonist, using magic, summoned an ice spear and looked angrily at the prince. Against the backdrop of a gorgeous winter sky, the sounds of murder were heard. Ragnar is unconscious and fell to the ground in his own pool of blood near the protagonist's feet. The main character looked with relief at the dead fifth prince for some time. A moment later, the main character raised his head, stared at the sky and looked attentively into it. The imperial palace appeared in his head and he said that after the death of the Draconian and the fifth prince, an inspection of the dragon cult and its participants began. There was a guillotine in his head, a huge crowd of people was looking at it, and the main character added that first the captain of the first imperial detachment of knights, Sir Domphil, was executed, followed by all the comrades in arms of the fifth prince who tried to carry out a coup. In the head of the protagonist, the emperor sat on the bed and carefully looked ahead while people stood around him, and Ian said that thanks to the courtship of the princess, the emperor, Terry Greenriver, came to his senses. The princess sat and carefully told the latest news. A moment later, the emperor began to cry heavily. The maid and the princess cried with him. He bent over in pain, and Ian noticed that the death of the fifth prince had stunned him. A luxurious grave appeared in the protagonist's head, and he said that the knight Paul Renz was cleared of the charge of assassination of the emperor. His grave was furnished with special honors, and he was buried next to the rest of the imperial knights. In the head, the protagonist Ragnar stood against the backdrop of blood, and below him was Avantis turned to the side, and the protagonist said that the use of black magic to prepare an uprising was an innovation for the empire. It was decided not to disclose information about the existence of the Draconian, and over time, the death of the fifth prince ceased to be discussed in society. The book glowed brightly against a black background, and Ian added that in this way his revenge and the suppression of the uprising, which seemed impossible, was fulfilled. The imperial palace stood in the middle of a luxurious park. The princess sat alone in the middle of a luxurious and huge building. A moment later, the girl turned her head to the side and asked the protagonist if he was worried. The main character looked at the girl with a big smile. The princess turned her head away, looked straight and noticed that, to be honest, she was really scared, and at that time Ian stood nearby and looked at her. The main character slightly tilted her head and asked if she regretted her choice. The princess squeezed the dress tightly in her hands and replied that she did not regret it. Then the princess turned her eyes to the protagonist, looked at him carefully and added that he would no longer keep this a secret. He wants to help other people with his own strength. Ian, after her words, smiled widely. A moment later, the main character knelt down next to her, looked carefully into her eyes and, smiling broadly, told her to worry, everything would go well. The door opened suddenly and made a loud sound. A servant came out of the door, bowed and told the owner of the tower and the princess to come in. They found themselves in a huge room in which there was a court and 3 judges sat. The princess began to slowly walk into the room. She walked up to the counter, looked down guiltily, and the man said that the trial of Princess Haley was about to begin. Green River, who secretly practiced and used magic. Ian sat in the judge's place and looked attentively at the girl. A moment later, the main character closed his eyes, opened his mouth slightly, and noted that he would like to say something before the trial began. The main character suddenly stood up and began to walk to the side. Ian stood next to the girl, straightened up, and, looking carefully at the judges, said that he was connected with the princess and could not be objective. Therefore, he would not participate in the meeting, asking a gentleman named Ronan and a gentleman named Akkad to take his place, and Hilly looked in surprise on him. The whole hall began to whisper among themselves in surprise. The gray-haired man looked at him in horror and, shouting, asked him what he was talking about. The main character put his hand to his chest, looked carefully at the man, and answered that he was one of the teachers who helped the princess with magic. One of the judges looked at him carefully and asked him to tell him more. Ian averted his eyes to the side, stared at the point, and said that 6 years ago he learned about her abilities after accidentally seeing her practice. The main character remembered how the princess and the magician stood in a dark basement and talked, and then added that he decided to remain silent about it because the circumstances that forced her to hide the truth seemed convincing to him. A man in a dark cloak appeared in his head. In the background there was a flag with a dragon, and Avantis stood below, and Ian added that, as they all know, he had to investigate the cult of the dragon. This group actively works with black magic. One of their goals was introduction into the imperial family. The draconians seemed especially dangerous. The main character clenched his fists, looked carefully at the judges, and noticed that his magical art could destroy an entire empire, so he had to act very carefully, but he could not have done it alone. The whole hall began to look around in surprise and heard that he needed help from a person who had power, but whom he could trust. Ian turned his satisfied gaze to the girl, looked at her carefully, and added that that was why he made a deal with the princess. The princess looked at him with surprised eyes, blossomed all over, and heard that in exchange for his help with training and keeping her secret, she helped him cope with the cult of the dragon. The judges lowered their heads, slightly closed their eyes, and listened carefully that thanks to the princess, he managed to remove the dark spell as well as destroy the draconian. The main character looked carefully at the judges, opened his mouth slightly, and noticed that the remaining details were described in his report on the uprising of the 5th prince, and that was all. A moment later, the judge turned his head to the girl and asked if the words of the owner of the tower were true. Haley lowered her head, looked carefully at the counter, and replied that everything was correct. The judge looked straight attentively, raised his head, and noticed that he was giving her a chance to defend herself. She could speak. The princess turned her head sharply and silently looked to the side. She saw the magician who taught her, her maid, and 2 maids who were shaking. Then she turned her head towards the protagonist and looked into his eyes. The main character looked straight at her with a big smile. Haley turned her head towards the judges, swallowed her saliva, and thought. After some time, she looked carefully at the judges, folded her hands on the counter, and began to say that she knew that she was guilty by law and was ready for any outcome. Haley opened her mouth wide, looked confidently, and loudly added that she was not asking for special treatment because of her title and would accept the punishment in accordance with the rules of the Ivory Tower and the Empire. After she spoke, she lowered her head, closed her eyes, and said that, however, he asks that the gentleman named Kevin and the maids who knew the truth about her owning magic be recognized as innocent. They only followed her orders. Kevin and the maids looked at her in horror. Then the girl raised her confident head, looked carefully forward, and loudly declared that she was asking all the magicians of the Ivory Tower to punish only her for what had happened. Then someone shouted that the princess was innocent. Ian and Haley turned back in surprise. The judges looked forward in surprise. The crowd looked forward in surprise with their mouths open. Emperor Terry Green River appeared on the aisle. The emperor quickly began to approach his daughter, and Ian looked at him carefully and asked how he was feeling, and in response he received that it was not bad and it was too early to die. Emperor Terry walked closer to the judges, raised his head, and said that he was addressing all the magicians of the tower. The princess was innocent. She followed his orders. Terry remembered how the little princess was hiding behind a magician, and said that he asked a magician named Kevin to look after her, ordered her to hide the truth about her daughter because he wanted her to remain a princess and not a magician. Emperor Terry stands confidently with his hands behind his back, and then added that it was because of him that she was forced to hide her abilities from the other magicians in the tower. He remembered how he stroked the princess on the head and noticed that it was all because of his great love for her and careless decisions. After telling the story, the emperor looked carefully at the judges and said that he asks everyone to blame only him and allow the princess to become a real magician. The judges silently look at each other. The other judge looked closely at her colleague. Then one of the judges raised his head, carefully looked directly and said that since the influence of the tower owner on the situation cannot be denied, they will have to make a decision on their own. Even though they must condemn her for the hidden use and practice of magic, they understand why she did so. After these words, the princess lowered her gaze to the ground in surprise. A dark-faced Havert Leon appeared in the judge's mind, standing against the background of the tower, and noted that since the previous owner of the tower was Havert Leon, who was related to the rebel fifth prince, one could understand why they were wary of them. The princess looked carefully at the judges and heard that they were also sure that she did not use magic for her own benefit, so they would not blame her for this. The judge looked at the huge window and noted that given that she was a fourth-class mage, they recognized her skills, which the Empire lacked. Then the judge sadly lowered his head, closed his eyes and added that this is why the Ivory Tower would like to give Princess Haley Greenriver chance. The princess was all flushed, looked at the judges in surprise and heard that they would replace her punishment with 5 years of training, which she will undergo as a magician in the Ivory Tower. She will carry out missions of the tower and receive individual lessons. They hope these 5 years will show that the decision was correct. After these words, Ian looked at the princess with a huge smile. The princess blossomed after hearing that the judge declared that Haley Greenriver is no longer a princess of the Empire, but a mage of the Ivory Tower, and she is all flushed. The main character looks carefully out the window. He stood in the middle of the corridor with his hands behind his back and carefully looked straight ahead. Ian turned his head sharply and looked behind him after he was called. The princess stood behind the protagonist with a sweet smile and looked at him carefully. The girl quickly approached him, looked carefully and noticed that she was no longer a princess, she could address her by name. Ian smiled widely, closed his eyes and asked how she was living in the Ivory Tower. Haley sadly lowered her eyes, looked carefully at the floor and replied that at first it was unusual, but she was received very cordially. She then turned her eyes to the protagonist, looked him in the eyes and thanked him for the fact that thanks to his support she was able to fit into the society of the tower, and the protagonist replied that he was only happy to help. The princess smiled and remained silent. Then she lowered her head, looked sadly and noticed that she had heard that he was going to leave the post of owner and asked if it was because of her. After her question, the main character turned his head away, closed his eyes and replied that this was not connected in any way. The protagonist put his hand on the box and added that she still has tasks that he cannot complete while remaining the owner of the tower. The main character abruptly opened the box, stared at the princess and noticed that he had called her to a meeting to return her the cloak of a magician named Mitchell Greenriver. The girl saw a blue cape in the box. She looked carefully at the box and Ian noticed that this was the cloak of a magician of royal blood, which the emperor had given him. The main character looked carefully at the cape and added that it should have gone to the magician of the imperial family. He only borrowed it for a while, he thinks it's time to return it to the one to whom it rightfully belongs. Then he took out a staff, put it in front of him and added that he was also giving away the staff he was using. Haley stared attentively at the staff, and the protagonist said that this is the staff of the Great Meadows. It is made of rare materials that cannot be found in the Empire and helps to use magic more efficiently. The girl took it in her hands, stared at it, and Ian noticed that it was very light, so it would be convenient for her to handle it. Haley joyfully raised her head, smiled widely and looked at the protagonist. Ian looked at her carefully and asked if she liked it. After the question, the girl smiled broadly, looked carefully at the protagonist and answered that of course she liked it. The main character looked at her with a relaxed smile. Then he lowered his head, closed his eyes and added that he would also like to ask her to fulfill one request. Haley raised her head, looked at him carefully and asked which one. Ian raised his head, looked at her and replied that he was going to leave the capital. He thought, for several years, asking her to look after his family during his absence. The girl looked at him in shock, clutched her staff tightly and stared at him. She sadly looked straight at him and asked where he was going. Ian looked away, grinned slightly and replied that he could not say, since he had not yet decided. A moment appeared in the protagonist's head as his father straightens his hair, and adds that there are still many dangers in this world, and only he can deal with them. The girl sadly lowered her head and remained silent. Haley clutched the staff with trembling hands and said that she had found the purpose of her life. She raised her head, looked at the luxurious chandelier and added that she would help the people of the Empire who were in trouble, and was going to open a foundation with her brother. Her father was happy to hear her plans and said that he would support her. The girl suddenly raised her eyes to him, looked attentively and began to speak. She lowered her head and pressed her lips silently. Then she looked at the protagonist's feet and said that she would like him to be there too and asked him not to leave. The main character sadly lowered his gaze and looked at the floor. Then he closed his eyes, tensed slightly and remained silent. Ian sadly lowered his head, clenched his fists and asked her forgiveness. The luxurious palace of the emperor appeared. The crown prince looks at the protagonist in horror and shouts and asks that he is leaving the capital. The prince began to quickly run towards him. The protagonist stood in front of him in a luxurious hall and greeted him. The crown prince ran up to him, scratched his head and noticed that he had just received a letter about his refusal from the position of master of the tower, and he was also about to leave them. After all, everything had just returned to normal. The prince looked rudely at the protagonist and noticed that this is why Hailey constantly cries. Ian nervously looked away, heard the question that Ian had thrown it, and answered which one else he had thrown. The crown prince put his hand to his mouth, coughed and noted that he was embarrassed to say this, but Hailey was cool and good. A princess appeared in the prince's head in a frame with flowers, and he added that she inherited her beauty from her mother. She has a good character and in general she is a strong magician. Where else would he find one like that? Ian lowered his head, grinned slightly and noted that Lady Hailey was beautiful. I'm sure she would find a worthy man and be happy with him. The crown prince threw his head back hysterically and asked why Ian was so slow-witted when it came to relationships. The crown prince stood next to the captain named Oliver, put his hand on his side and asked what he wanted to say. The main character sadly looked at the floor and replied that Paul made one request to him before his death. A happy Paul appeared in his head, standing opposite him with his eyes closed and a wide smile, and Ian added that Paul asked him to convey his apologies and gratitude to the prince and captain. After these words, the crown prince looked at the protagonist in surprise. Ian bowed widely, looked at the floor and noted that this was all he could do, and then apologized to the prince. The prince looked at the sad, crooked protagonist and noticed that if not for his help, they would not be here. The crown prince closed his eyes, smiled sweetly and added that without his strength nothing would have changed in the empire. The prince looked straight into the eyes of the protagonist, put his hand to his heart and said that he would try very hard not to disappoint those who believed in him. The happy crown prince extended his hand in front of him, looked at the protagonist with a smile and told him to promise that he would return when the time came. Ian smiled widely, looked into the prince's eyes and promised him. The prince leaned over joyfully and shouted that they would do it then, and Ian asked what it was. Oliver handed the sword to the prince, who began to take it. Then he abruptly pulled it out of its sheath. Then he looked carefully at the protagonist and noticed that he was holding a sword well, that he had been training hard lately, and Ian asked what he was going to do. The crown prince closed his eyes happily, put the sword in his hands and replied that the title of eternal high-ranking guest was his gift to him, his teacher and close friend. The prince lowered his sword to the floor, stood up straight and said that the empire would always happily welcome an archmage named Ian Page. The main character looked directly at the prince in surprise and heard that if he needed help from the imperial family or the empire itself, this help should be provided immediately. The crown prince lowered his head, closed his eyes and added that this oath will be passed down from generation to generation. The prince and Oliver bowed to the protagonist and the prince noted that he swears on the name of the Emerald River flowing through the entire empire. When he finished, the crown prince put his hand to the back of his head, smiled widely and noted that as a child he had seen local lords do this, so he thought it would be nice to conduct such an initiation now. Ian lowered his head, let tears fall from his eyes and heard him come back. They would wait. The prince came up to hug the protagonist. Ian wiped his tears and thanked him. The sunset brightly illuminated the main character's mansion. Ian was in his office shifting paper on the table and heard a knock. Mrs. Page knocked on the door and asked if she could come in. The main character looked at the door in surprise and said that of course it is possible. Ian quickly walked up to his mother, looked at her and asked why she was here. She should rest more and recuperate. He looked at her in surprise. The main character took her hand, examined her carefully and asked if he was okay. He looked very pale and his hands were icy, and Mission Page looked down sadly and remained silent. She closed her eyes, trembled slightly and replied that he was fine. She fell into his arms, shook all over, and the protagonist looked at her in fear. He looked at her in fear, opened his mouth wide and shouted for her to wait a little. He would call God Letio and the doctor. She grabbed him tightly with a trembling hand and replied that everything was fine. Mrs. Page stepped away from him carefully, didn't look up, and added that she just wanted to wish him a good trip, but when she saw him, she knew she couldn't. The main character looked at her sadly and could barely hold back his tears. The woman looked down sadly, with tears in her eyes, and asked if he had to leave. She remembered how she stood in the middle of a huge room and listened in surprise to the man opposite, and then said that when she returned to the capital, they told him what he had to go through. She almost lost consciousness. Mission Page put her hands to her mouth and began to cry. Letio hugged him lightly, began to calm the woman down, and she asked why her son had to endure such trials, how he could survive in this world. She was afraid that this could happen because of her. The main character slightly bowed his head, looked at her sadly and began to calm her down, and she added that in the province of Mogrian she was so afraid that they would not see each other again. Mrs. Page looked at him with horror, opened her mouth slightly and noted that if something happened to him, she would not be able to live any longer. She imagined her husband going into the forest and added that she no longer wanted to lose her family. The main character sadly lowered his head and thought. Then he gently took her hand. He looked carefully into her eyes with great happiness and told her that although it would be difficult to believe, he had met his father. Mrs. Page looked at him in surprise and asked again. The main character remembered how he communicated with his father in the middle of a green meadow and said that it was difficult to explain. He told him that even if he was not visible, he was still always next to him. Ian lowered his head, closed his eyes and smilingly noticed that he hated him so much, but only over time he realized that much of what he has is a manifestation of his love. His father stood behind the protagonist. He was leaving into the void, and the protagonist firmly took his mother by the hand and said that he wanted to try to follow his path. He looked at his mother with great love and said that he wanted to learn more about what it was like to want to protect others. The main character's hairstyle changed, became like his father's. He looked at his mother and added that he asked her permission to fulfill his father's first and last request. Ian looked at his mother carefully and with a huge smile. Mrs. Page looked at him carefully and tears began to flow from her eyes. She began to sob heavily and noticed that he had grown a lot, but for her he would forever remain small. The main character took his trembling mother tightly, looked at her and noticed that she should not worry, she would not be alone. Ian looked at her with a huge smile, sparkling eyes and added that now they have a big family to rely on. An alchemist appeared in the protagonist's head, and Ian said that Letio was a very good person. Thanks to him he understood what it was like to have a father. Ian introduced the alchemist's son, who was smiling widely, and he added that Douglas could always cheer everyone up. He was a kind and smart guy. Ian put his hands on his mother's shoulders, looked at her carefully and noticed that he sincerely wanted him to be happy. He hugged her tightly, pressed his head against her and added that he would definitely return. The doors to their room slowly began to open. From them emerged a sad Letio and a crying Douglas, who was carefully wiping away his tears. A bright day arrived and the sun brightly illuminated the protagonist's mansion. Ian stood near the horse and adjusted things in the saddle. The main character turned his head sharply and heard the question that he was already leaving. Letio appeared behind him and began to slowly approach, and the protagonist said that he was already leaving. Letio lowered his head, looked at the protagonist's feet and said that he wanted to ask if he needed anything for the journey, and remembered how they left Lloyd Village together. Then Letio smiled broadly and noted that at that time he didn't even know how to stay in the saddle, and the protagonist looked away with a displeased look and replied that he had already mastered it. He was a child. Ian looked at the alchemist carefully, grinned slightly and asked him to take care of his mother. Letio looked confidently at the protagonist, smiled slightly and replied that he should not worry, he was ready to give his life for Mrs. Page. The main character heard with his left ear that someone called him brother. Ian turned angrily and saw the happy son of the alchemist. He pulled the bag straight towards the protagonist. Douglas looked carefully at the protagonist, pulled out a bag and noticed that there were elixirs and magical tinctures that he made especially for her. They were much better than those sold on the market. He knew that he was unlikely to need them, but just in case, it was better to take them. He can always send a letter to the estate, and he will do more. Mrs. Page ran very quickly to the protagonist, and he thanked the alchemist's son. The protagonist's mother appeared near the main character with the alchemist and shouted her son's name. She and Letio sharply turned their heads. She quickly ran up to him, pulled out a large package and noticed that these were snacks to eat later. Mrs. Page looked at him carefully, smiled slightly and told him not to forget to look after his health and send a lot of letters. Ian looked at her carefully and answered with a smile that he would keep an eye on her and let her also take care of her health. Ian walked up to the horse, took it by the reins, looked carefully at those seeing him off and said that he had to go. The horse began to walk slowly. The main character began to confidently walk forward with the horse. Ian started walking and started to slow down slightly. The protagonist turned his head sharply back. He carefully examined his mansion and noticed in his head that it was his home, to which he could always return. The main character looked back carefully and with a smile. Then he looked at the alchemist, his son, his mother and servants behind, and added that his family was waiting for him. Ian smiled widely at them. Then he turned around sharply and continued walking. Douglas carefully moved his pen over the paper and asked how the captain was doing. Douglas sat at the table, stared attentively at the letter and also noted in the letter that 8 years had already passed since his departure, during which time a lot had happened. He graduated with honors from the Imperial Academy of Alchemy and was able to invent a medicine that he had been developing since childhood. The alchemist's son looked carefully at the shelf with his cups and added in the letter that he was recognized and now works as an alchemist at court. His father was also offered, but he refused. Douglas grinned slightly, closed his eyes and added that he said it was too much responsibility for him, but Douglas thinks that he just didn't want to leave his mother. In the head of the alchemist's son, Mrs. Page and Letio stand against the backdrop of a bright gate, and Douglas notices that they got married and are now living happily together. The crown prince stands squarely next to his father, and Terry sits confidently on the throne, and Douglas writes that His Majesty has never recovered from his poisoning 8 years ago and is preparing to hand over rule to the crown prince. The prince stands confidently, looks straight, and his eyes glow, and Douglas added that if only he could see him, he is definitely ready to become an emperor. The people shook hands, and below them was a trading port, and Douglas said that he thought it was all thanks to the successful peace agreement that he signed with Coldwood and the Kingdom of Law, and now, thanks to the development of trade and technology, things were getting better in the empire. Douglas introduced the princess with a staff and cape, and then added in a letter that Lady Hailey had successfully completed her 5-year probationary period and was now working as an archmage in the ivory tower. Hailey stands among the joyful children and uses magic to summon blue doves, and Douglas wrote that she opened a fund for the poor and became a favorite of the people. Most likely she will be appointed mistress of the tower. Douglas looked out the window, put pen to paper, and added that everyone is trying very hard and moving on with their lives. They miss him very much. Douglas took his hand away from the letter and ended up telling the captain to return faster. They were waiting, and asked if he could call him brother when they met. Douglas extended his hand up, stretched in his chair, and remarked that he would like to see him where he is now. The guy jumped up from his chair, heard Letio shouting that everything was ready and he could come down, and said that he was coming. Douglas began to quickly descend the stairs. Then he looked forward in surprise and opened his mouth. I looked at the smartly dressed Mrs. Page and noticed that she looked great today. She smiled widely and thanked him. Then she looked at the scroll and asked if she could really go, and Letio smiled sarcastically and replied that of course, the new emperor personally sent her the invitation. Douglas looked at the carriage carefully and added that they had prepared an excellent carriage. Mrs. Page stood surrounded by maids, put her hand to her mouth and laughed slightly and noticed that they were right. A huge, luxurious mansion of the main character appeared, which was neatly illuminated by the daytime sun. The sun gently illuminated the treetops. Oliver sat over the grave on which the flower lay and held his head above it with his eyes closed. The knight behind him looked closely and noted that it was time, and Oliver replied that he was right. The captain stood up abruptly and began to walk. Then he turned sharply. Oliver looked back with a smile. He looked at the grave of a knight named Paul and remarked that they had a good time together. He will return, let him rest in peace. The ivory tower glowed brightly in the afternoon sun. The girl with glasses opened the door slightly and asked if Lady Hailey was ready. The princess looked at her with a huge smile and replied that she was already leaving. Hailey looked carefully at the staff hanging on the wall. She extended her hand to him. Then she abruptly took it, rushed to the exit, and noticed that they could now go to her brother's coronation ceremony. The emperor's palace was decorated like never before. There were huge crowds of people walking around the decorated park. Everyone in the crowd was chatting nicely with each other and having fun. The curtains suddenly pulled back and the sun began to pour into the huge room. Terry began to walk down the stairs. He stood up straight, looked straight, and addressed his dear subjects. Letio, Mrs. Page, and Douglas looked at him carefully and heard that today in front of them he would like to convey a great honor and a great burden. Hailey and the other archmage looked at him carefully with a smile, and he added that to his son, the crown prince named Hayden Greenriver. Emperor Terry closed his eyes slightly, opened his mouth slightly, and noted that he knew that he should hold his post until his death, but considered that transferring rule to the hands of the younger generation would be the right decision for the well-being of the country. Terry stood in front of the throne. Next to him was a crown held by a man and a staff of government, and then added that in order for their empire to confidently face the future, it needed a fresh look from a new emperor. The huge, white doors began to open wide, and Terry told the subjects of the Green River Empire to take a look at the new emperor. Prince Hayden appeared in the aisle in smart clothes. He looked sadly at the floor, with tears in his eyes. A moment later, he confidently rushed forward. He quickly walked up to the emperor and looked at him. Then he sat down on his knee, lowered his head, and bowed. Emperor Terry looked at him and noticed that he was proud of him. Hayden looked at the floor, smiled widely, and noted that he would not disappoint him and would do everything to make him even more proud of him. Terry nodded his head with a smile and closed his eyes. The emperor began to take the crown in his hands. Then he carefully placed the crown on the head of the new emperor. Then he raised his head to the crowd, spread his arms to the side, and began to speak. Hayden stood up, turned to the audience, smiled broadly, and announced that from that moment on, the Green River Empire had found a new emperor. The entire crowd began to clap and rejoice at the new emperor. Ian stood among the crowd in a cape, right on the balcony. He put his hands in front of him and began using magic to summon flower petals, while the entire crowd congratulated the emperor. Hayden raised his head and saw a person standing opposite him on the balcony. He looked at him in surprise and realized who it was. Hailey began to catch the petals, became interested in where the petals came from, and noticed that magic emanated from them. Then she sharply raised her head up and looked in surprise. The main character smiled slightly and shouted that he congratulated the new emperor. Hayden looked straight at the protagonist in surprise. After a moment, he smiled widely. The new emperor looked at him with happy eyes, smiled broadly, and greeted the protagonist. A huge, luxurious chandelier hung in the ballroom. Hayden, in tears, spread his arms to the sides and shouted that he was here. He was really here. The Emperor began to shake the protagonist and noticed that he missed him so much, how much he wanted to see him. The main character looked confidently at his friend and noticed that he was still the same. Then he put his hand to his chest, bowed and congratulated him on his coronation. Mrs. Page looked forward in surprise and loudly called the protagonist, and Letio and her son were speechless. She quickly flew up to him, hugged him and asked why he didn't warn him that he would be back, how he was feeling, and Douglas hugged him from behind and shouted that he missed his brother. Ian looked carefully at his mother and noticed that he was bored too. Then he looked at the happy family and said that he missed his brother and stepfather. The mother looked carefully at her son and asked if he had done everything he wanted. Ian happily closed his eyes, smiled and replied that he had figured it out. Hayden coughed sharply and called out to the protagonist. The main character turned sharply at him, and he pointed his finger to the side. Ian turned sharply and saw the princess. He froze and looked at her in surprise. Then he smiled sharply and lit up with happiness and greeted her. She looked at him carefully with a huge smile and folded hands. He began to quickly approach her and asked how she was doing. They had not seen each other for a long time. Haley sadly lowered her head and replied that he was fine and asked how he was. The main character closed his eyes, smiled broadly and replied that the life of a wanderer is always full of adventures. He heard her name even in the farthest corners of their empire. Ian leaned over slightly, looked at her carefully and added that people say that there is a beautiful lady, the mistress of the tower, who looks after the needy and orphans. She is a great fellow, and Haley in response lowered her head, was slightly embarrassed and replied that she was not good, as they say. After a moment, silence fell between them. Then she bowed sharply, blushed sharply and announced that she would go and wished her a good evening, while Ian remained standing in confusion. The princess quickly ran away, and the confused protagonist remained watching her. Ian sadly and silently watched the girl run away. The Emperor, crouching slightly, approached the protagonist, looked at him menacingly and asked what the upset expression on his face was, and Ian, with a faint smile, replied that there was nothing of the sort. The main character turned sharply to the Emperor and paid attention after he said that Haley was not yet engaged. Hayden rolled his eyes, lifted his chin slightly and added that many people tried to woo her, but she always said that she was waiting for someone. Ian sadly lowered his head after the Emperor asked who she had been waiting for 8 years. Hayden came closer to him and noticed that not only was his sister waiting for him, they now had a lot of work to do. Hayden then smiled widely and asked if he would stay with him. The main character put his hand to his heart, looked joyfully at the Emperor and replied that of course. The ivory tower was brightly illuminated by the afternoon sun. Haley sadly and silently picked flowers in the square. The girl looked sadly at the flowers and noticed in her head that she needed to talk to him longer. She remembered how the protagonist said goodbye to her and added in her head that he probably didn't remember anymore. She remembered how the protagonist apologized to her. Then she silently continued to look at the flowers and blushed slightly. She abruptly began to shake her head after thinking that she would not expect anything. He had just returned and was already busy with work. Why would he devote time to her? The main character, in a chic suit, suddenly appeared behind her, leaned over slightly and said that there she was, and the girl, frightened, sharply threw her head back and screamed. Ian looked at her carefully, smiled slightly and noted that he did not want to scare her. Haley began to slowly rise, blushed slightly and asked why they came, and the protagonist looked at her carefully and answered that he met the magicians of the ivory tower. They all said that she was now in the garden. The girl looked slightly embarrassed at the protagonist and wondered if that was all. The main character sharply looked around the garden, stared at it carefully and noticed that it was beautiful. It was not like that in his time. Haley lowered her head, became slightly embarrassed and replied that when she became the mistress of the tower, they began to pay attention to him. She wanted all the magicians to have a place to relax. The main character smiled broadly, closed his eyes and noted that this was an excellent decision. Then he looked straight at her and asked if she didn't mind, maybe she could give him a tour, and she lit up, looked at him with a wide smile and said sure. Both of them, next to each other, slowly walked through the luxurious garden and had a pleasant conversation. The main character walked next to the girl, closed his eyes and said that the randiora flower is a rare plant in the empire. So he was surprised to see that in Coldwood he was treated like a weed and noticed that one family even had a hard time because of this flower, and Haley walked next to her and carefully watched and listened to the protagonist. A moment later, Ian looked at her carefully and told her that he had heard that there was a golden-colored lake in the Luo Kingdom, and went there to see it. Initially it seemed to him that it was an ordinary lake, but when the sunset began, it was colored with his color. A moment appeared in the protagonist's head as he stood and looked at the golden lake and noticed that he would never forget that wonderful moment. Haley lowered her head to the ground, opened her mouth slightly and noticed how interesting his journey had been. A moment later, she raised her head, closed her eyes and smiled widely, saying that she couldn't even imagine how amazing the Golden Lake could be. She hoped one day she would be able to see it too, and Ian looked at her carefully. Then his gaze became sad and he looked at her. The protagonist turned his head straight and began to open his mouth slightly. Then he abruptly turned to the girl, put his hand in front of him and said that he would take her anywhere if she took his hand. Haley looked closely at the protagonist's hand. The main character's head flashed through the places he had been to: a golden lake, a forest of spirits, a hot desert, an endless sea, and then he imagined the princess in his head and noticed that no matter where he was, he always thought about her. Ian lowered his head, glanced at her and added that he wondered how she would react if she visited those places. These thoughts began to overwhelm him, becoming stronger. Then he sharply closed his eyes and noticed that only then did he realize what this feeling was. Haley looked at him in surprise, opened her eyes wide and heard that after finishing his business, the first thing he thought was that he wanted to return to her. Then he suddenly knelt down. Ian extended his hand forward, raised his head to her and asked to become her wife. He looked at her with loving eyes and then added that she would allow him to spend his whole life with her. Haley looked at him carefully and froze in surprise. The girl suddenly blushed all over and silently looked at his hand. The main character looked at her carefully and heard the question whether he was going to go anywhere and answered that he would always be there. After these words, the girl's whole face turned red. A moment later, she began to cry very hard and looked at the protagonist. The main character spread his arms, got a little scared and called out to the girl. Ian looked at her carefully, glanced at her slightly tenderly and heard that she really missed her. She really waited a long time. After some silence, the girl smiled widely and agreed to become his wife. She extended her hand to him and asked him to always be with her, and Ian began to stroke her hand and look lovingly. That's how this video ends. If you have sat through to the end, please don't forget to press the subscribe button and leave feedback. See you in the next video.